Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. I am Dominic Seda-Romer. This is Ryan Froscure and more, and it is Week 11. We have reached the end. It's time for the fight for playoffs.
The fight for the top 8. And we do have a little bit of wiggle room on the bottom 4, but you're absolutely right. This week is going to be crazy. Every single game counts. The standings have never been closer in the LPL. We've got massive wiggle room all throughout the entire ladder, especially in the top 8. Now, EDG, I think, is the only team that's automatically already qualified in. There's no way that they can drop out. They've got 9 points up for grabs, and they're sitting very firmly in first place. But everyone else, it's a toss-up.
It's a complete toss-up for the top 8. It is absolutely chaotic. Of course, EDG already secured first place. Fun fact is they still have 3 games to play. That's another 9 potential points they can earn. So EDG can definitely still make a name for themselves. But as you guys saw on the schedule, we've got a very exciting set of games today. Starting us off, it's Xiaogu versus OMG.
And then it'll be RNG versus Vici. Again, an incredibly important match because it will be the only match that RNG play this weekend. And they're at that very cusp of sneaking over in Masters 3 and taking that last 8th place seed into the playoffs. Following that, it'll be EDG versus Unlimited Potential and LGD versus Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, a very exciting docket of games, but let's go back to that first game that we've got today. It's Xiaogu and OMG. Second place versus 4th right now.
5th?
You're right, Snake IG OMG.
Yeah, it's 5th.
Sort of gauntlet. And, well, to preface this, let's talk about playoff, the actual setup for that.
Okay, so playoffs works like this. It was announced, I believe, in Week 7. It's a weighted gauntlet. So it starts out in a gauntlet format. Top 8 teams go 8th versus 7th. Winner of that will then face 6th. Winner of that will then face 5th. As soon as you get to 5th, you have a bit of a safety net because it turns into a weighted bracket format based on your LPL standings. So winner of that match will then face the 4th place team, and then the loser will face the 3rd place team.
Yeah, and it's complete chaos from there as it just, from there, goes into a standard bracket all the way up to finals.
The number one thing to just remember is that top 4 teams do get a very big advantage in their seeding, especially for teams who want to dodge EDG and get more circuit points coming into Worlds. So the 2nd place spot is very coveted because it pretty much guarantees that you'll meet EDG in the finals.
Yeah, you just need to win 1 game to make it into the finals if you start off at that 2nd place. Wow. We've just begun and I already can't.
If you're in 8th, it just means that you have to go through all 8 teams to make it.
Yeah, I think it's something silly like if you want to win from 8th place, you have to win 7 games.
Best of 5s.
Yeah.
I'm excited to cast it.
Yeah, I know. It's going to make a great story when World Elite climbs. I'm still feeling it.
He's still feeling it, which it's possible. WE can still make it, but they cannot afford to lose another game.
Yeah. So, again, that's a story for another time. We're talking about Xiaogu and OMG right now. Xiaogu, 2nd place, 32 points in the standings right now. This is their only game of the weekend. The highest they can get is 35 points total if they 2-0 OMG here, but it's still very possible for them to be passed if they lose.
No, and you're absolutely right. So Xiaogu, they really need that 2nd place spot. I mean, we talked about, it's effectively the best way to try to attempt to dodge EDG or to delay that matchup as long as possible. But it's also very important for Xiaogu in particular because if they got the 2nd place spot in the LPL finals, it would make their playoff run much easier. And they need to place high in playoffs if they want a chance at the world qualifiers. Yeah. Because obviously the higher that you place in playoffs, the more circuit points you get. That's a whole nother mess for another day. But all you need to know, it's incredibly important for Xiaogu just because, again, coming from the LSPL, they already don't have a lot of circuit points available to them. So they need to do well in this split so they can qualify for that invitation. I believe right now it's EDG, OMG, Invictus.
LGD?
And LGD.
Yeah.
Yeah. Top 5 teams circuit points.
Very, very chaotic on that upper end of the bracket. But on the other side, you've got OMG. Oh, my God. These guys have been playing so well lately.
Oh, my game, dear.
Oh, my game?
Yeah, they changed it. It's okay.
Man.
I still love you. Yeah, OMG. The big difference, though, between OMG and Xiaogu is that OMG play 3 games. So they have a collective of 9 points. And that's the big thing. Like EDG, Invictus Gaming, Unlimited Potential, and LGD, they all have 9 points collectively. And if you look at how close the standings are, so yeah, Xiaogu, they're sitting at 2nd place, but they've only got 3 points left available to them, whereas Invictus Gaming are like right on their heels, and they've got so many more games to play. So again, when we say every game counts and the standings are about to shake up massive, they're about to shake up massive.
Yeah, it's going to be a really thrilling weekend. Oh My Game, currently at 26 points in the standings. If they win all 3 of their sets, that's going to put them at 35 in second place. I think this is the only team that can pass them at that point would be Invictus Gaming.
IG, they have a pretty
Yeah, but again,
full
so
week.
let's get into some of these opponents that these teams are facing. You and I were talking about it beforehand. Most of the games are pretty, I guess, involved with each other. It's the top 8 versus the top 8, and the bottom 4 versus essentially the bottom 4.
There's some cross mix and match, particularly when you get to unlimited potential, but it's mostly kind of top 8 versus top 8, which again goes to a lot of movement. Before we would have, a bottom 4 team would face a top 8 team, and so it would just be a straight, okay, they're going to, theoretically 2-0 this and just snowball ahead in the standings.
Mm-hmm.
But now because everyone's facing each other, it's not only are IG just going to straight move up, but
yeah, other teams will not get the opportunity to earn points back and keep pace. So really, it's a who can take off first sort of thing.
Yep, I'd agree with
and
that.
just outpace. You don't have to outrun the lion. You just have to outrun the slowest member of your group. That's one heck of an analogy. That
And
we're
then
going
there's
to
just
use.
EDG sitting on top like, this will be good.
They're already back at the hotel, feet kicked up, enjoying a nice drink. But again, we're getting ready to get into this first set.
Xiaogu.
Oh my gosh, Xiaogu versus
It's Xiaogu
OMG.
versus
Yeah.
OMG. Don't worry, I've got you.
I'm so excited for these sets of games. I can't even think properly. But yeah, this is week 11, day number 1. I'm so thrilled to see what we're going to bring. Let's actually talk a little bit about this matchup. Xiaogu, they've made it to second place. They've been playing through second place for most of the split. And OMG, despite being hot on their heels earlier in the split, they've kind of fallen a bit, and now they're starting to pull themselves back together.
Yeah, we can really kind of touch on the rise and fall of both of these teams. So like you said, OMG actually started out very, I'm going to use the word hot and heavy. OMG opened up the split and they looked great. They were playing a completely different style than their dive comp. Uzi, picking him up as their AD carry, was playing Sivir primarily. And they were one of the first teams other than EDG to kind of utilize this, our AD carry is here just to take towers. And we just rotate them around, which was super curious because Uzi's probably one of the best dueling AD carries in the game. And he just, evolution and maturing of styles. But I actually think, are we going to champ select?
I think we just might be.
Thank God.
But unfortunately, Uzi's not here
No,
today.
it's North. It's North and Xiang. So there's some rumors that Going was going to play. There was, I believe, an announcement of possible rosters. But for game 1, it's Xiang and North.
Mm-hmm. So let's actually talk a little bit about how that's going to work out for OMG. Because Uzi's been missing for the past few weeks, you might imagine, oh no, they've brought on a sub. Things probably aren't that great for them. Well, North, he's been performing admirably.
North, I believe, had his debut showing in the Demacia Cup where he got a pentakill. Mm-hmm. Of course, OMG didn't place nearly as highly as they would have liked. Mm-hmm. But since then, he's looked fairly decent. It changes the dynamic of OMG in terms of where they're waiting, giving their gold and their resources. So when Uzi is on the OMG lineup, he earns the most gold of any player in the LPL. All of the resources are given to him. It's not just in the AD carries, the LPL. No player gets more than Uzi. When North is on the roster, it's much more cool-centric and much more Loveling-centric. So kind of the different balances that they have is they're running Loveling, cool, and North. Or when Uzi's on the roster, it's Shui Shui, cool, and North. Or, excuse me, and Uzi. So it's just about where you're weighting your ganks. Are you applying pressure into the bottom lane by continuously camping it? Or are you more of synergizing, your Nocturne Ahri compositions and trying to snowball off of your mid laner? I believe that when you break down statistically that North actually has the better win record right now than Uzi. But, of course, Uzi's played more games, so he's a little bit of a larger sample size.
Yeah. You got to take it with a grain of salt. And, OMG, they've been playing a lot better with North. And we are actually getting into pick and ban right now between Xiaogu and OMG. This is game number 1 of week 11, day number 1. We've already gone through all of the bans. You can go ahead and see them on the board. But first pick, Doinby taking Victor.
No surprises there, and I just want to quickly go through the roster. So for Xiaogu, it's going to be V in the top lane, Swift in jungle, Doinby, mid laner, AD carry, and support are going to be TNT and TCT. Yeah. And on the purple side,
on the other side, you've got Xiang, Loveland, Cool, North, and Amazing. So, yeah, we do see that Victor locked in for Doinby. OMG are going to look to change things up a little bit, but how does this fit out with Xiaogu's style?
It fits perfectly. So it's curious. When you look at Xiaogu's top 5 champions played, none of them are mid laners. It's all jungle, and bottom laners, and occasionally a top laner throw in. Like, they're just their top 5 champions that they consistently play. And I think that just speaks to Doinby's champion pool and kind of his place in the team, that he'll play whatever Xiaogu needs them to play. He's played Nautilus mid, all of the control mages. He's pulled out the assassins, the Morgana, the Lulu. He's a jack of all trades, incredibly versatile.
And OMG, to deal with that, looks like they're taking a bit of mobility and nice good old-fashioned Maokai snare to cope with that. You've got Maokai locked in for Xiong, and North going to Sivir.
And this is pretty standard OMG. We talked about, how they started this split very hot and heavy. 100% they picked Maokai and Sivir pretty much every single time on first rotation. A big issue is that Xiong is formerly a mid laner who then turned support, who's now turned top laner for the team, and he has a very limited champion pool, at least what he's shown competitively in the top lane. And it pretty much consists of Maokai and Nautilus.
Yeah. Very strong picks for Xiong. Xiaogu opt to respond with a very strong support. It's TCT taking Braum, and Nautilus locked in likely for V.
Yeah, you would suspect that, but we could see possibly Swift pull out the Titan jungle.
Yeah.
We've seen Clear Love do that before. I think he also did it at MSI, and then he's done it in the LPL.
Yeah. We'll see where he decides to take it, but a very tanky sort of peel-based.
It's interesting. I think that they're pulling it into the top lane just because they want to deny it away from Amazing. His #1 champion is that Nautilus, and obviously Nautilus will have great synergy with Sivir and just your hard engage. So they choose to continue with the hard engage theme, and they pick up Alistar instead.
Yeah, great way to deal with any sort of hard engage from Nautilus or Braum. Just knock them away. You got to be careful not to stun them into your team, however, which is something that we have seen previously. But now we're down to the last 2 picks for Xiaogu. These are going to be the ones that round out their roster. Currently, Draven being hovered by TNT, taking a page out of Crystal's book. TCT looking at Nidalee for Swift. Likely. I mean, that's the way the meta's been going lately.
Swift is also a very good Nidalee player. A lot of poke. I wouldn't suspect that it would be Draven for TNT. He's kind of gone back to his Vayne roots. Of course, Sivir is his #1 pick champion, but that was denied by taking it over to North, who is actually also a big Vayne player. That's what I would expect, Kog'Maw.
Hyper carry.
Okay, so I love Kog'Maw, Vayne, and Corki right now in the meta. Sivir's still incredible, don't get me wrong. The utility, it's never going to be beat. But Kog'Maw, what I love about Kog'Maw and Vayne in particular is that Kog'Maw has a Trinity Force power spike, which gives him a mid-game power spike on an AD carry that then hyperscales into late game.
Yeah.
So it's just beautiful when you think about, okay, so Victor's probably one of the strongest mages in the game right now, and Victor's going to also have a mid-game power spike just because of the itemization through his Hex Core and the timing windows there. And then he's going to hyperscale with a bunch of utility as well as damage into late game. And Kog'Maw and Vayne will just kind of follow that path. Vayne, of course, on the Blade of the Rune King initial itemization power spike, and then into hyperscaling. So that's why I really like Cog and Vayne right now in the meta. But our last pick is actually going to be Cool's Orianna.
Yeah, Orianna locked in for OMG, rounding out the team composition. That's a big smile you got.
Yeah, because if you think back to Season 3 Worlds, Cool versus FLICKR, Gragas versus Orianna.
Heck of a set, but he's bringing it back, breaking out the old school. 2 years since, and he's looking to get into Worlds now.
Yeah, hopefully. Don't forget that Cool was injured, which was when Xiong actually played mid lane for OMG when they went to All-Stars. And then, since making his return, I've always been kind of on the fence. Is Cool back in form? Is he that god-tier mid laner that we saw at that Season 3 World Championship when he did face off against FLICKR? He actually did surprisingly well, though I still would give FLICKR the advantage in that.
So with our final team comps locked in, you had them on the screen just a second ago. What can we expect from them? Obviously, the Kog'Maw and Victor, sort of later-oriented champions.
It's Xiaogu going back to their team fight control. Again, Doinby, he's always going to fit the role that the team needs him to do, and they're going to put Swift on a self-sufficient carry-oriented jungler. The thing about Xiaogu that you need to remember, every single player on that team is a playmaker. And that's why they've been sitting in second for pretty much the entirety of the season. On the other side, OMG playing, pretty much also a very OMG-centric composition.
Yeah.
It's the press R, murder button, run at you quickly. Hey, a feed.
Yeah, looks like we're running through the rosters right now. You just saw the junglers. It's mid lane. Doinby versus Cool. Can Doinby pull a FLICKR? End up taking out Cool's Orianna, or will it be the other way around? In the bottom lane, it's going to be TNT versus North and the supports to help round that out for the last set. It's TCT and Amazing.
Interesting how these are going to work out. I actually think that Braum is a really great answer to Alistar, because anytime Alistar is going to go into your AD carry with his pulverized headbutt combo, Braum can very easily reposition himself with his W. That's his stand beside me, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. I always confuse if it's the E or the W.
Yeah, so we're getting into game right now. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. It's the final week. That's right. Week 11, day number 1, set number 1, game number 1, the beginning of the end. Xiaogu versus OMG, and already OMG grouped up as 5 on the top side of the map.
Yeah, we have a bit of a curious level 1. They are going to go ahead and walk into V. I don't believe he has vision.
Oh, no. He just saw them over the far side, but now he knows that OMG are looking for something. They're going to try finding out Nidalee here.
And this is a standard 5-point that Xiaogu, and the 5-point is effectively the defensive or the option play of League of Legends. So what you see is now that they understand where all of OMG's resources are, you see Kog'Maw and Braum on the bottom side of your screen there. They're going to go ahead and they're going to answer OMG's deep vision by placing some deep vision of their own.
Yeah, so now that we see this group and we see this deep vision, can we expect any sort of lane swap out of these?
That's what I would suspect, especially with both of these supports. So Kog'Maw's not going to be too powerful in kind of a 2v1 matchup, not nearly to the same extent that Sivir would be, just because she's going to have so much more augmentation of the wave with her Ricochet. But unlocking Braum and unlocking Alistar to roam early, which is very common in the LPL, is such it's such a worthy trade almost for me. So it looks like we are going to see the lane swap initiated by OMG, but that said, Xiaogu, they should know that this is happening because they already saw OMG, so they're fine reading this.
Yeah, we'll have to see how those supports decide to start it off. Currently, Braum headed down to the bottom solo, while Swift going to steal away the blue buff of Loveling. Luckily, a manaless champion, so shouldn't be too terrible, mostly just missing out on golden experience. And he's getting a bit of double jungle with Xian.
Xian's actually giving him the experience, so he should then cross over the river as soon as they're done with this Raptor camp, pull Amazing with him, and take their numbers advantage. You see Amazing kind of ducking in right now, to secure a vertical jungle blue buff.
Oh, looks like we do have a early pause coming out. And again, there was the Nidalee on the invade as well, so she is getting to steal away. The Raptors get some nice gold for herself, and what can we expect out of this lane swap then? So you're going to have free Sivir in the top lane, but Kog'Maw solo in the bottom.
The actual thing that I wanted to touch on in terms of the lane swap is that V is in the top lane. He's not double jungling with Swift right now. In fact, it's just Swift and Braum. And Nautilus is sitting up there. Now, Nautilus is relatively difficult to dive early on if they decide to set up a fast push and look for a 4-man dive, because again, they're set up perfectly for it. If Sivir wants to take control of the lane, build it up, push it in so you at least have 2 waves hitting the tower, timing perfectly with the fact that Loveling and Alistar, I mean, think about that, Rek'Sai, Alistar, and what is it, Maokai?
Yeah.
That is so good for a 4-man dive. Yeah, a 4-man dive prep. But it's still relatively dangerous to dive a Nautilus. He's very tanky. His Riptide is going to have AoE damage as well as a slow. And then on top of his auto attack, the staggering ability, that's the beautiful thing about Nautilus's kit, is that it's riddled with CC. So if he lands whoever gets, takes initial tower aggro, should OMG look for the dive, which I think what I'm trying to set up here and say, that's a little bit dangerous.
Well, we'll see if they do pull the trigger, because it is OMG. They've made plays like this before.
This was their playstyle. It's what made OMG famous. When you think all the way back to when OMG, became this massive dynasty, it was when Invictus Gaming and World Elite were on top. And WE, of course, most notably and famous for their AD carry, Wei Xiao. It was this composition of protect the AD carry, make him into a hyper-scaling late game, and just see you there. But OMG revolutionized the game by adding these really aggressive early plays and dives, as we see Loveling actually set up.
They might be looking for Doinby. Cool, going very aggressive. He gets tagged with the slow. Loveling and Xiang both have flash. Doinby takes a Prey Seeker, gets out alive.
Okay, so we talked about, are they going to set up and look for the dive on V? No. Instead, V is going to, maybe sacrifice a couple of EXP on these creeps as Amazing's attempting to zone him, but they're going to prioritize pressure on the mid lane.
We'll see how that works out as the vertical jungling has now well and truly been initiated. Doinby continuing to trade out with Cool as they chug through health potions as quickly as possible. And there goes TCT, fully unlocked, heading to the top lane.
No surprises right there. Again, we talked about how the AD carry will often build up the wave. We do see that Loveling and Amazing are on the enemy blue buff, so the reason why TCT is heading up is, again, just adding another member on the team to make diving a little bit less desirable of an option.
Now let's see if they do decide. No, Xiang looks like he's going to recall, cancels it, restarts it. Not entirely certain. There are some pings that look to be spotting out the vertical jungle from OMG. Yeah, the recall is completed. Xiong teleporting now to the bottom lane. That would be 3 members, and with both Braum and Nautilus, it's a bit scary.
And it's just exactly like you said, reactionary to the fact that they see TCT now into the top lane. They say, okay, the dive is not available there, so go ahead, teleport to the bottom lane, pick up the farm, 1v1 against Kog'Maw.
So now that that dive hasn't happened, we're 4 minutes into the game, the lane swap fully in effect, North farming it away with Amazing while TNT trades it out with Xiong. What do we expect out of this lane swap? I mean, TNT getting farm is huge.
No, you're absolutely right, especially because Swift is also applying a lot of pressure bottom. It's now a question of, with these members on the top side, who's going to have more dragon control and who's going to pull the trigger on the initial gank. Now, naturally with Nidalee, as I look at Doing being cool trading here, she doesn't have nearly the gank pressure that Rek'Sai will, just because she doesn't bring any natural CC, but she has great execution potential. So I'm curious how Swift is going to translate the pressure with this champion, because again, he's a big Nidalee player. He likes to play it aggressively, and I'm curious if that means he's going to invade Loveling and attempt to, you know, force Rek'Sai to fight him over some of his own jungle, or if he's going to try to continuously gank.
We'll see where Swift decides to go as the farm continues out. Kog'Maw getting some much-needed solo experience and approaching level 6 very quickly is definitely a solid thing for Xiaogu. The only recalls we've seen so far have been out of Swift, the jungler, and Xiong, though he gets tagged just a little bit. Loveland comes for a bit. Gank from behind, but not able to find it.
Trying to use the creative Rek'Sai pathing with the tunnel feature to get a gank going in there, but unfortunately, Amazing not quite postured in this lane. I actually think that this is a mistake from OMG. Again, like you said, TNT is getting solo experience and solo farm. He's actually staying ahead of North right now, 40 to 35. That's where I'd want my hyperscaling AD carry to be versus my utility AD carry.
That's generally a nice thing. Interestingly enough, V completed this recall, hugging an inhibitor right now.
This is scary.
Yeah, they're looking for the dive. 3 members onto Xiong. He's brought low. Swift is tanking the turret, forced to flash away. They're not doing enough damage. Down to 300 health. He flashes. V takes a few hits. He goes low. Oh, the heal keeps him alive. Barely. V gets out.
That was way... wow. Okay, so Nidalee doesn't have any CC. She needs to land her spear so she can look for the execution on the takedown. That was frankly just an entirely big misplay from Xiaogu on juggling tower aggro right there. That heal, I think he lived with 11 injury.
Yeah, it was close. You can see V luckily counting his stars as he gets out alive.
But that said, OMG should have rotated Amazing down so much earlier. There was no reason to keep him up into that top side of the map with North for so long. And this is what I was talking about before. I think it was a mistake for OMG to walk down a champion like Alistar, who has so much early roam potential, especially once he is level 2. See, he's going to find TNT here.
TNT might be caught.
Nice
he
flash.
flashes.
Oh!
They follow up. They're diving this one. TNT's got no way to escape. Amazing takes a turret hit. He actually trades it over. Doesn't get first blood. It's picked up by Xiong, but TNT gets revenge.
Okay, so you trade 1 for 1. That said, Kog'Maw's still going to lose all of the EXP and the gold of the creeps pushing into his tower, so still hashtag worth to OMG for that one. But that's how you dive a tower.
Yeah, things working out pretty solidly. Loveland gets tagged by TCT on the bottom side, but nice and safe as he does have Xiong peeling for him. And off of that recall, Phage completed for TNT.
I just feel like anytime we see TCT and Amazing, they're just slightly late to where they needed to be. Think about on the initial dive when Xiaogu attempted it. If Amazing was just 15 seconds earlier with his back in the top lane, you would have had the Alistar coming in as they were looking to dive the Maokai, would have easily turned that into multiple kills for OMG. Same thing, TCT shows up on the very back half of Kog'Maw being dove.
Just a little bit of mistiming from Xiaogu, though they are still keeping pace with OMG. Only a 300 gold difference. You're seeing V miss out on a lot of CS on the top side of the map, whereas Xiong, he's been farming pretty safely on the bottom.
And that's really the different trades between these teams, is the fact that V is being sacrificed to provide solo EXP to TNT, but hold on, Swift
looks for the invade onto Loveling. They're going to try stealing away the blue. Oh, they miss-smite it. Loveling actually flashes in. Swift still gets it. Gets out.
Yeah, wasting flash right there. He was trying to connect with his unburrow, but this is what I was talking about, you know, Swift on this Nidalee pick, he's not making his ganks count for the lane, so what does he do to turn into his aggression? He just invades Loveling, because Loveling is forced to fight him. It's not like you're, you know, he's either going to leave the jungle or just take it.
Yeah, there's a large CS discrepancy for Swift. And North, whoa, gets tagged by V on the other side of the map. But it's a very sort of patient early game. OMG, we see they're continuing to put pressure onto Xiaogu, trying to turn up the heat, but Xiaogu are responding appropriately, albeit a little bit more patiently, a little bit more slowly.
I actually think it's slightly reverse in the fact that Xiaogu are being more proactive. You think that they, initiated the initial dive attempt onto Maokai in the bottom lane.
Totally right.
Yeah, invading with Swift, things like that. And OMG are just playing a really nice reactive game and kind of finding slight advantages there. Again, it's just kind of the different priority of where these teams are trying to weight their team. So V is being sacrificed. The Nautilus top is being sacrificed in terms of CS for Kog'Maw solo EXP. But unfortunately, TNT was delayed a bit, getting killed into that bottom lane with
generally not a good thing.
the reactive dive. Whereas OMG, they sacrificed the solo EXP on North Sivir, but you gain a lot more power from your Maokai, who now has, 35 CS to 14?
Yeah. Generally a nice difference, but how does this work into these teams' play styles? OMG, you typically don't think sit back and react when you think of OMG.
They, as an identity, and this is holistically, historically for OMG, they have always been a skirmish-based team. If you think back to when they had Going, Leveling, and Cool, which now you have Xiang, Leveling, and Cool, it was always, I called them the Bash Brothers.
Yeah.
Because the Leveling would effectively bounce between mid and top and just kind of snowball them, and then they would go and they'd pick up their bot lane. And that's the thing. North actually fits very stylistically with San, OMG's previous AD carry before picking up Uzi, and that he's kind of, if you leave him to his own devices, he'll do his job, but he's not a big playmaker like Uzi is. So I think this works fine for old OMG, but it's kind of been growing pains in terms of, who are OMG this split? What is their identity?
It is a tricky question to answer. 9 minutes in with playoffs on the line, Swift was trying to clear out a ward, but finally will succeed. So playoffs are on the line. This is Xiaogu fighting for second place. Their only game left in the LPL. Their only game this weekend.
Counts too, because again, you have Invictus, Snake, all on their heels, multiple points available.
And OMG themselves.
9 points available for OMG.
So we'll see how Xiaogu manage to do if they can secure the second place. A 2-0 would be immense for them. Even a 1-1 split would be very, very solid. That would make them safe, at least, to getting passed by OMG. Worst case scenario, they would tie. And then they would be 2-2 with OMG head-to-head.
Don't even get me into the tiebreaker.
Yeah, then it just is going to get more and more chaotic.
That's a mess.
So Swift is actually level 7 right now. Loveland only level 6.
We talked about, what was Swift going to do, how he's going to translate his aggression and his pressure on the map. He couldn't make it connect in these lanes with ganks. Decides to continuously invade Leveling. Leveling has shored up the CS discrepancy a bit, but still, 44 to 34, especially because those are jungle creeps, so they count for even more gold than just a standard lane creep. That's a big difference.
Yeah, it certainly is. Leveling continuing to look for more CS as he heads to his Raptor camp on the far side. Now we've got standard lanes. North and Amazing finally going to beat TNT and DC.
Big thing, though, is that Kog'Maw is past his level 6 mark as he narrows himself against the wall and takes both of those boomerangs.
Yeah.
So he has his ultimate available to him. Now the trick with Kog'Maw is you throw out your ultimate, you wait for the mana timer to go all the way around, and then you throw out a free ultimate. It's just that level 1 first toss, as long as you just wait appropriately in between it, is very low mana cost. So it's a nice poking tool and gives Kog'Maw a lot more power in his lane phase, which is considered fairly weak until he's past level 6.
See, he's trying to toss out the ultimate as best he can. It doesn't look like either of the teams really want to push right now. The wave is pushing into OMG's favor. Cool and Doinby trading it up a bit as well. Doinby actually a level ahead of Cool.
Cool has had advantage in this lane for a big majority, but Victor, he went back and got his Hex Core, so his wave clear is so much more potent having that evolution point. So able to just, at this point, free laser the wave and pretty much clear at least the backcasters.
He's been tossing laser after laser. Recall from Cool sends him back to base for a finish early Athene's Unholy Grail.
Thank you for demonstrating, Doinby.
Yeah, Doinby, he can hear you. He's like, I got to make sure that the English LPL casters have their point proven in an appropriate amount of time. That recall sends Loveling to the mid lane, and immediately Swift Goes for an invade. Could be looking for a dive.
He is spotted out, however, by the Wolf Spirit, so Amazing and North do understand that Nidalee is above and around. Diving Alistar post level 6. Pretty suicidal.
Yeah, definitely a scary thing. Leveling's on the hunt.
That's my favorite skin.
Of all of the skins?
It's so goofy.
Oh,
Did he mean to do that?
Oh, Doinby takes some damage in the mid lane.
It's because he has ult.
Yeah, Shockwave traded over, and Cool is actually able to bully out Doinby.
So what I wanted to point out is what Leveling just did. It looked like he attempted to go over the wall and just failed, but no, he was just setting up his neural network so he could then back, buy his items, and then, like you saw there, Void Rush back. It's Void Rush, isn't it? Void Scream?
Void Rush.
Void Scary.
Yeah, he is going to be spotted out. Ward will see his tunnel as well. Swift, ooh, looking for a bit of a counter gank. Doesn't have the luxury of a global teleport.
Also doesn't have a big resource pool available to him right now. He's low on mana.
Just gets bullied away from that set. So now we're about 13 minutes into the game. Some of these champions are going to start hitting their core power spikes. What are these power spikes up to?
Well, you need a back for TNT. Curious how much gold he's sitting on, but he should be fairly close to his training force. There we go. He's got 2,000 gold. Yeah, so the next back for TNT is going to be massive in terms of Kog'Maw being up and ready to fight for this dragon, which is a little bit concerning for OMG, just because you're waiting for Orianna to really hit kind of a 3-item power spike.
Swift again steals away the blue buff from OMG. Cool. Not only is he getting blue buff, but he's currently at that 1 item, not power spike. Power trough?
I'm not going to call it
power line.
Power trough, but Orianna's very curious in kind of how she goes about when she gets super strong. It's, you know, it's the Athene's Death Cap into Void Staff. You can maybe trade that one of those up into a Morello's, depending, but notice how you go the Athene's this route. Whereas, here we go, TNT got his back in, but unfortunately it's mistimed, which OMG do a fantastic job getting on top of this dragon.
Yeah, so they are going to secure this first dragon. Doesn't look like there's any contest from Xiaoyu as they're content to play the late game comp that they know they have. And though they did hit that power spike in a reasonable time frame, just weren't able to make anything out of it.
Yeah, that's actually just a straight misplay from Xiaoyu. You know, they were in a perfect position where they could have attempted for that dragon, but here we go.
Yeah, they're looking for Cool here. Swift dives him under, gets knocked up from the far side,
oh,
but
nice.
Swift still secures the spear, making up for the last one that he missed.
It was actually the Q from Doinby that came through, and then the last tick of red buff to pick that one kill up for Swift.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
And a turret is secured on the bottom side of the map. Xiaoyu, though they see the dragon pick up a kill in the mid lane and take the bottom tier 1. Defensive pings from OMG try to defend that mid tier 1, but again, Doinby is on the hunt with Swift.
So they mispostured, lost out on the dragon, but Xiaoyu still understand that they're stronger, that they need to put themselves in a situation to fight and kind of force the fact that they do have these item leads on OMG currently and need to snowball that into a gold lead through kills. So this is why you see Xiaoyu playing so aggressive, invading OMG, forcing them to either give up their resources or fight.
A lot of aggressive trading with OMG. OMG not quite keeping pace for now. North getting the Avarice Blade before finishing off his Infinity Edge. Very greedy Sivir build.
He doesn't need to finish the Infinity Edge simply because, again, the dragon was taken, so he's a 6-minute window where he can save up for it. So right now he just needs to itemize for farming because OMG is saying, okay, you know, Xiaoyu, they're stronger than us right now because Kog'Maw has the Trinity Force. I'm going to pick up the Avarice Blade. See you in 6 minutes, brah.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to once again take advantage of a mistimed recall as North, TNT heads to the top side, and North is going to get some free time on the bottom. Amazing and Loveland actually waiting for backup.
Ooh, V has a tendency just to face check in the worst possible situations, so we'll see if he falls into this trap. I think he suspects.
Learning from past mistakes. The turret is secured, and V plays it nice and safe sitting under his tier 2. TCT catches the wave where it looks like TNT looks to answer by taking a turret of his own. He's not going to get it this wave, but he's very close to taking it on the next one, and OMG aggressively invade on their own.
Oh, they can dive the tower from behind if they push Doinby off. They have Unbreakable, likewise Unburrow over the wall from Raptor Camp.
Oh, they catch Leveling with a spear and a trap and a laser. Poor guy gets chunked out to half health.
Just beautiful communication from Xiaoyu, you know, V saying, okay, they're in this top jungle above me, you better be prepared, kid.
So 17 minutes in. Xiaogu managed to take the outer tier 1 turrets, recall being enacted by TNT. He's able to make it out in time despite the swarm of OMG members heading to his side.
They're doing a great job tracking OMG.
Xiaogu just seemed to have a motion sensor.
So this is what happened. Early game, Xiaogu got the lead, playing off of the aggressive Nidalee jungle. They transitioned this into a lead on Kog'Maw, OMG not unlocking Alistar, allowing him to impact the map, but they give up the EXP and gold advantage to Kog. Kog completes Trinity Force, but OMG then say, okay, Kog's got Trinity Force, he mistimed his back, let's take Dragon. And this bought OMG kind of a 6 minutes to dodge out of the big 5v5 strong point of Xiaogu. So now it's this 6 minute buffer of, can we slow down the bleeding of Xiaogu, trying to fight us because they know they're strong, and wait until our power spikes are up and available for the next 5v5.
Yeah, they seem to be looking for that 5v5 right now as they're shoving down the mid lane. Swift, ooh, narrowly misses Cool. TNT takes a turret hit, but the mid tier 1 is slowly getting chunked to bits. Xiong looking for a bit of a flank though from the outside.
And again, this is just Xiaogu understanding, we're strong right now. We can put ourselves in a siege position and try to snowball our lead farther ahead before OMG can catch up.
Ooh, Doinby shows himself on the bottom side, and OMG immediately shove up this mid lane. It's up to TNT and Swift to keep the tier 1 standing. Righteous Glory gets popped there, diving onto TNT. 2 turrets deep. The knockout, Cool whips his shockwave. He gets knocked up over the wall. TNT and TCT shred through Amazing despite the unbreakable will. Cool goes down. TNT drops Amazing, and OMG drop the ball.
Disaster for OMG right there. A completely whiffed shockwave. I don't know what Cool was thinking. Just a mechanical misstep. And Xiaogu get the better of that with a fantastic teleport from V. They're now marching up mid lane.
They certainly are. The mid tier 1 looks to be dropped, and it is indeed 3 turrets to 1 Xiaogu.
Oh, that was so unfortunate. And it's the perfect ball delivery system. It's just an issue that with the Righteous Glory as well as the flash from Alistar, that the Orianna ball reset its positioning and just shockwave whiff.
Yeah, so close, but not quite enough. Xiaogu now head to the bottom lane. They're looking for a tier 2 turret. The open shield gets dropped, and TNT looks to chunk through, but North has got so much. He takes so much poke.
So much poke from the, what is it? Victor lasers, Nidalee spears, and Kog'Maw sit and spit?
Essentially, yeah.
The sit and spit. This is super cute. Doinby and Swift all standing off to the side, just continuously throwing spears.
Yeah, great communication from Xiaogu. They continue to poke, looking to break the tier 2. All of OMG have respawned. The wave gets under. Doinby's in the front line, and slowly but surely the turret loses its health.
Against a poke comp, you have to hard engage.
Shockwave catches TNT, but they can't follow it up. North gets picked and destroyed. TNT with yet another kill.
But again, there's such a miscommunication. Again, poke comp, you have to hard engage. You have so many tools to do that. Alistar, Maokai, and the Shockwave on top of it, and they're just not going at the same time. It's like a miscommunication of do we go, do we not go, and by the time they decide to commit with the Shockwave, everyone's half health. They can't commit anyway.
Yeah. Minor communication issues could be the downfall of OMG. They're looking to get better placements in the playoff standings. They're going to need to have clearer communication to deal with that. Now, Dragon is up.
And that initial Dragon that they took, again, bought them a 6 minute window where OMG could sit back, farm. They dodged out on fighting Xiaogu in the 5v5 arena of the Dragon Pit.
Yeah.
This time around, though, they're not in the situation. They've just lost so much global gold because Xiaogu just mowed through their turrets 4-1 right now. So OMG have to completely give this up, which is why you see Cool on the top side just trying to trade an objective.
He's almost got the top tier 1 for Xiaogu, but can't quite break it in time. Leveling actually Void Rush to that side of the map. Xiaogu don't have vision just yet, but I'm certain they're going to find out any second now. Yeah. He's looking around.
Get in there.
He spots V, but
what is he going to do anyway?
V just jumps away. Tank versus tank. It's the anchor versus, no, I got it.
There's a Jaws reference in there, you just didn't.
Yeah, didn't quite piece it together. Dragon number 1 being secured by Xiaogu. You mentioned how they have stronger team fight. Well, they're just going to use that idea, not even team fight itself, to secure that dragon.
Again, OMG knew that there was no way that they can contest for that dragon. We said that Cool was up in the top side because he was trying to trade any objective, but they're trying to pull this trigger on Swift.
Yeah,
and,
they're trying to catch Nidalee in the jungle.
Treats me like one of your French girls.
It's Headhunter Nidalee. That's not the French maid Nidalee. You got the wrong one.
Did you not see that video? Oh, another shockwave.
Shockwave finds
Zero
Doinby.
follow-up.
Yeah, cool. He's landing them this time.
That
but
gravitational field stopping Amazing from following up the shockwave with the pulverized headbutt. Come on, take a note out of CLG's book. You put the ball on Afromu. Afromu goes in.
yeah. We'll see how that works.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. So the siege is continuing from Xiaogu.
They're just they're laying down the poke again. It's just about the positioning of Doinby and Nidalee threatening with that. Oh, yeah, never
Yeah,
mind.
they're looking for a bit of a dive now. Just going to zone Levelin away while they take the next tier 2.
OMG just bleeding. They have to pull the trigger. They just need to go in with their full health, full mana. They can't afford to continually eat these lasers, these spears, and the sit and spit.
So much poke from Xiaogu. They're 8,000 gold ahead. 7.5 technically. Oh, TNT.
Hello?
TCT. What are you doing, friend? He had no vision around the wall. He's so low. Kog'Maw tries to make it. He jumps the wall. He's down to 100 health and he gets out alive.
Hero TNT to give him the stand behind me over the wall. That was cute.
Oh, man. TCT. He keeps both himself and his core alive with no support, however. OMG Siege this mid-tier 1.
That is, again, TNT. He said, I want TCT to be my support. He picked him for the position. True bromance.
Whoa! Look at the damage from TNT. Completing the Blade of the Ruined King and shredding through north-south. 24 minutes in. OMG grouped up in the mid lane. TNT single-handedly. When your squishy 80 carry Kog'Maw zones away 3 members.
Sorry, you can't see it, but I just like threw my hand up over Seda. That is a tier. That is a tier on Orianna at 23 minutes into the game. What are you looking for there, mate?
Sympathy, I think.
That's cool, pretty much saying this game's going to 45 minutes because that's when this tier is going to be relevant.
That's the hope from Cool. Let's see if he can succeed. Amazing. Takes some harass from Doinby once again. And OMG were finally able to break down the top tier 1 turret of Xiaogu, though, Doinby running away here. OMG, they can't pull the trigger.
They can't decide who they want to pull the trigger on. That's the story of this game. I feel like
these are the sort of communication issues that plagued OMG when Uzi was on the roster. They're supposed to be better with North.
it's. Did they find him?
They do get some good damage across. He's running through the brush as quick as he can. Leveling tries to chase, but that's Nidalee. You just can't keep up.
I feel like there's a rule in League of Legends about chasing certain champions.
Like Teemo, Singe, Nidalee.
Yeah.
Oh, Siege for Xiaogu is going to find the last tier 2 undefended. Norse and Cool try to make it in time. Teleport from Jiyoung. Oh, gets canceled. Turret goes down. Amazing. Finds the knockup on the TNT. Shockwave gets dodged. TNT might be able to make it out of this one. Amazing takes so much damage. Here comes Doinby. He's joining the fight. He chunks North low.
Choke point.
He's got blue buff. He doesn't have enough mana quite yet. He's looking for the ultimate, but he can't do it. He's waiting, but he just can't pull the trigger. Loveling looks to zone him away from the far side. Another laser
V.
comes down. V looks to continue providing chase. Flash over the wall. They're diving forward. So many knockups. It's a bounce house, but TCT, Doinby finally gets the mana. A triple kill. Loveling gets caught. Quadra kill Doinby.
The side flank from V to set up perfectly, just spoon feed Doinby and had 0 mana for the majority of the fight. The blue buff finally kicks in, and Xiaogu looking towards this Baron.
Yeah, this is huge for Xiaogu. They get 4 kills, all 6 of the inner and outer turrets. Now they're looking to take the Baron. 26 minutes in, no response from Xiaogu. Doinby's saying penta, 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 and Jiyoung says nah, bro.
Denied.
Yeah.
This is Xiaogu are beating OMG at their own game. Again, the start of the split, what were OMG really good at? It was running teams around the map.
Ooh, Doinby might be caught out here. 2 members of OMG right on top of him. He's taking a lot of damage. Ignite and a lot of CC keeps him locked down. He's got no help. The rest of his team recalled. He's going to go down.
That's a long walk home. Who are they going to give it to?
Ooh, North finally secures it. So, 26.5 minutes in, Xiaogu beating OMG at their own game. They don't have Doinby for now, but they've still got Baron buff. And their next dragon's going to be up in about a minute.
OMG do have a small window of opportunity with the primary source of wave clear dead, that being Doinby on this Victor, where they can attempt to siege this mid lane tower. That said, against Baron up minions, still very difficult. They're grasping at straws right now.
Yeah, they're just not quite able to get a solid grip on those straws. North finally clears the wave with Cool. V running distraction, amazing. Looks to zone him away. Loveling doesn't want to pull the trigger quite yet as, wow, Xion from the side gets caught. Immediately, V pulls the trigger onto Cool. The knockup does find him. Shockwave in the middle. Is he going to be able to drop it? Cool taking so much damage. Exhaust slowing him down. They're chasing. Shockwave finds TCT. TNT zoned on the far side. The hook lands on Cool. QG with laser focus pick up another member. They've still got Baron buff, and now Doinby's back up too.
There's just no damage from OMG right now. They're so far behind. That is 50k to 36. We're already well and past the 10k gold mark. It doesn't matter if you hit the perfect shockwave.
Things not looking good for OMG in this set. Doinby looks to catch the wave on the bottom side while the rest of his team knocks down the first inhibitor of the game. 2 now secured for Xiaogu as they break that mid inhibitor. Still have Baron buff for about 2 minutes. This is, I feel like we're seeing the climax of a 50-minute game, but we're 28 minutes in.
They just did such a great job of ramping it up so quickly, understanding Kog'Maw, he's ahead of Sivir. He has the Trinity Force. He takes the early tower when they trade for the Dragon, rotate him to the top side, rotate him to the mid side, push down these towers as quickly as possible. The difference between the Dragon power and the...
Oh, man. North is just like, I want some minions, guys.
The difference between the Dragon power and the tower power is that the towers will give you global gold, and so it snowballs the entire team.
See some very strong power out of Xiaogu. They're looking for their second dragon right now.
But this is the style that OMG and EDG pretty much made famous in the LPL is, rotating your area to carry, pushing down towers as quickly as possible, and ramping up mid-game. That's a surrender.
Yeah, surrender vote, 29 minutes in. OMG sack game number 1 to Xiaogu. They've got 1 set to play this weekend, and halfway through, they look indomitable.
They look fantastic. Okay, so typical Xiaogu composition, those were all comfort picks, but they're playing a poke comp.
Yeah.
Which, Xiaogu's done, but never to the same success that they've just shown against OMG. And OMG, on the other side, you have to be so concerned. This is the last week of LPL. They have, again, collective 9 points, so they play 3 games this weekend. This is still just the first game, so hope is alive. But going into playoffs, you need to look much stronger than this.
Yeah, it's actually down to 7 now. 7 points left up for grabs for OMG. Currently, they are at 26 points in the standings. Xiaogu just got bumped up to 33 points in second place. That means if OMG win every single one of their next games, best they can do is tie with Xiaogu, and then they'll have to do another head-to-head.
Yep, because again, the previous time that Xiaogu and OMG faced, it was a 1-1, so they split last time. We'll see if they split this time around, but OMG, so much miscommunication, misshocked waves. I mean, we talked about, Cool's Orianna at Season 3 Worlds had a much better reputation than this.
Oh, yeah. Getting the tier. Oh, man. Tier second.
Tier second at like 20 minutes.
Oh, man. You can just see the demoralization slowly seeping in. They were supposed to have Go going as well, according to the equivalent of Chinese Twitter. So might be that they didn't get him. Maybe he fell sick. Maybe they are sick themselves. We don't know. We'll find out.
We could still have roster swaps.
Yeah, there's definitely still an opportunity for swap. OMG are not out of this just yet.
Xiaogu, though, we talked about, second place means so much for them because it guarantees a much easier path into placing higher in the LPL playoffs. And why is that important? Because coming from LSPL, they missed out on a massive window to acquire circuit points in Spring Split, and you need to be in the top 5 of circuit points to qualify for the World's Invitation qualifier.
Yeah.
So, Xiaogu, if you want to see them at Worlds, they need to place highly.
Yeah, we'll certainly find out. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for the next set, but don't go anywhere. The LPL will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. We're already getting into the MVP for our last set between Xiaogu and OMG. It's going over to Swift.
No surprises. Swift took full control of that early game. We talked about it. You know, he can't make he can't make the ganks connect in lane, so he just runs into the enemy jungle, puts Loveling behind, had about a 10 CS discrepancy between them, and that's jungle creeps, and then just continues to snowball into full carry.
Yeah, Swift was all over the map, and while his first gank may not have succeeded, he was so incredibly effective, assassinating Cool right there and chasing down the rest of OMG time and time again.
Just look at that damage. Just disgusting.
Yeah, a very solid performance from Swift. I feel like I gotta do that too now.
I really liked my tie right there.
Yeah, I know. It's looking sharp. Is that how we should come in from now on? Yeah.
Signaling traffic. I'm done. We're done. Move on.
Once again, I'm Seda. This is FLICKR, and we're about to get into our next match between OMG and Xiaogu, and we've got the all clear.
I can't sit next to him. Xiaogu came out in a very commanding victory over OMG. And again, it's not over for OMG. They have a chance to split. They split last time. It's the beautiful thing about the LPL system is that it rewards proficiency. And adaptation, but it does not punish experimentation, which OMG have been nothing short of experimental this split, especially trying to find their groove in the roster.
Yeah.
That said, I'm actually going to throw it to Xiaogu as far as experimentation. So they played Comfort Champions. You know, we talked about how Swift is a fantastic Nidalee player. It's still, you know, very team fight oriented. When they're all grouped up, they look excellent. Their team fight, their communication has always been flawless from Xiaogu. But a poke comp, specifically a poke comp that snowballed off of sieging, whereas Xiaogu typically like to stall out a game, wait for a big 5v5 on a Baron or a Dragon, and then snowball objectives from there. So that was a bit comforting to see a more matured and evolved style come out of Xiaogu, especially facing off into playoffs.
Yeah, they were able to accelerate what looked like a 45, 50-minute game
at 28 minutes.
Into 28 minutes. It was amazing. I think they ended something like 56,000 gold to 35.
It was coming close to that 20K mark.
Yeah, it was absurd how quickly they expanded that game all in all. And, you know, Xiaogu, they've been in second place pretty much almost all of this split in the LPL. They just keep showing us why they deserve to be in that second place.
And specifically, too, that was from blue side, which Xiaogu do have a much higher blue side win than they do purple side, which just goes back to say that they understand where their priority picks are and where they're powerful. Last game was the priority Victor pick into Cool's Orianna, which had a couple of fumbles there. This time around, though, Xiaogu will be on the purple side, so see if they if the trend continues, that their success falters when they're on purple side. In fact, I'm actually looking. Yeah, when they faced OMG, they lost on purple side to OMG as well.
Interesting. We'll see if we get a repeat of what happened last time, because OMG right now, 26 points in the standings. They're currently at 5th place. They're just barely in the sort of safety net for the playoff gauntlet.
They're 1 point ahead of the 6th place teams, which is tied. So they're 1 point ahead of them, and then they're 2 points
and
LGD.
Yeah,
and they're 2 points behind the 4th place spot. And again, top 5 teams get a bit of a safety net into the playoff bracket. OMG will have more chances over the course of the weekend than Xiaogu do. This is the only game Xiaogu, this is their last game effectively that we'll see them before playoffs, whereas OMG have 3 games. But like you said, they only have a total of 7 points left up for grabs.
Yeah, so even if they manage to win all of their next games, I believe 5 of their upcoming games, they'll still only end up tied for Xiaogu for second place, excluding another team passing them, like Invictus, like Snake. So it's OMG. They need to start pushing harder now.
But we are going to go ahead and jump into Champion Select, and look at that. There are no swaps going.
Yeah.
Uzi, nowhere to be found. That is North and Xiong.
Yes, Xiong performed admirably in the last game. But again, this is pick and ban for game number 2 between OMG and Xiaogu. First one going to Xiaogu, this time their purple side. 6th ban about to come across. 2 of Swift's champions getting targeted in TNT's vein.
Yeah, no surprise. I think it's going to be a first priority, either Victor or Sivir. I think it has to be Victor. You cannot afford Doinb to get his hands on that champion. Likewise, because Azir was also banned, so that's pretty much the big first-tier control mage, unless you're looking for Cassiopeia.
Yeah, OMG currently looking at Cool's Victor for that first pick. Some other big changes like Ryze and Kalista, of course, already removed. And just to clarify, this is patch 514. Elise, exceptionally strong. Gangplank, enabled.
Is it?
I believe it is.
I'd heard, but I hadn't double-checked, and I would have assumed that we would have. We'll find out.
We certainly shall. But again, Braum was hovered briefly. Xiang looking at Maokai. Oh my goodness.
It's 5.13.
Oh, it is 5.1.
The only reason I say that is because Leveling is a legacy Elise player. And so if we were on the 5.14 where Elise is big and buff, that they would have for sure.
Yeah.
That's the thing. 5.14 is going to be really scary for LPL just because there's so many Elise players.
Yeah.
But it's not Victor. It is going to be Gragas. So again, this is 5.13. The Elise buffs, the Gangplank have not gone through yet for China. And it is going to be a Gragas first rotation, which, hey, that Victor.
Yeah, leave it right back open for Doinby. He did exceptionally well in his previous set. You can see Xiang communicating with his coach behind him. He's like, you asked for Gragas? Yeah, we got Gragas. We got it locked in. Currently V on your screen as he prepares for game number 2. Braum once again locked in for TCT as Xiaogu. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yep, there's no reason to pick up your jungler right now just because you already know that Gragas is going to be the jungler that you're facing across. So we'll see if Swift decides to commit on that Lee Sin. The last time he did, it actually got burned because he was facing RNG into a Rek'Sai, but no surprise there to see Doinby pick up Victor. It is his #1 played champion for the LPL Summer split.
Yeah, lots of disengage coming
I
up
love
from
this.
OMG. They are prepared and ready. It seems like their team comp is all about that Kog'Maw. That's locked in.
This is, which again, this is North. You would say, okay, this makes perfect sense because their AD carry is not Uzi, it's North. I love Janna and Gragas. I talk about this all the time. You have the 2 biggest disengage ultimates available to your hyper scaling, low mobility AD carry like Kog'Maw. You've got the Monsoon and the Cask. Likewise, again, Kog'Maw going to get the initial power spike off that Trinity Force, and then with the level 9 Janna shield, it makes up for the fact that he didn't build flat AD, and then he's going to hyper scale into late game. I just love Kog'Maw. I think he's in a perfect spot for the current meta. I wish we would see more of him, and it's really starting to trend now, especially as we come closer to that 4.14.
TNT now left to respond to that. Currently looking at Jinx, was hovering Tristana as well. His Vayne already banned away, so continuing to stick with the hyper carry, something TNT very effective at. Maokai now locked in for V, and it looks like that's going to be Jinx locked in for TNT.
Wow, okay, so Sivir was available, and Xiaogu don't pull the trigger on it. So I think a little bit worried about not bringing a lot of damage to keep up with Kog'Maw. And, you know, subbing out instead for that Jinx who will hyperscale alongside him. Jinx probably one of the best Infinity Edge users in the game just because she can get the crit on her AoE.
Yeah. So huge. We'll see how that works out as OMG looking at their last 2 picks. That's going to be for the mid and top lane. Xiang looking at Gnar. Let's see if he decides to commit to it.
We're bouncing right now between the Shin hover and the Gnar hover. So Gnar will have a little bit better of a 1v1 matchup against Maokai. That said, Maokai is not really going to care either way. Your Shin will obviously grant you more protection for your Kog'Maw and protect the AD carry comp. And then by bringing along Twisted Fate, you have double semi-global, as well as a lot of pick potential there. So I kind of prefer the Shin, but I understand you're still getting the same thing from the Gnar.
Yeah, looks like Twisted Fate and Gnar are going to be locked in for OMG. Xiang returning to the top laner that led to his win in his previous game against Xiaogu early on in the LPL.
Yep, did play Gnar alongside the Orianna. Unfortunately, Orianna didn't connect last game, so see if the Twisted Fate pulls off better. Again, it is also a cool special. And the thing that I like to talk about cool is there's so much talent right now in the LPL mid laners specifically. I mean, you've got Pawn, Rookie, Godby, you, Doinby, Cool. It's hard to sit down, Dade, let's not forget that guy. It's hard to sit down and just rank them, and I feel like they all have their different specialties, as the last pickup will actually be Swift's jungle returning to that Sejuani.
Yeah.
Cool is kind of like the jack of all trades. He's good at everything. He's got a big champion pool. It's not as unique as, you know, Godfrey or Pawns, but he doesn't necessarily specialize in one area, but he's strong in all of them. Doinby on the other side, we like to call him the genius mid laner, because he's just so smart in how he postures in his lane, and likewise his secondary support ability to follow around Swift. He actually has the highest kill participation of any mid laner in the LPL, and he's the highest kill participation on anyone on his team, which Doinby, you know, in the recent weeks has been ramping up and becoming kind of a staple power player for the LPL, but it didn't start out like that. He was the Lulu Morgana main, you know, kind of sitting in Swift shadow, and it's only until recently that people look at Xiaogu and they go, oh, you know, Swift is incredible, TNT is a great econ AD carry, but Doinby, that guy is a great mid laner.
Yeah, so once again, in the previous game, we got to see him follow Swift around on Nidalee. This time, he's got a Sejuani to help lock it down. The Arctic Assault on top of a Gravity Field, on top of a Chaos Storm just speaks.
On top of AoE rockets of critting.
Yeah, it is going to be huge team fights coming out of Xiaogu, but those are our final rosters locked in for these two teams. It's do or die time for OMG. 7 points up for grabs. They need them.
And we talked about how OMG, you know, their identity changes as a team when they have North versus Uzi. When Uzi's on the team, it's all about him. They are playing North, but it's still an AD carry-centric composition with that Kog'Maw providing him the disengage. You know, when Cool and Loveling are together, you would think that it would be all about the mid lane jungle synergy, but that's not the case here. So kind of scratching my head a bit, you know, if you're going to play a Kog'Maw and you're going to put all of your eggs in one basket, why wouldn't you play Uzi?
Not entirely certain, but we're getting ready. And we're actually loading into the Rift right now. We're getting into game number 2. Hello everyone and welcome back to the LPL. It's week 11, day number 1, set number 1, game number 2. That's right, it's OMG versus Xiaogu.
And we finally have come to an end on LPL. The last week before playoffs.
Yep.
Every game counts here. Counts a little bit more for Xiaogu because this is the only set that they will play all weekend. They had a fantastic start to it, so we'll see if they can stay hungry and look for a great closeout to their LPL season.
TNT. Whoa, he's waiting in that bush for a long time.
It is so dangerous to sit there.
Wow.
Just because you can't see around the corner fog of war until they're right on top of you, which is why typically when you stand at that bush, you ward down into the pixel brush in River.
But TNT takes it patient. Looks like we might see a lane swap out of Xiaogu as recall being completed by TCT and TNT already heading to the top side. OMG went for a few deep wards. They managed to spot out the Gromp camp, but North and Amazing sitting pretty comfortable on the bottom side of the map, though Doinby... Oh, don't do it, Doinby! Don't do it, Doinby! No! He walks into the bush, face checks at level 1, down to half health. There's nothing to keep him alive. Flash heal cleanse keeps him alive. Doinby survives.
But he burns both summoners. He is in the mid lane, so expect to see how Loveling will make use of that and gank again. So much gank pressure with the gold card, followed up by the chain CC of the belly bop.
Yeah.
That said, Doinby, the genius mid laner, his posturing in lane is always very strong. He's used to playing Kassadin a lot, who is very fragile early levels, so if someone's not going to have, or if someone is going to take a handicap like losing both summoners,
it would be
Doinby.
Just giving that handicap back over to OMG. Xiang actually gets to start off with the Gromp camp, while Amazing with the lane swap. This looks to be a bully.
There's nothing you can do to Braum. And it's really scary, too, because they don't know where Swift is. So because the lane swap has been initiated by Xiaogu, Xiaogu have the numbers advantage on the top side of the map, which is why you immediately see Loveling and Xiang just say,
no, they
you know
look for the invade.
I don't want it.
Yeah, OMG not having a good time in their own jungle.
Oh, here comes Amazing, though. They're going to fight for this. This is a 3v3.
Yeah, let's see if they will be able to pull it off. Blue down to about 300 now, 5. That level 2 smite.
Oh,
whoa,
the flash
knockup finds Swift. He's forced to flash out of it. Double stun finds TCT and V. Here comes Cool. He's got the yellow card ready. There's Flash. He's going to target V. He flashes as well. Zap comes out. It's 4 versus 4. Complete chaos in this early game. But here's Doinby. 5 versus 4. No summoner spells. He gets back in. Amazing Scott. He's got no flash. Are they going to get first blood? They do. It's on TNT.
Oh, worst case scenario. You did not want that to go over to the Jinx. Her snowball potential is incredible. And Xiaogu, with the numbers advantage because they have the lane swap, collapse 5 members on the blue buff, take the first blood, deny Leveling's jungle, and move into the game.
Yeah, absolute chaos in this early game, but Xiaogu start off with a healthy dose of momentum. Doinby, no summoner spells, still able to be effective. Now Cool, no summoner spells either, but oh no. They're looking for Cool right now. Here comes TCT. He's got the yellow card prepped up. He's running as quick as he can. TCT just needs to land the Winter's Bite. Oh, can't quite find it.
You have to expect this, though. There's no way that they're going to look for a dive, so it's either they reset their positioning and they go back to their lanes, as well as jungle, or they look for the gank on the mid lane. So good posturing from Cool to play to the bottom side of the map and suspect that the 4-man roaming gank squad could be coming.
Yeah, very solid play out of Cool to get out with his life, but 4 minutes in,
Look at this
lane
brawl.
swap initiated. Yeah. TCT.
Get out of here.
He's just being a nuisance.
Braum level 1. This is why, we've seen the resurgence of Braum, is the immediate buffs to his Q, but more importantly, lane swaps are still very prevalent in the LPL meta. If you're able to unlock your support like Braum, your level 1 power and your roam potential early levels is so potent with the Q and concussive blows.
Yeah, V's double jungling with Swift right now. He's actually missing out on a lot of experience as he's helping Swift through North, getting some solo farm on the bottom side. He's got a CS lead over TNT 4 now, but he's going to have to keep pace with that first blood advantage on TNT.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I was really just about to point out is about, so the 10 CS discrepancy, it pretty much equals up that first blood. I think TNT might still be slightly ahead, but it's negligible. Negligible. I wish I could speak English.
Anemone, right?
Anemone. Aluminum. Oh, there's no
dear.
Australians here.
Yeah.
Aluminium. The producer of this game is a dirty look.
Yeah, you can see that gold on the bottom side. About 250 in TNT's pocket ahead of North, so we'll keep an eye on whether or not that Jinx can continue to hyperscale. Xiong, level 4, not having a terrible time CSing, but TNT setting up the freeze is going to make it more difficult, while V continues to follow Swift around. They're completely sacrificing Maokai's experience.
Yeah, level 4 to level 2 is a massive difference, and this could have been, why OMG decided to pull the trigger on Gnar versus Shin. Gnar acts very much like an AD carry will in a 2v1 scenario, and obviously because he's ranged with the reach of his boomerang, it's much easier and much safer for him to actually be in the 2v1 versus the double jungle.
Ooh, OMG looking for the invade right now. Blue still hasn't been taken by Xiaogu, and are they going to give it over to Cool? Not entirely certain. Yeah, Cool does secure that first blue buff, and OMG get out scot-free.
So we'll see how he's able to impact the map with this, or at least bully out his lane. Doinby will not have the blue available to him. Actually hasn't even done his back, whereas Cool has gotten double Dorns as well as boots, and is about to hit level 6.
Very scary spike for that Twisted Fate as North finds a minion wave shoved to the turret. 2 members of Xiaogu are set to defend it. Razor Sharp means Loveland can look for the invade, but Spotzel will secure it on the move.
This is actually going to be really scary if Xiaogu can't get the experience onto this Maokai.
Swift takes a hit. Minion wave is rushing in.
Here
Loveland,
comes Braum.
yeah, he can't decide if he wants to pull the trigger. Swift does it for him. Here comes the Destiny. Twisted Fate trying to get under there. Amazing tanks it perfectly. Oh, but you're right. Here comes Braum indeed. V dodges the red card. There goes the Unbreakable as well. 4 members of OMG
Now
forced to run.
Doinby.
Yeah, he does
They're
have,
out.
he does have level 6 actually, but they're out. You're right.
Okay, so that was a fantastic dive. Amazing learned his mistakes from their previous blunder in the first game. This time tanks it perfectly, even did his little stop key just on the outside of tower range, shielded himself up. So fantastic dive from OMG. This is what we come to expect. Their communication looking much better this time around than that first game. The thing that I'm concerned about is still this level disparity between Xiong and V. So V right now sitting at level 4, Xiong's very close to level 6. More importantly, his teleport is just about to come up. That's a teleport, so Gnar will have impact on the bottom side of the map with ult available.
Yeah, looks like we're actually seeing a lane swap out of OMG 8 minutes in. They're going to keep Cool on the bottom side against V and TCT, whereas North is amazing. Look to be farming it up in the mid lane.
This is an interesting adaptation. That's the word I'm going to use. So obviously Cool burning his Destiny down there. It could just be that he doesn't have a good back timing window for him. We talked about the initial early back of taking the double Thorns into the boots. And so, while I'm here, I just don't want to walk back up to mid lane, so let me farm this out. You have to go back anyway and itemize, rush towards mid. Yeah, there we go. Now the swap's coming back. So they just did that because Cool didn't have anything to buy. Gets the CDR boots. This is fairly common for Twisted Fate. Really empowering the Destiny. And again, the fact that Xiong has the teleport as well as the level advantage, having his ult, while V does not, is massive. I expect OMG that if they really want to abuse their lead, to work on this teleport ult advantage.
We'll have to see if they do succeed. Amazing once again on the deep invade with an early Sightstone. Actually, no, that's just good old-fashioned wards. Keeps vision up. Doesn't want to let Swift be as big a nuisance as the previous game.
There are a lot of things going on. Doinby is like, danger. Danger.
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
That's, I was going to say it's Robinson. It's something.
Robinson Crusoe. Wait, no. That's
No, hello? Please respond.
Yeah, lost in space. Looks like Xiang lost in his own jungle. Gets a nice safe ward before he heads back into lane. Recall looks to build a Hex Drinker. Even though he's laning against a Jinx early on, he's expecting eventually to have to deal with it, while North might be able to take the first start of the game in the bottom.
This is still, oh, Rocket? They're looking to engage on this. That's the only reason why he would send that Rocket down there, is to either alleviate pressure on the AoE splash on the creep wave so that North just can't sit there and siege. But I think that Xiaogu were trying to possibly communicate and engage there because Swift is also on that side of the map. That said, again, Sejuani, Maokai do not have their ultimates available. Xiang, level 7. OMG, you are at a massive advantage right now with your teleport and your Gnar. Use it.
Yeah, seems like they can't quite pull the trigger.
They don't have anything
yet.
to pull the trigger on,
Yeah,
that's why.
they're waiting, but uh-oh, seems like we might see some action now. Doinby very far forward in this lane. Loveland not going to pull the trigger once again. He sees Swift clearing out a ward, and the vision this time around from OMG has been on par. I mean, these guys have got wards all over the jungle of Xiaogu.
Well, it's very easy to do that because you are against a Sejuani who's really not going to have her power until she's post-level 6. So Loveling just doing a great job recognizing that he has the ability to bully Swift early.
TCT swaps back down to the bottom lane. TCT to help him out. Picks up an Avarice Blade and a BF Sword for his troubles.
So not planning on fighting anytime soon. Does have a decent power spike to kind of the flat AD, whereas Kog'Maw only has the Phage available to him. Curious, I mean, again, Xiaogu, they're effectively waiting for their ults, but they have them now. You know, Swift level 6 now, V also finally level 6.
Yeah, Leveling again, just continuing to invade. He's actually going the long way around.
It's going to be spotted.
He will be spotted out. Immediately they see him. Oh, he's got a timer on the lead.
Which is also going to signal Swift to collapse onto this. So both teams know this can be a 5v5 if the top laners pull the trigger on teleport.
Yeah, they're diving onto the tier 1 right now. It's complete chaos as TNT is the target. He doesn't have his flash. Already used his heal. Teleport coming out as well. North secures the kill. The turret goes down, but V completes his teleport in time. 4 members. But they decide not to dive any further. Tier 1 secured, and they shut down TNT.
The teleport goes through, but too little too late. There's nothing that Xiaogu can do, but he's looking for the ult.
Ooh, he misses just barely. Finds the slow on the North, but he's got no follow-up. There's no damage down there. Finally, Doinby catches up, but it's too late.
And this is what I was trying to itemize, is the fact that even if he hit that ultimate, Doinby was there as your primary source of damage. The AD carry wasn't, but he had no mana. That's maybe a laser and a possible Chaos Storm. Xiaogu just wasted all of their big cooldowns, lost their advantage on the bottom side of the map, lose it on the top side, and will now surely lose Dragon.
Yeah, this is Blue going over to Doinby, but that top tier 1 is almost certainly going to be taken as, yeah, it is indeed. 2 turrets to 0, OMG, and completely shoring up that early game trouble that they had.
Xiaogu do have a window here where they can look for this dragon because OMG are trying to stagger their backs and just spend their massive amount of global gold that they just got off of the 2 towers. So this is why North is cautious, why he can't leave, because if he does, Xiaogu are going to immediately pull onto that dragon.
Gets tagged by a Winner's Plight. Unbreakable soaks some more damage. Leveling actually heads back down to the bottom lane to look for a little bit more pressure. Don't have vision of Swift right now, but they're chasing forward. Chompers is going to find Amazing. Knockup finds TNT.
He's trying
is
to find
he
the
going
reset.
To get the kill? He can't quite find it. Body block. No! Oh, the shield baits him out. He goes low. TCT gets caught. North, another kill. 3-0-1.
Beautiful body block from North right there to deny the reset. So the reason why Jinx was stepping forward is because he needed to get excited, proc off of Amazing. The body block on the zap saved that fight.
Yeah, OMG playing very solid this game. Nearly 4,000 gold ahead in this set. 13 minutes into the game. And it seems like everything Xiaogu are trying just is not succeeding.
That said, Xiaogu are weak at this point in the game. We
Yeah.
talked about, you know, Swift and V, they were set behind with kind of the initial invade shenanigans, pulling all of their resources to collapse onto that blue. Xiong just kind of spiraling ahead. As Doiby, hello?
Yeah, double flash burns the Chaos Storm.
He'd have to hit the Q there as well.
Yeah.
I guess he gets the flash out of the Twisted Fate, but
That's just going to force the recall. TCT clears a ward, and the rest of OMG managed to clear another one. They know he's in that bush because they've got a ward on the far side. Now they see him once again. Dragon still not taking this game. 14 minutes in, and very low Dragon priority from both of these teams.
well, the team with the Kog'Maw seems to be getting the Dragon first, and that's why it's such a delayed Dragon, because again, you're waiting for Kog'Maw's Trinity Force to come out. So OMG still have all of the cards in terms of if it comes to a straight 5v5 with this Dragon. That said, they could still, you know, posture incorrectly, do a miss back, and allow Xiaogu a window of opportunity to sneak in there. But so far, I mean, OMG just really need to collapse on it. Need to be a bit careful, though, because you are still facing a Wombo combo comp. The AoE damage and Venn diagram murder control of Victor Sejuani.
Very scary team composition from Xiaogu. We'll see if they decide to go back to their earlier styles of wait 45 minutes into the game and then look for one exceptional 5v5. OMG looking like they don't want that to happen. They've got a bit more control with that 15 Twisted Fate.
They are committing their resources top lane, so again, this should, although Loveling's on blue buff, he's across map, handing this over to Cool, so just an unfortunate timing.
Yeah, teleport's about to be back up for V. Xiong's already got his blue buff, is secured by Cool, while TNT is going to get some much needed time to free farm. Immediate ping onto Dragon from North and Amazing.
They know that they can't find it, so again, prioritizing the fact that we need to snowball Jinx up, we need to get her to a 3-item power spike, the BF upgrade, typically Infinity Edge, the Zeal upgrade, typically Static Shiv on Jinx, and the armor penetration, the Last Whisper, before they can really look towards these 5v5. So again, prioritizing farm and safety for your AD carry as a trade for the Dragon.
See if OMG can do anything outside of this as Dragon is secured. North locks it down, and a lot of deep vision into Swift's red side jungle. Means he can see exactly where he is, and oh man, OMG just might be, yeah.
Pop him off the tower. Swift is there for the counter, though.
See if they do pull the trigger. Gravity Field finds Cool. With Cool at low health, I don't know that they can commit to it.
It was just a good coverage by Swift, understanding what was happening. You know, again, the communication from Xiaogu tracking OMG's members across the map that say, hey, I'm probably going to get casked off this tower. Can you just stand behind me with your ultimate? Thanks, mate.
Yeah. Now, that does mean TNT finds some alone time with the top tier 1 of Xiong. He's able to drop it and trade for the first turret of Xiaogu. Though North and Loveling look to trade on the other side of the map for another tier 2.
And this is effectively a complete 180 of what we saw happen last game. So OMG this time with the Kog'Maw looking to siege up on the Trinity Force power. They want to take as many turrets as possible before this Jinx can get rolling.
Rocket is going to just barely tickle North as it comes across the map. Unfortunately, you're not as real, so not quite able to clear minions as effectively as you would hope. Pressure from OMG across two lanes means that Xiaogu are forced to be defensive for now, and you know, I think they're okay with that.
No, you're absolutely right. Xiaogu at this point, they're just trying to control the bleeding, stall the game out, wait for their AD carry, and OMG, they recognize we're strong now, we need to siege, snowball off of objectives, and that's why you see the itemization of the Lich Bane coming out of Twisted Fate. It's prioritizing tower sieging versus 5v5.
See if OMG can try taking more turrets. Xiong looks like he might get some time onto the top tier 1. Oh, minions, the minions.
Just need one more auto.
Oh, come on. Oh, man, turret doesn't fall, but it's about to. Any second now, that thing's going to go down. While Xiong pulls V back to the top side of the map to continue defending his own tier 2. He's now nearly 40 CS ahead. Though he does find a Swift in his face, tries to bounce away. Oh, doesn't pull the trigger on the Absolute Zero. Destiny is used. They're ganking TNT TCT on the far side of the map. V looks to teleport north, trying to catch up. Knockup finds Loveling. TNT gets out with his life.
So again, what they were trying to do is pull multiple resources with the lead that Xiong has amassed in levels and CS, and then quickly rotate to the bottom side of the map to get a numbers discrepancy to push down that tower. Good response teleport from both teams to save it and kind of stall OMG out of it.
Yeah, no teleport for either of those top laners now, and uh-oh. Looks like TCT might face check a brush with a Kog'Maw into it, but They're just looking to clear away the Gromp from the far side. Finally, the mid-tier 1 goes down to the consistent pressure of OMG. And OMG, that really seems to be the theme with this game. If in the first game they didn't put out too much pressure, this time it's a complete 180. Like you said, they are all over the map.
Yeah, and it was just kind of a blunder from Xiaogu's early game, initiating the lane swap, trying to take control of those towers through Jinx's pushing power, but again, the team with the Kog'Maw able to slow down the early game late enough that Kog'Maw finds his Trinity Force, and this is what I was talking about, forcing the flash there.
Yeah.
Kog'Maw and Vayne, they get a mid-game power spike off of Trinity and Blade of the Rune King, and then they continue to hyperscale.
Doinby's caught out. Looks like he's forced to burn his cleanse as Leveling actually cast and knocked him into the fight. He's doing enough damage, but the flash stun finds Doinby. They're trying to keep him alive, but he goes down to the knockup from Leveling. Doesn't have time to escape from this one. Another stun finds Swift, but he's so tanky, especially in the damage reduction field of Maokai.
But this is brilliant to continue to skirmish Xiaogu. You do not want to face them 5v5. Here comes the rocket.
Ooh, let's see if he will secure the red.
One day.
Oh, did he get it? He got it. Oh my gosh, he secured the red buff.
Golf clap, please.
Yeah, not quite the Wild Turtle secure the dragon, but still a pretty solid play.
Really?
You gotta take it back.
Really?
Of all of the cross-map Jinx ultimates that you've seen, what has been the most influential?
How about Name stealing the Baron?
Oh, yeah.
But it's cool. We'll go Turtle.
Yeah.
Same thing, right?
How about that? Well, V is going to catch some CS on the far side, still 2 levels down behind Xiong. And OMG continuing to look for skirmishes, continuing to look for picks. They did find a kill onto Doinby, but weren't able to turn it into another turret.
Wonder if the microphone would pick it up if I just slapped you.
Don't mind me while I step over here.
Okay, so we've got this dragon spawning in 1 minute 15, like you said. OMG in full control of the game right now. They are sitting on a pretty hefty gold lead. But again, it just comes back to the fact that OMG understand that they can't really 5v5. It's still relatively dangerous to 5v5 Xiaogu just because of how their composition works. The wombo combo of the Sejuani ultimate on top of Victor AoE, on top of Jinx AoE. So it's very dependent that they continue to find these picks, specifically with Twisted Fate.
Yeah, you can see the gold on the bottom half of the screen right now. Speaking of that Twisted Fate, cool. A solid 1,700 gold ahead of Doinby. He's even going to zone Swift out of his own jungle right now, and poor guy, he's down a bit of gold himself. A solid 1,100 behind Leveling. Even V is down 1,500 gold behind Xiong.
And it just comes back to that there are level discrepancies across every single lane except for the jungle right now for Xiaogu.
Yeah, things not looking very solid in this set. 5-1. Xiaogu waiting for that late game team fight. That clock cannot tick any slower, but OMG will find a siege onto this tier 2. They're going to try breaking it down. Lichbane Sheen Procs shred through its health.
And there are 3 massive pressure points on the map right now that OMG have created. Mid lane, top lane, and now the bottom lane, which means that this should be a free dragon should they collapse back onto it, especially because Swift is appearing on all of this vision on the top side.
Yeah, Infinity Edge finally finished for TNT.
It's good.
He's grouped up with the rest of his team in the mid lane, though V a bit separate. Looks like they might want to try contesting this as they are grouped up, but OMG are ready.
Yeah, they're already on it. They've been checking in blind. The problem is that they don't have any vision of the dragon being taken, and so if they walk over there into a gold card, it would mean disaster. The game would snowball possibly into a Baron from that point. So Xiaogu, again, just kind of sitting back. It's second dragon. We can let this one go. Stop the bleeding. Wait for TNT.
Yeah, you just saw the vision scrolled through on the minimap right there. No sight stone from Swift means that he's not putting out anywhere near as much vision as he usually does. Actually rushes the Locket of the Iron Solari with this recall. And you can see the disparity. OMG have got complete and total vision of Xiaogu's jungle, of even the river. Poor Xiaogu, they're barely able to farm. They can't even take their own jungle king.
That said, Xiaogu are very comfortable playing from behind, actually. It happens quite a bit in a lot of their games, and it's like you keep alluding to. Xiaogu, they used to be this team, you wait for that big 40-minute, one-game-changing team fight, and even from a discrepancy, Xiaogu are incredible at team fighting, which again is why you keep seeing OMG respect it, and instead of looking for the 5v5, continue to attempt to skirmish and pick.
It seems like we might find another one. Cool split pushing in the bottom lane while the rest of OMG group up in the mid. The next tier 2 appears to be the target as that top lane resets and a minion wave crashes into the bottom inhibitor turret. TNT's already set to catch it. He's getting some much-needed gold income while the rest of his team runs distraction. It's all about TNT. Can he get to that 3-item breakpoint?
Should be relatively close to upgrading his static shiv at this point. He actually probably has it available, but just can't stagger out this back. We do have a bit of Baron play, so again, because the Dragon is down, it's a 6-minute window of opportunity where both teams can play to the top side of the map, because by being up there and using your resources up on that side, you're not sacrificing your Dragon control. And again, this game, if OMG get a sizable pick, or pretty much either way, if either team get a sizable pick, it can quickly snowball into a Dragon, which is why you see Xiaogu being so cautious. You know, let's not approach that Dragon, because there's no reason to risk it, because if we do lose there, like risk versus reward, if we do lose there, we'll possibly lose the game. Stall it out, wait for another chance.
OMG continuing to assert pressure onto Xiaogu, this time in the top lane. Just continuing to run Xiaogu across the map. Doinb doing his best to clear minion waves, but every time the wave is about to crash into the turret, who's there to catch it but TNT? This time Doinb, he says, you got mid lane, I get top lane.
And OMG have kind of run out of room to run in terms of their split push composition. They do still have 2 outer towers in the top and the mid lane, but it's not like you can... Hold on.
Might find Swift here.
Teleport.
Drop. Teleport as Xiaogu are all grouped up. They could look to turn this, but...
It's Mega Gnar. They have to wait for the cooldown.
Yeah, Xiang looks to go in. Oh, in the jungle. Cask separates the team. Doinb taking so much damage. He drops the Chaos Storm heal. Keeps him alive. The laser. They're looking for the execute, but they don't find the reset. They finally do on the far side. Xiang and North tries to split it off. North is almost tagged. He needs to be hit one more time. The stun finds him. Swift chases over the wall. Doinb secures the kill. That's 2 members dead of OMG. And Xiaogu are continuing to chase. Now they find Xiang. Hexdrinker's not going to keep you alive from a scary Jinx. Double kill onto Doinb, and Xiaogu take the team fight.
Right back in it, and this is what we were talking about. OMG were so respectful not to look for a 5v5, and that is why. From the discrepancy, Xiaogu outfight, split the fight, now looking at the Baron.
Yeah, they certainly are. Vision being cleared out. There's another ward in the back of the pit, but Xiaogu don't even care. They're going to shred through this Baron's health. Destiny Gate looks to bring Cool back up with Amazing. Tornado charging up. Can he get it? No, the Unbreakable trying to stop anything from getting in there. Xiaogu look to secure it. They succeed. Baron is taken. They're going to land the zap. But OMG look to just be a nuisance.
There is still oh, are they fighting?
He's got no mana.
They're trying to stall for leveling.
Oh no, this is a scary position. Doinb, he's caught in the pit. He goes down cool with the execution.
1 Baron down. Leveling is still on the chase.
Yeah, he certainly is. Xiang teleporting from the far side. TCT tries to recall. He gets knocked back by the cast. Jump to the minion front. You can do it. Oh, TCT buys some time for his team. He dies so his allies may live.
And what's super important is North is in the mid lane setting up a pressure point. So OMG could look to transition this into a tower.
Yeah, V dashing to the top side to catch that minion wave. Swift splits to the mid. Send both tanks to both lanes. 5 members of OMG are up. Swift doesn't make it in time. North takes the tier 2. The minions, oh no, don't in fact finish it off, but it might as well. North takes a rocket to the face. Cleanse tries to keep him alive. Swift, oh, he ends up going down, and North gets out alive.
The Blade of the Rune King coming in massive right there. And again, that is just a single auto attack from that mid-tier tower going down. So yes, Xiaogu, win the team fight, get the Baron, but it really is just a breather for them. It's not a transition of power. They're still waiting for TNT's last item, that last whisper.
He is trying to build towards it as quickly as he possibly can.
Is he building Blade of the Rune King?
He has a Vamp Scepter. Could just be for sustain. I mean, he's taking a lot of just extra damage.
No, it would make sense just because primary, the only armor that you're facing across right now is Xiang, and he has the what's going to be a Randuin's Omen. Otherwise, it's pretty much primarily MR, even with the Spectre's Cal as well as the Hexdrinker. And then if you look at Gragas, Gragas has the Lock of the Iron Solari, still hasn't itemized into any armor. So if you have the Blade of the Rune King, you're pretty much just protecting yourself for more kite potential, as well as tank shred. It's not awful. I would still prioritize the armor penetration, but we'll see where he goes with it.
We certainly shall. Blue buff is secured by Doinb. Dragon comes up in 15 seconds, and the mid-tier 1 finally drops to a minion shove. Xiaogu in the jungle once again.
And what's important here is Xiaogu now understand that they can fight for this dragon. This is going to be the 5v5. Itemization on Doinb, you have the Hex Core. He went for the very early Void Staff to be relevant for this mid-game team fight. has the Morellos complete. So OMG, yeah, and they know. That's why they're backing off. So it's just about the respect of Meganar, which I believe actually just got popped.
Yeah, there goes the Destiny
Oh no, it's
Gate.
about to pop.
Yeah, Xiong so close. He's trying to stall it out. Cool joins up with the rest of his team. Dragon gets
Meganar.
shredded down. It's secured by OMG.
Oh!
Meganar finds TNT. He's locked down, but then knocked out of the fight. Xiaogu are fighting without their AD carry. He's finally going to catch up. Doinby picks up a kill of his own, but Swift gets traded right back over. V right in the front line. Cool. Blows his
resets.
onions. He's got nothing to do. TNT takes a lot of extra damage, but he's still alive.
The
He's
resets.
guiding it around as best he can. North looks for TNT. Unbreakable down. TNT goes down. North secures another kill. Doinby running for his life. He's pinned against the wall. North secures the ace for OMG.
Disaster for Xiaogu. We talked about the Mega Knight. You had to respect it. And Xiong gets a beautiful stun on TNT, completely denies him out of for the majority of that fight. And then unfortunately TNT, he fumbles the minigun and the rocket form, and he's not able to get the resets needed. That was pretty much a triple kill waiting to happen. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Unfortunately, his little heart rates are broken right now as it's 13-6 in favor of OMG. They secure Dragon number 3, take an ace onto Xiaogu, and they might be looking for this last tier too.
But that's where Xiaogu were strong. They split their damage. They decided we're burning down the dragon as opposed to just looking for the hard engage. So by splitting their intentions, they lose the team fight. Xiong coming up huge again.
Very solid play from OMG in this set. They've got momentum in their favor. 9,000 gold ahead from Xiaogu. 7 points up for grabs. These guys want to make it into the top 4 for playoffs.
Going straight BT, completely bypassing any armor penetration. TNT is going for raw damage and survivability.
Yeah, and the Randuin's has just been finished. Literally just picked up. So we'll see how he's going to be able to shred through this time, as now he has both of his summoner spells available. So if Xiong manages to get the Meganar once again.
Kog'Maw also, North, building a Last Whisper. You actually do more damage from Kog'Maw, as well as you get more penetration because of how his W works if you build an attack speed item like Phantom Dancer versus the Last Whisper third item on Kog'Maw. So that is a
Interesting choice.
pretty cost inefficient build in terms of your damage output.
Okay, well, we'll see how North manages to play it off, as it was just even CS between those two AD carries, but look at his KDA.
7, 1, and 2.
It's pretty good.
Is
from what
that
I hear.
Uzi?
Yeah.
North actually has the highest KDA on OMG. He's sitting at 5. Likewise, that said, he doesn't have nearly the sample size that the rest of the OMG members are. But you know, when you're acting as the rotating sub for someone like Uzi,
Yeah.
those are massive shoes to fill. And North has actually looked surprisingly good.
Certainly has. Helping him out quite a bit is leveling in the jungle. 5, 1, and 6 on that Gragas. That's an 11 KDA.
You know, after his Demacia Cup, he had an interview, and North said, as they look for a team fight. Oh, separates.
Task actually knocks V back in. He gets picked off.
Yeah, that was, you know, you wouldn't expect that to happen right there because V had flash available, but just mechanical misstep. Good CC chain from leveling to find the bounce back, separate the Maokai, and shred through with Kog'Maw.
Yeah, OMG pressuring multiple lanes right now as Xiong split pushes in the bottom lane. The rest of OMG without that V tank look to take out an inhibitor turret. They're actually pressuring all 3. Let's see if they can end up taking an inhibitor. Unbreakable for TCT, smoking some damage. Flash is used as Cool looks to dive on the TNT. He flashes once again, but stun under the turret. Rock Up is going to find some damage, but Swift has no follow-up for now. They're trying to pick off these kills while one inhibitor turret has fallen. Cool will die for this. It's picked up by TNT, but the inhibitor is under siege. Teleport from V. He's got home guard. There's the Chaos Storm. Doinby gets meleeed by a Kog'Maw. He's down to less than 100 health, but gets out alive again. North locked down. TNT drops him to 0 health.
Massive hiccup for TNT right there. I believe he just got 2 shut down, so what, 1,000 gold intake for this Jinx. That said, they lose the inhibitor as well as the inhib tower on the bottom side, so OMG still coming out ahead in terms of map control.
Yeah, Xiong hiding Swift around right now, and that's 8 turrets to 1 in favor of OMG. Remember, to win games, you don't need kills. You don't need team fights. Heck, you don't even need Barons. You need to destroy the enemy's nexus. And with 8 buildings down compared to the 1 of Xiaogu, OMG got that in the bag. So Baron being started.
Thanks, John Madden. Here comes OMG. Loveling's there.
They're right there.
He has a
Xiaogu
stronger
trying
smite.
to shred through. Let's see if he can drop Doinby. down to 3,000 health. There's TCT in the front
smite
line.
him.
Unbreakable goes down. No, it's secured. They managed to secure the Baron, but Xiaogu are locked into that pit. There's no flash for TNT. He's stunned against the wall, taking so much damage. Doinby goes low. TCT trying to trade it around, but OMG pick up kill after kill.
And again, the Baron offers no victory for Xiaogu, simply a breather. But with so many members dead, primarily their massive wave clear, OMG could theoretically just rush in here and end the game.
Yeah, they just might be able to. 30 seconds before those two primary carries are back up. Minion wave with a super minion. They're on Nexus turret number 1. Home guard from V and Swift are going to get them right back in, while North and Xiong look to clear out the last inhibitor turret. Looks like we're about to see all 3 inhibitors broken as V and Swift try to run distraction.
That's an interesting bug. Kog'Maw.
Yeah, he's constantly exploding. You might say he is with this game as the last inhibitor turret falls. Doinby and TNT are back up, but OMG are just running Xiaogu around the map.
Bit of a mistake there not to just push North and Amazing past the tower and to attempt to break at least one of the Nexus turrets. That said, again, you have 2 opened inhibitors, 1 inhibitor down. Xiaogu are pretty much standing on their last leg. And OMG, complete 180 from their previous game. Communication looking a lot stronger.
Yeah, Rocket will find leveling. V actually, face checks into 4 members of OMG. Here's Swift, he tries to turn it around. He's taking a lot of damage. He gets out alive. Xiong is caught. He's stunned. He goes down. They need to secure the dragon, but they're focusing on Cool instead. 2,700 health. Xiaogu find a fight. They get 2 picks. They stop the potential of that 4th dragon.
First dragon, 35 minutes is massive. You have to think that is scaling AP and AD on pretty much 4 completed items across the board. This is probably the largest power spike in terms of just raw stats that you could get in the game.
With OMG banging on the Nexus and inhibitors itself, Xiaogu find a fight. They take their dragon and secure the mid-tier 1 turret. Finally, their 2nd turret of the game. Can Xiaogu come back from this?
We've actually seen them do this multiple times. Again, Xiaogu, if you just stall out a game long enough where it comes down to 1 team fight, they are possibly the scariest team to be looking across to do that. I mean, you're up there with EDG, Snake, and Xiaogu.
Yeah.
50-minute game, 1 team fight, that's who I don't want on the enemy team.
Yeah, no problem. OMG now only ahead by about 7,000 gold as North.
I hate that.
Yeah, he is just going off. You could say he's exploding this game. 8-2-2 right now with enormous amounts of damage. He's a bomb ready to blow.
Are you just like trying to say, how many can I get in here?
Yeah, I know. I'm keep going.
Just load it up.
His timer is ticking. They need to cut the red wire.
I just want to give you, a minute and see how many Kog'Maw. No, don't do it,
we'll see.
Xiaogu marching up mid lane. We do have a bit of some split pressure shenanigans.
Yes.
That was hard to say. Split pusher. Oh, I give up.
You can't even a little bit. Xiaogu, they take down the mid-tier 2 turret. They look undaunted, however. Xiong continues to split on the far side of the map, but Xiaogu are content.
Because right now, OMG's win condition is North. That exploding Kog'Maw right there that you hear on your screen. Protect him. They have the tools to do it in the Monsoon and the Cask. But look at the dive from Xiaogu. A Righteous Glory, he doesn't have it, but just a sped up Maokai into your backline. Swift ultimate, the reach of Doinby. 5v5, even with this CS advantage.
Oh, the ultimate comes out. They try to tag Cool. TCT's actually in the front. Unbreakable soaks all of his team damage, but he flashes over the Cask and OMG.
They're just trying to stall time to take down that Nexus tower.
Yeah, they just might be able to. The minions are getting on. The Nexus turret is still going to be standing.
3 inhibs up.
Yeah, let's see. 1 inhibitor does go down. They're trying to get around from the side, but OMG get in and get out.
Looking for possibly more. The wave clear of Jinx. Better players crit more.
Yeah. Cool splitting on the far side. He's got his Destiny Gate to get him away from anything. As he
shred through that.
Yeah, he's looking to split. V tries to catch up with him, zones him away successfully, but the rest of OMG are undaunted. They continue putting pressure in the bottom lane.
Applying pressure through all 3 lanes. You've got leveling in the mid lane. Now again, Cask is just about to come up. That's going to be an incredibly important cooldown because OMG, it is all about either split push or Kog'Maw. And if either of these things don't work, they will fall to a 5v5 from Xiaogu.
See if Xiaogu can take the 5v5 they need, or if OMG can successfully put this pressure on. They start trying to tag the inhibitor, though. Xiang does get tagged by the winner's bite. He's going to continue trying to bully it through. North, once again, looking to get onto it, but TNT is slowly but surely giving up ground.
Cool is going to lose this 1v1, and OMG are going to lose a massive pressure point.
Let's see if he does. Xiang so close to Meganar, but he's waiting it out, and Cool chunked down to half health.
And look at where this gold lead was for OMG, and look at where it is now. This is only 6K, which this late in the game, that effectively means nothing. They finally do get it.
Teleport from behind. He manages to catch Amazing Cleanse on the North. Xiang trying to peel. Amazing forced a flash, and here comes V from behind. This
Cool's
is the
going
fight
for the
they're
base.
looking for, but Cool split pushing in the base. Xiang gets caught. They pick off 2 kills. Cool looking for the Nexus turret, but the rest of his team isn't there. Recall being enacted by V. He's trying to catch up. Leveling, trying to peel, but Nexus turret goes down. And OMG continuing to split. Are they going to look for that last Nexus turret? Or the inhibitor? No. Okay.
Okay, so they sacrifice the fight, although Loveling, no, he's fine.
Yeah,
Should
going
be
to be
fine.
chasing, but not able to find it. Baron's up in a minute. Dragon, 90 seconds.
OMG sacrifice the team fight. They take the objectives.
Yes.
Cool did a great job micromanaging his blue card as well as proccing his Lich Bane to shred through that Nexus tower. Xiaogu cannot leave their base. This should be a free Baron for OMG. They just need to be patient. If they get aced, 39 minutes, 40 minutes into the game, that's probably it, because you have Kog'Maw on one side, you have Jinx on the other. No one is going to wreck turrets faster than those 2 champions.
Yeah, their playoff spots are on the wire right now. OMG looking for something better than 5th, whereas Xiaogu trying to secure that 2nd place.
Top 4 means so much to these teams just because it pretty much guarantees you circuit points, because it makes your playoff bracket that much easier. Xiaogu, it's incredibly important that they finish as high as possible in the LPL season and the LPL playoffs, because they didn't get to participate in the spring circuit for circuit points. So if they need to get invited to that World's qualifiers, they need to show up big for Summer.
Baron is up. V actually forced to recall and deal with the minions and
Come
a
on,
split pushing
rocket
Cool.
Baron steal.
Yeah, OMG looking for it. Let's see if TNT will fire the rocket.
He
No,
needs
he's
to fire
looking
it
for
now.
Cool instead. There goes the rocket, but Baron is already going to be secured. It crosses the map, finds Leveling, half a second too late. That's Baron, 2 inhibitors and 1 Nexus turret down. OMG, this could be the shove that wins this split, this game.
Has to come down to the fight. Here's the pick.
Yeah, Xiang in the front line. Elixir of Iron and Eye of the Storm keeps him so tanky. Cool continuing to split push from the far side. Xiaogu falling further and further back as they need to defend their Nexus.
I mean, that said, Xiaogu, they can't leave their base, but OMG have to come knocking on that door if they want to win. It depends. How patient are they going to be? Are they going to try to flood the base with Baron super creeps, which would probably be the safest option?
Seems like they're trying to play it patiently with this one. North just waiting for his chance to get onto the Nexus. TNT actually gets tagged by some damage, and finally he's going to find some damage onto the inhibitor, but that thing is continuing to regenerate.
The problem is that they're not applying Baron in every single lane, so it'll slowly build up as you see into the top side, but having to stay together because Xiaogu want to pull this trigger.
Yeah, that you can see V chasing forward step after step. Here come the Baroned up minions North. Doesn't quite find it. The ultimate finds 3 members. The knockup follows up, and this is Xiaogu with the wombo combo. Can they clean it up? Doinby gets knocked in by Xiang.
Oh my God.
He completely ignores him. Cool goes
Oh my
down.
God.
North is being dived right now. He gets shredded down to 0 health. Swift continues to chase 3 members of OMG dead. TNT doesn't quite find the reset, but oh, is he going to be able to get the tag? No, Leveling gets out alive. Dragon has just spawned, and Xiaogu get to breathe for
They
another few minutes.
lose nothing. They need to pick up this dragon right now because you still need to deny the 5th dragon win condition for OMG, but we talked about this. Xiaogu, they lost all map control. They can't leave the base, but OMG can't enter the base.
Complete chaos this game as again the 2 teams butt heads and neither of them comes away with nothing but a bloody forehead.
I mean, Xiaogu are stronger right now. If they didn't have all of their inhibitors down and weren't fighting both OMG and minions, they could just end the game after repeated fights. So OMG, you know, they built up their lead, taking these towers, getting the map control, but they've just lost so much ground in the composition.
Yeah, Dragon number 2 secured for Xiaogu. They deny that 5th Dragon win condition for now. middle inhibitor is respawn. The top inhibitor going to respawn within the next minute, and Xiaogu can breathe.
They just needed to be patient, apply the Baron buff across every single lane, flood the base with super creeps, and force Xiaogu to make a tougher decision. Of course Xiaogu were going to pull the trigger right then. They knew that they had run out of time because the super creep wave was going to hit their Nexus. And OMG, you know, despite having the two best disengages in the game, the Cask and the Monsoon, aren't able to get away from Swift.
Yeah, Cool got absolutely destroyed that fight despite the Zhonya's Xiang trying to peel Doinby and TNT away. Just wasn't able to do it in time. Top inhibitor has respawned, and now we're back to the same position we were in 6 minutes ago.
I mean, let's think about win condition for Xiaogu here.
Yeah.
I have a feeling they need to win probably 2 more team fights, and they can probably win the game. Whereas OMG just need to win, you know, I'm going to say 3. 3 team fights for Xiaogu, 1 team fight for OMG. That's all they need, just 1.
Will they be able to do it as they're taking on this second-place team in the LPL right now?
I mean, I almost felt like at this point, because now it's a little bit dangerous because the death timers are getting so long that at, you know, 45, 50 minutes, it's almost just 1 team fight because it's going to take a minute for you to respawn, and Xiaogu are just going to rush down the base again with Jinx, 6 items, towers are going to fall. But you almost just needed to pull the trigger and to possibly look for a 5v5. You know, can we 5v5 them? Because again, risk versus reward. If it was 35, 40 minutes, look for the 5v5, OMG get aced, the death timers aren't as punishing that they would be able to say, okay, that didn't work, but we didn't lose the game. Whereas now, they don't even get the option to attempt for that.
Yeah, we might be past that point now as we're approaching the 45-minute mark, and Xiaogu have been able to keep holding on, keep themselves in the game. Blue buff secured by North. I want to so bad.
45 minutes of Kog'Maw's passive, just rocking my eardrums right now.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. North is playing for OMG's playoff lives. This is an intense set as Xiaogu once again defending their base like they have been for the past 25 minutes.
Nope, and they're going to continue to do that until, because OMG, they know that they can't 5v5, so OMG are waiting for Dragon, and they're waiting for Baron. And Xiaogu can't leave the base because if they get outmaneuvered by, you know, a crafty Twisted Fate teleport, I mean, if we're going to go full NALCS, high, some high shenanigans, some Splinter Cell.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Xiaogu, they have to just wait for OMG.
So let's take a step back. We're 46 minutes into the game now.
Back.
How did we get here? Xiaogu got first blood onto Jinx, but OMG had complete control of the early game.
It was the big discrepancy between Xiang and V, especially on Swift. You know, Loveling recognizing that he could abuse Swift early because he was on that Sejuani. Putting them behind, and you know, Swift is the big playmaker for Xiaogu. It's a team full of playmakers, but especially on that Sejuani with that ultimate. And that was kind of the big catalyst here. So OMG, again, putting themselves in a position where in the early transition into mid-game, they understood that they had a lead, and they pushed it as far as possible by trying to snowball their advantage off of taking as many towers as quickly as possible. But unfortunately, just couldn't close it out fast enough to compensate for Xiaogu's composition, which this late in the game, 6 items on everyone, the massive AoE 5v5 is so much superior to OMG's pick comp. Pick poke.
Pick poke?
Pick poke.
Let's see if they can pull it off. 40 seconds before Dragon's up, 2 minutes before Baron's up, 2 minutes before that Dragon. V actually just tried to teleport with the rest of Xiaogu and then had to cancel it because he saw Cool in that bottom lane.
That's a massive cooldown. Wasted. Again, we talked about how OMG are waiting for this Baron, which will spawn in 24 seconds. That said, if you need 3 Barons to win at 47 minutes in the game, I'm not quite sure that that's a victory.
Things not boding too well for OMG as they look to try closing this out. Cool again split pushing in the bottom lane. V with no teleport.
Is he laughing?
He knows what's going on. He's trying to pull some members of OMG. V is going to head over there. Going to be actually spotted out by a ward while the rest of OMG pull the trigger on that Baron. Swift level 18 to the level 18 of Loveling.
I
Here's
believe in
TNT.
the rocket.
Ooh, Zap finds Loveling.
I believe in the rocket.
There's the Destiny Gate, and Rocket comes across, not able to pull it off.
I believed. Look at Cool just booking away from V.
Yeah.
Okay, so they got the Baron. Attempt number 2 from OMG. This is what they want to do. Flood the base from every angle, fight Xiaogu with creeps. Baroned up super creeps.
Xiaogu, however, aren't letting that happen. As 5 members, they've now grouped up in the mid lane.
They're going to have to back. Because they don't have teleport and they need to respond to the pressure on their bottom inhibitor. So right now what they're doing is, it's nice that they're applying pressure because OMG now have to delay their Baron timer because they need to respond to both the top wave and the mid wave. So that was Xiaogu saying, okay, we have this moment, this opportunity where they're on Baron and they don't want to fight us, so they're afraid of a flank. So we have the better position on the map. Force the mid wave in and at least delay their Baron siege window by, 30, 45 seconds.
Yeah, very cerebral play out of these players. You can see Cool farming right now. He's up to 493 minions.
That doesn't even matter at this point.
That is so huge. He's been getting 10 a minute for 49 minutes.
Did you know that Cool has the highest GPM, I think, to ever be in a competitive League of Legends game? He got 610 gold. It's like a 610 GPM.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not Dragon 5.
That's Dragon 4. Very solid pickup by OMG. Not only do they have one of the highest gold earning mid laners, but now they've got that Dragon 4 for themselves. Split push pressure activated. 3 members bottom, 1 member mid, 1 member top.
They learned their lesson. They're applying it in every single lane.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Can they get away with this?
How many more times will they get this opportunity?
They're not going to get this opportunity. I think if they die here, depending on how many members are left, it'll be the game either way. That's going to be my bold prediction.
North gets tagged by the winner's bite, but nobody from Xiaogu can follow up. Cool roaming around to join up with the rest of the team. They swap, sending Shi on top. V's teleport is back up, and now the inhibitors starting to take some poke. North, whoa, he does damage.
Okay, just siege it up. Careful, that's
Next
a big
one goes
cooldown.
Glacial Fissure completely whiffed as it looks like TCG's letting a bit of the pressure get to him.
Is because Swift was posturing from the side. They were looking for the engage right there, but Swift decided not to pull the trigger, so OMG doing a much better job recognizing where the engage angles are from Xiaogu.
Oh, Swift catches up. He looks for leveling. Doesn't quite find him as they try to clear the wave. Cool trying to split on the far side. Xiang doesn't even care that B is there as he's trying to poke down the turret.
They just need to dance. They just need to disengage. You have the tools. Cask and Monsoon.
Continue to wait. Can Xiaogu pull the trigger? They've got that Glacial Arctic Prison ready. Arctic Assault.
Arctic Prison.
Yes,
Glacial Prison.
that's the one.
Arctic Assault.
I'm so excited for this game, I don't even know how to word.
I can't even word.
Yeah, Xiang without Mega Gnar finally gets an opportunity to get some pressure back onto the inhibitor turrets. Baron just wearing off.
How crazy of a comeback would this be?
This would be amazing. Slowly but surely,
Oh, we
the
got
Arctic Assault lands. Xiang jumps over the wall. Glacial Prison. But they don't follow up. Xiaogu can't take the kills.
They can't lock them down. Again, OMG, they learned their lesson. Baron buff has fallen off, and they only got a single inhibitor.
This is so close. Xiaogu are barely hanging on, but they are still in this game. 1 inhibitor down. Super Minions pushing the bottom lane while Cool looks to break the top one. V keeping him occupied.
I mean, OMG, what's your plan here? You're going to wait another 7 minutes for Baron?
Yeah, maybe another 70 more. Like,
I hope you're ready to cast.
yeah, 12 Barons,
Man,
1 game.
imagine if every game is like this. It's not like we have a 9-hour day tomorrow where you and I cast every single game.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
How about those OPL finals?
So, Swift holding on. 1 inhibitor is down. Rocket, ooh, tags Cool, stops his recall. Just a bit of a nuisance from TNT.
Okay.
I don't even think at this point gold matters.
Fifth
right
Dragon. Fifth Dragon will come before the next Baron, and Xiaogu have to fight for it. We'll see if OMG set up for a 5v5 there, or if they're going to, again, attempt to play with pressure by maybe sending Cool or Xiang to apply pressure on the bottom side. It's unfortunate because it's the bottom inhib, and the next big area that they want to fight in is the Dragon Pit versus the Baron Pit. So they can't play with split or cross-map pressure. But I think this is best case scenario for OMG, is that they try to lure Xiaogu into the Dragon Pit, get them to leave the base, and then send either Xiang or Cool to take everything behind them. But if they get ace there, then it's a base race.
Yeah. Then it gets a little chaotic. Cool actually split pushing with the Super Minions. He's going to drop a forward ward, but Swift already in position to catch that wave while V continues to man the fort in the top lane. going to see Cool now. I like how North is still exploding. It's like a bell on a dog.
You like that?
Yeah, it's like a bell on a dog. You don't see him on your screen, but you hear it in your periph, and you're just like, oh, North is here. But 53.5 minutes in, Xiaogu still holding on.
I want a timer. I want people to go back to this VOD and just find like a timer. Xiaogu are still holding on. OMG still attempting, like just ding, 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 ding. Exciting, thrilling, incredible, beautiful.
It's slowed down.
Absolutely beautiful.
Careful now, Atlas.
Weird.
So this game has dropped a little bit. Certainly less exciting than it was 10 minutes ago.
No, it's just funny. Because they both know. But Xiaogu just can't do anything about it. Like, that's what's hilarious to me.
Mm-hmm.
And OMG, like, you know that guy's stronger. You know that they can kill you. But it's just about like, haha, can't touch me, can't touch me.
Outsmarting the school bully.
I'm not hitting you. I'm not hitting you. That's what it reminds me of.
OMG continuing to just maneuver around the map.
They're waiting for Dragon.
Keeping forward pressure up. They are indeed. Baron's up at 30. Dragon number 5 in 40.
I thought you said Baron number 5 for a second. I was like, has it really been? No, but it's been, what, we're coming on?
3.
4 Barons?
So this would be the 4th.
Oh my.
So that Dragon's in 30 seconds. Baron in 15. Large neutral objectives.
This
OMG.
is the longest game of LPL.
Already? 55 minutes?
I believe so.
Wow. Let's go for some records.
I don't want to.
I think 100 minutes. We can make it.
I don't want to.
We're halfway there.
I don't want to.
Okay. Xiaogu actually heading for the Baron right now on the top side. Are they going to trade over? Dragon number 5 spawns.
That's not a fair trade. Although
They're
it might be in this
starting the Baron right now, and OMG are actually rushing forward. They're going to try contesting this. Leveling's there.
Teleport
coming in from V. The inhibitor has respawned. He's deep in enemy lines. Nice and tanky at this point. Xiang looking for the stun.
Got it.
It's secured. Xiaogu managed to take it. V getting low. TNT's in the back of the pit trying to turn it around. V still alive. They find North, but the cleanse keeps him alive. A stun finds Xiaogu. He trades it around. Unbreakable, keeping TNT alive. They're trying to turn this around. Xiaogu are looking for it. Oh, the Monsoon disengages. Xiaogu's still not finding any kills. Oh my gosh, they're kiting forward. Going to be forced to flash away.
Just get out.
Yeah, they might have overstayed their welcome. TNT is caught. They're looking for the dive. Destiny Gate's not enough. They managed to pick up the kill on North, who overextends. Cool. Getting tagged now. A double kill for TNT. Now it's going to be turned around, and Xiaogu, they're going to take out 3 members and win the team fight.
They just lost the game.
70 seconds. Can Xiaogu end this? They're running down the mid lane right now. No, the minions are getting onto the base.
Okay, they just need to send one back because they have the Baron buff. You have massive death timers on top of Xiang, Cool, and North.
Oh my god. They're on the base.
One person go back.
They're trying to end. Nobody's going back. They're trying to push forward now. One inhibitor turret goes down. That Nexus turret is being sheathed. You can see them pinging. You can see them rushing for it. The Nexus is going down, but the minion wave spawns. Oh, they've got the minion wave to keep them alive for a few seconds. Nexus turret number 1 goes low. Loveling dashes in. He actually gets a kill, but they're trying to turn it around. TNT on the next one. Swift forced to jump away from turret aggro. This is the next Nexus turret going down. The minions aren't going to be able to do it in time. TNT's low. V about to drop. Xiaogu take the win and end up 2-0 over OMG.
A 57-minute game. Xiaogu finished their LPL season strong with the 2-0. They had 3 points available to them this weekend, and they pick up all 3.
Yeah, amazing play. Oh, man. You can see some members in the audience crying after that set.
Okay, let's talk about the decision making. So I said that's not worth the trade. I retract that statement. So the reason why Xiaogu are going to look for the Baron versus the 5th Dragon, or denial of the 5th Dragon, is because the Baron would actually mean more for them. Their 5v5 comp is already stronger than OMG, that if they did get the 5th Dragon, that's still a 50-50 coin toss at this point. So by having the Baron, it denies the siege and the pressure game that OMG are trying to make. So yeah, I support that call. Go for the Baron, ignore the 5th Dragon, bait OMG into a 5v5. Cool. So misplayed that fight. Completely on the wrong side. I think he maybe threw 3 gold cards over the entirety of maybe like a 45-second long fight.
Yeah, things not quite working out for Xiaogu. You can see Xiang looking a little bit sad right now. It's a 2-0 going over to Xiaogu. They're going to end this split of the LPL with the longest game yet.
Oh my
at
goodness.
35 points in the standings in second place. So far, there are only 2 teams that can pass them now. It's Invictus Gaming and, oh no, OMG can't pass them anymore. I believe the only team that can pass them is
Invictus.
Invictus.
Again, it is so crucial for Xiaogu to place as high as possible. They need to perform well into this playoff if they want to get enough circuit points to get an invitation for the Worlds qualifiers.
Yeah. All about Worlds right now for Xiaogu, and they're showing that even with the 50-minute game, 2 inhibitors down.
You know, we talked about Sivir,
Yeah.
how Sivir is a big pickup for TNT. It's his most played champion. They find a lot of success on that. It's interesting. When you look at a best of 5 and a best of 3, the pick ban draft mentality changes for teams because you have to assume if it's a best of 5 or that final game, both teams are going to look for late game scaling comps because you're not going to risk your last game of a set on like a level 1 play or an early snowball. So a lot of times you'll see teams go for, you know, Vayne, Kog'Maw, Jinx, Tristana, things like that. So, you know, the fact that they took Jinx, and this wasn't a best of 5, but, you know, making sure the last game of their LPL split, not taking the utility, taking the hyperscale, especially because they see the Kog'Maw across.
Yeah.
It's the same sort of mentality that you would see in a best of 5 or an elongated series. We're going to play this one safe and slow. Even with the Sejuani pickup, we know it's going to go late game, and we know we can beat you there.
Yeah, so Xiaogu coming in from the LSPL. This is their first split in the LPL. They end at 35 points, currently making a strong play for that second place spot, beating OMG in a 2-0 in an amazing set. I mean, Xiaogu, these guys, it's amazing. Where did they come from?
The 3 top team fighting teams in the LPL, it is going to be EDG, Xiaogu, and Snake. If there's anyone you do not want to face at 50 minutes in the game,
Oh, yeah.
they just proved it.
Most certainly. Well, that's going to be a quick break from us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the next game. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. Once again, I am Dominic Seda-Romer. This is Ryan Froskier and more, and wow, what a set we just got out of.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a mild way of putting it.
That was a 56-minute game between Xiaogu and OMG. If you guys missed it, go back and watch it. That was a 2-0 for Xiaogu, which means that they finished their LPL season strong. Their first LPL season ever since they came in from the LSPL. And unless Invictus Gaming 2-0 two of their sets, Xiaogu will secure second place into the LPL playoffs.
Yeah, so Invictus Gaming do have 3 games that they play this weekend, so it is very possible. Though, again, it's all about that top 8. These top 8 teams are all playing each other, and the bottom 4 or 5 are playing each other. And speaking of those bottom 5, let's take a look at our 9th place team right now. RNG. They're up next against Vici Gaming.
So RNG are the hodgepodge Frankenstein child of Gamty and King from Spring Split, if you guys remember. It stands for Royal Never Gives Up, and true to their name, Royal never gave up. Right now, they have their last chance at sneaking into that 8th place spot over Masters 3. Now, Masters 3 will play and have 3 points up for grabs, which if Masters 3 get any of those points, then RNG's chances are over and done with.
Yeah.
But M3 face EDG, and EDG are on an 11-game win streak. They haven't dropped a single game since they brought back their MSI roster. In fact, the only team to beat EDG's MSI roster, other than SKT at MSI, was Unlimited Potential. That's the only team to do it over the course of the LPL. So conservatively, I would give Masters 3 0 points, although miracles can happen for .A. But RNG, they have to 2-0 Vici Gaming right now. If they do it, they're tied for Masters 3, and we can look for tiebreaker to see if they can sneak in over the 8th place seed.
Yeah, so if they 2-0 this set right now, they're currently at 20 points.
They get 23. Yeah, they're
they'll
over
move
Masters
up to 23.
3.
Masters 3 is at
22.
22 points.
You're
If
right.
Masters 3 even splits 1-1 with EDG, then that means we'll get to see that head-to-head opportunity play out. But this game is so important for RNG. This game determines if they go to relegation or if they make playoffs.
Auto promotion, dear.
Yes. Well, so we call it relegation. It's the play-in tournament where the
Yes.
bottom 4 teams of the LPL will play against the incoming LSPL teams to see who gets back.
Yep, and it'll be a tournament of 4 LSPL teams, 4 LPL teams, the bottom 4, and then only 2 teams will then join the 2 auto-promoted LSPL teams, Hyper Youth Gaming and Energy Pacemaker, all for the brand new LPL.
For next year.
Yes.
Yes. So it's a very important game for RNG because generally you want to stay in the LPL.
To win the game, you must destroy the Nexus. To continue to be a professional player, you need to play in the professional circuit.
We're laying it out, all right? I wanted to highlight
Tell
in the
me
last
more.
game, I wanted to highlight how the different play styles were clashing with each other because OMG was focused on objectives.
Yep.
And Xiaogu were focused on team fights.
Yep, and that's pretty standard for both of them. If you think about the identity of these teams, Xiaogu, they excel in the 5v5. You're absolutely right. On your screen right now are going to be the stats of the last game, and we're looking for that MVP. If it's not Swift, I don't know who gets it.
Yeah.
Maybe TNT.
I am not entirely certain myself.
It should
Let's
be
see
cool.
what it's going to be. TNT on the AD carry secures MVP.
And again, that last team fight, I'm sure we'll see the highlight of it. Just watch TNT's positioning, and that's who you needed to pay attention to for that entire fight. But I really have to point out, OMG misplayed that game so hard, especially in the back 15 minutes. Just not playing to their win condition of trying to siege up the base, but Xiaogu recognizing that they're stronger, playing the 5v5 comp, understanding, you know, who they are as a team, what they're good at, and just rolling OMG over at 56 minutes.
Yeah, time and time
Here we
again,
go.
Xiaogu took fight after fight. This is that last one, TNT.
Just watch him, just pretty much stationary in the back, and cool, misuses the Destiny right there. He just should have gone into the back, especially because Xiong teleported behind them. Why not just Destiny behind if you're going to attempt to assassinate the backline or possibly look for a backdoor? Just kind of shaking my head. OMG looking a little bit uncoordinated as we come into the last week of LPL. Now, they will have multiple chances. Again, OMG, they play 3 games this weekend, so there's 1 down. They still have a total of 6 points up for grabs.
Trouble is, they're playing against LGD and Edward Gaming in their next 2 games.
The very last game of the LPL Summer Split.
OMG, Edward Gaming.
Oh, I'm hype.
Yeah, it's going to be super awesome. But let's get back to this next game that we're going to be watching. It's Vici Gaming versus RNG. Vici right now, they're actually guaranteed into the playoffs.
Yeah, and they're actually looking up for their performance recently. If we think about, you know, speaking of strange roster moves. Vici pulling Dandy out of the jungle, sliding him up into that top lane, and then pulling out the unheard of World 6.
Yeah.
And big shoes to fill. You think North filling Uzi shoes are big? World 6 filling Dandy shoes were massive. They've also recently changed up their mid lane and their AD carry role. So right now the only two remaining spines of EDG or Vici Gaming's previous roster is Mata and Dandy. Dandy making a role swap, Mata continuing to be the captain, the shot caller of Vici and staying in that support role. But otherwise you have Xuan, Pong, and World 6.
Yeah, very solid lineup from Vici Gaming, and we'll have to see how they perform. Currently at 25 points in the standings, they have secured for themselves that 7th place, but you can see them on your screen right now. It's Vici Gaming. In the top lane, he's not jungling anymore, it's Dandy.
And the thing that I really like about Vici in terms of, again, speaking about identity of teams, is they used to be this team that they couldn't 5v5, but they would just run you around the map, similar to what OMG attempted last game. It's World 6 for your jungle. However, with the addition of World 6, of Phuong, and most recently Xuan in the AD carry position, they started to look more for 5v5s. They find a pick and they translate that to objectives. But there's the key word for Vici, objectives. They are death by 1,000 paper cuts. They are an objective-focused team, and they beat you around the map, not in the pit.
We'll have to see if Vici can perform better than OMG in our previous game, if they will be able to secure that last final objective that is all important to victory, of course, the enemy Nexus. Here's Mata himself, looking awful serious as he gets ready for one of his last games of the LPL. Very exciting set. He's playing Gatekeeper right now.
He is. It is Dade's future is in Mata's hands. Masters 3 relying on RNG to not find the 2-0 victory right here.
Oh, even a 1-1 split is clear for Masters 3. That means they don't have to worry about RNG, but they're still unlimited potential and World Elite.
Yep, and UP have 9 points up for grabs this weekend, whereas WE, I believe they only have 6, but RNG, WE, they're in the exact same position. They cannot afford to lose a single game. If they do, playoff chances are shot.
Yeah, so currently World Elite are at 17 points with 6 up for grabs, and Unlimited Potential are at 16 points with 9. So it is possible that even if RNG lose here, that Masters 3 could still be dropped out. But
not by RNG.
Yeah, we won't know until tomorrow, because RNG fighting for their playoff lives. They need to 2-0 here, their last potential games of the LPL this year. You see him on your roster right now. It's Royal Never Gives Up.
And in the top lane, it is going to be Let Me, their primary starting top laner. Again, RNG, they're kind of a hodgepodge of 2 different teams from last split. GamT and King. All of them are incredibly young players, brand new to the LPL, especially this guy, MLXG. He got a lot of hype surrounding him in the LSPL. People are saying he's going to be the next big jungler coming into it. And, you know, kind of the start of split was a little bit shaky, very aggressive, tends to go for the ganks rather than the objective control, but on the back half, really stepped it up.
Yeah, in the mid lane, it's Xiaohu looking to help carry his team to victory, pretty much the primary carry. On the AD carry lane, it's Wu Xin filling in with a lot of immobile hyper carries lately.
And this is also very uncharacteristic. If this was maybe 4 weeks ago, that would be filled with Vayne and nothing but Vayne. And this is kind of the resurgence, especially as Lei joining him in the bot lane there as his support. The resurgence of RNG kind of making a run for this top 8 is that they're diversifying their compositions and their play style. And they've looked much better recently.
Yeah, they certainly have. You can see Wu Xin bouncing up and down. He's got a bit of a smile on his face, which is a good thing, but the gravity of the situation certainly weighing down for RNG. No such smile to be seen anywhere near Xiaohu's face. He's ready.
Where's Harry Potter?
He's in the zone.
Give me MLXG.
MLXG?
There he goes.
Oh!
He's doing his best imp cosplay.
I was going to think, yeah, the Harry Potter.
Yeah, he's always
if he just splits his hair a little bit? Get a Sharpie?
Let's talk about priority picks. MLXG is going to be your big playmaker for RNG. His big pick is going to be, his most picked champion is Rek'Sai, but his big pick is Echo Jungle. He's one of the main proponents of Echo Jungle. Him alongside Unlimited Potential's jungler Amy have skyrocketed that win rate up. So watch that to be denied away from them. The last time Vici and RNG faced, which you can see on the bottom of your screen there, it was a 1-1, which is typically just Vici gaming. You don't even have to see the game. It's like, hey, what happened to Vici? Oh, they split? Of course they did.
Yeah.
Vici come out pretty rocking and rolling one game, and then they just fall apart. That said, this will be the first time that RNG are facing the new Vici Gaming roster, and we already talked about how it's slightly changed their identity and how they go about the game. Still all about objectives, but they do have 5v5 potential now, which before they didn't.
We'll have to see if RNG can keep pace with this newly reinvigorated Vici Gaming as we prepare for this set. Again, RNG need the 2-0. 3 points gets them 1 point above Masters 3 and in contention for that last playoff spot.
And RNG currently are 3-1, I believe. No, I think they're 4-2. Yes. They're 4-2 of the top 3 teams, other than EDG. They 2-0'd Snake, they split with Xiaogu, and they split with Invictus Gaming. So currently, they are ramping up to a higher performance than you would have expected from their seed.
Vici right now playing gatekeepers. We'll see if they decide to allow RNG past or if RNG will crumble into the dust of the LPL play-in relegation that's going to be happening in a week.
I like the imagery that you're creating.
Yeah, it's a very, very solid. I was going for the Egyptian Sphinx sort of thing.
Because Xiaohu?
Yeah.
Shurima.
Pretty much.
Thing about Xiaohu is that he's a god-tier Azir player. Even before Azir was popular, he was playing that champion. Also, fun fact about Xiaohu, I think he's the only player that I've ever experienced who was too young to play in the LPL. They actually had a grace period where they were waiting for his birthday before he could qualify himself to play.
Wow.
Yeah.
But he looks so unhappy all the time. Well, I guess serious. Maybe, I don't know. We'll figure.
But that's the downfall of RNG. You know, they have a lot of potential, just like Unlimited Potential do, but their roster is so full of inexperienced players that their individual decision-making is not consistent enough to have consistent results. There's a lot of consistent there. They sometimes do very silly things for unknown reasons.
Well, we'll see what they decide to do in this set as it's pick and ban between Vici Gaming and Royal Never Gives Up. Ezreal and Kalista, first 2 champions to be taken off of the board. Patch 5.13. We might see MLXG go back to that Elise. He did play it in his previous game, but hasn't received those buffs quite yet. There's the Echo that we were talking about.
Purple side bans are pretty consistent. It's typically Kalista, Ryze, and Echo. That said, again, with Echo being banned from purple side because MLXG is such a big pick for him. See if that can open them up to a Gragas ban, which is exactly what I would target at World 6. It's been his most proficient, most played, and most impressive jungler.
We'll see what they decide to go for as they do have that first pick. What other priority picks manage to slip through? And looks like it's going to be Shen, banned away from Let Me. 2 target bans from Vici Gaming. 3.
Denying Shen is a little bit curious, but again, if Vici like to play map pressure, denying a global ultimate makes sense.
We'll see how RNG respond.
Oh, no.
Last one is going to be Mata's Thresh. That leaves that Victor and Gragas open. Vici Gaming blue side, get that first pick.
I would actually prioritize Victor here just because MLXG is not the best Gragas player. He can play it, but again, he's going to want to prioritize Rek'Sai over that. So Mata's most played champion is Thresh for the season. They're actually going to prioritize Mata's champion pool.
They're looking at the Braum, and you know, that makes sense. He's the playmaker. He's the shot caller. He's the guy who will initiate anything.
But this would give second rotation RNG should then pick up, I would say Gragas just because I like that priority pick, but they should pick up Gragas Victor and then next rotation pick up Janna because Janna's not going to be picked up if Braum's there, so they would both guarantee themselves Janna and Gragas, although we saw OMG get that and fail to utilize it, but it is going to be that Braum locked in for Mata, so Vici, they give away the priority pick, not taking the Victor, not taking the Gragas, giving it to their captain, giving it to their shot caller.
RNG look to respond with their first 2 picks. We'll see what MLXG decides to go for. His Evelynn is still open. He's played it to moderate success in the past. So too is his Rek'Sai, but currently Shurima being looked at by Xiaohu. We'll see if he decides to stick to it for that first pick.
Well, you know it's going to be Victor for Pong then. The thing about Victor into Azir is please play that. Yeah, that's what I thought. There's no reason to pick Janna. You could have just picked Gragas. It's because he doesn't want to play Gragas. See, it just goes back to MLXG. He just doesn't play Gragas. It doesn't work for him. So we'll probably see a Rek'Sai or possibly a Nidalee out of him. But I just love Gragas, Janna.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. You'd have so much disengage. Gragas, Azir, Janna. It'd be like gorgeous.
Oh, World 6 did flash the Evelyn right there while Puhong looking at Victor for his first pick. VG Gaming getting the priority picks that they want so far.
Yeah, unfortunately, RNG, their champion pools just don't overlap enough to act as a denial to Vici Gaming, but we knew that this rotation was coming out. This is going to be obvious. World 6, his #1 jungler is Gragas. He's very impressive on it. Victor is probably the #1 go-to. It's just that Xiao has a preference for Azir, but actually in the individual matchup of Victor versus Azir, I'm going to give it to Victor, just because the Emperor's Divide really does nothing to counteract any of Victor's damage, just because he's going to be able to drop it anyway on the other side of the wall. But since they see Azir, they know they don't need to pick Victor, so they grab the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, it's Gragas and Kog'Maw now locked in for Vici Gaming.
Gimme Vayne.
They're putting a lot of priority onto Schwann's shoulders. He's only been with Vici for about 2 weeks now. Let's see if he can end up pulling out the win that his team needs.
They need to pick up the Kog'Maw just because you have the Janna already there. Wushin has already shown that he likes to play the Kog'Maw and he can play it. So just denying the Janna Kog combo, I feel like he's going to go Vayne, especially because it's Wushin and Vayne's like his most played champion. But
yeah. He hasn't played it lately, but I'm sure he's still got it in the kit. RNG looking at some pretty solid hard engage with Zac, Rengar, and now Evelyn. Good way to get into the back line. Wushin, see if he decides to commit to the Vayne.
The thing about this now is it also opens up the fact that Puang could look for Twisted Fate as opposed to Victor. So again, stalling out your mid lane pickup and taking TF to counteract the Vayne and Eve stealth with the Destiny. And Puang is also a big TF player, as is Vici as a whole.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to go for as Vici Gaming look for their last 2 picks. Could be AD carry, mid, or top laner.
It's a TF or a Victor.
Yeah, well, we'll see what he decides to go for.
Ooh.
Full protect the Kog'Maw composition.
I don't think you need it, though.
Yeah, with Lulu being hovered right now. Vici Gaming, they will decide the fate of RNG after this one game. All they need is 1 win, and RNG are eliminated from playoff contention.
Vici are so much more secure in their current playoff standings. There's no way for them to fall out of playoffs. That said, they have 6 points available, so they could try to make a bit of a higher seed run, but I think I'll have to double check to see if they're locked out of the top 4. Is he going to commit to the Lulu?
We'll certainly find out as he's hovering it right now.
I disagree with this.
And no last-second swaps coming. He locks it in. Puang takes Lulu and Gnar for Dandy.
That's a very Invictus Gaming composition of them. So obviously the Lulu synergy is pretty clear. Lulu's going to act as a mid-bridge champion, so she's going to excel in the lane phase, and then from mid-game she's going to bridge away from damaged, away from bully lane phase into utility for that Kog'Maw. But the thing is having Lulu versus a Twisted Fate or a Victor, you're putting all of your eggs in one basket. It's all about Schwann's performance, and as the newest addition to the team, that's a little bit shaky to me.
We'll see if Vici can pull it out. They might be throwing a bone to RNG, as currently their pick ban phase has gone pretty solid with some very powerful priority picks. RNG now looking at the top laner for Let Me. Been playing a lot of tanks lately. Nautilus and Maokai being looked at. He's flashing the Galio, but I think that's just for funsies. Maybe he just likes the color scheme.
Maokai would be his 2nd most played champion, but they are going to go ahead and commit to that Nautilus top. So a lot more variation of damage coming out of RNG. Not only do they have the hyper-scaling potential of Vayne versus the Kog'Maw, but then you also have the Azir. So late game, even if you kill the Vayne, you still have to kill that Azir because he's going to be just as potent, and Azir is also going to empower and create space for Vayne with the Emperor's Divide. Whereas on the other side, instead of taking that, again, secondary threat into late game from your mid lane, you're going all utility.
We'll see how this works out as our 2 lineups are now on the screen. It's Vici Gaming versus RNG. Protect the Kog'Maw from Vici versus RNG. Protect the Vayne.
Comfort pick is what I would call that pretty much across the board. Lei is a fantastic Janna player. Probably one of my favorite supports in the LPL that doesn't get a lot of recognition alongside Ella there. And I feel like you can never talk about Wushin or Lei without talking about both of them. You can't just be like, you know, Wushin does it's the cohesion.
It's the combo of the 2.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can pull out the win that they need. Playoffs are on the line. Coaches shaking hands, and we're running through. It's Dandy versus Let Me in the top lane. In the jungle, the guy filling Dandy's shoes, it's going to be World 6 taking on MLXG.
He's like stalling out. Gragas versus Eve. So MLXG, big champions for him are going to be his Nidalee, his Echo, and his Eve. So again, on a big comfort pick. In the mid lane, it's Kwong taking on Xiaohu, Lulu versus Azir.
Yeah, and in the AD carry roles, it's Xuan and Mata challenging Wu Xin and Lei. We're just about ready to get into game number 1 right now. Looks to be an exciting set. RNG fighting for their lives.
I'm going to ban that word from you. Exciting.
Well, we'll find out because we're getting into the Rift right now. And we have loaded onto the Rift for game number 1 between Vici and RNG. It's week 11, day number 1, set number 2, game number 1, 28 seconds in between Vici and RNG. RNG need to 2-0 Vici Gaming right now to have a contest for that last spot of playoffs. But if Vici win even a single game, then RNG are out.
Vici alongside King have the lowest average first blood timer in the LPL, and it's because they often do these cute little level 1 plays, which we see them stacking on the bottom side of the map. They will be spotted out, however, by a nice 5-point and ward coverage from RNG. We talked about how, well, Wu Xin is already a big Vayne player. Sorry, I got distracted by the Chinese. How Wu Xin is already a big Vayne player, but kind of that mentality of this is the last game that you're going to be playing in the LPL regular season. You need to win here, so you're not going to risk your set off of trying to make an early pick or level 1 play, and you're going to play to that late game, picking the Vayne, looking for the Kog'Maw. I guarantee that Wu Xin will play a hyper-scaling AD carry every single game this set.
We'll see if he decides to commit to that, as it looks like RNG decide to back out of the lane swap. They're looking for the 2v2 against Xuan and Mata, and after the recall, they head bottom.
Either that or they suspect that Vici discovered their 2v2, and they're still attempting to dodge Braum and Kog'Maw. But we will have the 2v2. I'm a big fan of Vayne, Jana. You know that. I'm sure everyone knows that.
Yep, at this point, the whole world knows.
It's, I think, what, 22 and maybe 4 in the LPL so far. So has a very high win record. I think it's 22 and 7.
Oh, Xuan looks like he's going to secure. Oh no. Yeah,
he got it.
Gets it.
We're good.
He's got to secure it.
Difference, though, is the fact that Wu Xin and Lei got into the lane early, which means they get control of the creep wave and trying to manipulate that. And that's the downfall of Janna Vayne, is that they have 0 ways to manipulate that wave other than a Janna tornado through like every single creep. That said, Braum and Kog'Maw don't have the best manipulation either, although you do have the Targon's proc versus the Spell Thieves. And the Target's proc, obviously, because you can just immediately execute 2 creeps, gives you a bit more wiggle room.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out as MLXG might find Pohong with the red buff, level 2 gank. Oh, not quite able to land. Finally, he's going to get some damage across, but Pohong just walks away. Chunks MLXG down to below half health after the trade.
Did force out a pot, however, so Xiaohu will still have his 2 biscuits available to him, see if he's able to abuse that and compensate for the fact that MLXG is now half health. And World 6, knowing that Evelynn is weak, decides to invade.
Uh-oh, MLXG finds him, however. Flash over the wall, it's chased up. He's trying to body block the belly slam. He succeeds. MLXG first blood.
What are you flashing from? He flashed into the Dragon Pit. He didn't flash over the Dragon Pit. He didn't flash into a wall. He flashed into the Dragon Pit. World 6, looking for the invade, possibly thought that he would find Eve doing the blue buff and get an assassination. However, didn't account for RNG's bot lane pushed so far forward. Again, the fact that Xuan couldn't get the Krug quickly enough, delayed his timing into the lane phase, lost complete control of that creep wave.
Things not looking too great for Vici as they start off at a 700 gold deficit, but if we learned anything from our last game, OMG, that game could still go on for quite a while. And
into the pit.
Yeah, there's definitely some.
Not over the pit, into it.
Because he wanted to flash over and belly slam the wall.
No, into the pit.
I mean, that's what I think. I'm trying to give you some points here, World 6, but just making everyone scratch their heads.
I mean, at that point, you're closest to the dragon. He's not going to even hit you. He's just going to hit the dragon and let it kill you.
Luckily, however, Wu Xin did not get any assist gold, so he's left to just farm it up while Mata and Schwinn look for some farming of their own. Schwinn.
His name's hard.
Yeah. I mean, I can't even speak English.
Good thing you have a job that doesn't rely on your ability to communicate.
Yeah. So we're 5 minutes in. We've got a duo lane in the bottom. What can we expect out of these teams?
Okay. Do I get to talk about Janna and Vayne again?
Yes. Oh, man, hit me with it.
Oh man, I love Janna and Vayne. I only love Vayne with Janna, however, and I do think that Kog'Maw is slightly better, but the synergy between Janna and Vayne is just incredible because everything that Vayne is like, everything that Vayne is bad at, Janna compensates for it, as well as just makes her so much stronger. You think about Vayne's passive, her ability to move quicker to chase you down. Janna's Tailwind passive helps that out. You think about the fact that Vayne's going to itemize into attack speed as opposed to sacrificing flat AD. Guess what? Janna's got a shield that can help out with that. You think about the fact that Vayne is really terrible at sieging towers. You know, why we saw the Vayne versus Sivir not go in favor of Vayne because Sivir was just able to siege towers, whereas Vayne could duel her but never got that chance. Well, guess what? Janna at level 9 helps out with that too. Here's the 5-point Eye of the Storm shield. Have a free BF sword. You can siege up any tower you want. You think about creating space, elongating team fights, allowing Vayne to get multiple rotations of tumble and just put out sustained damage. Guess what? Janna's got the best disengage in the game with that Monsoon.
Seems like they've got good synergy.
Yeah, they've got amazing synergy. And if you have no way to control a wave, because people used to assume that Vayne Janna is a terrible 2v2 lane, it's only terrible if you don't fight them. If you just shove them in and poke it at Vayne, which is why Caitlyn's such a great matchup against Vayne, or Sivir, because Vayne doesn't get to fight Sivir. But if you have 0 ways to manipulate the wave, as we see with little Kog'Maw and Braum here, Vayne just gets to tumble forward with Janna's shield, and there's 0 way you're going to out-trade that. That's auto attack buffer on the tumble as well as the Eye of the Storm shield. So Vayne Janna is an awesome lane.
Seems to be working out pretty solidly for Wu Xin as he is about 10 CS ahead of Schwinn. He continues to shove forward. MLXG did go for a deep invade. He's got a very deep ward, not going to spot World 6 over the wall, but
he's thinking about this.
Yeah,
will this kill me?
Yeah. Looks like he decides to commit to it. Flashes for the razor sharp buff.
This is gonna be close.
Yeah, World 6 actually might be looking for some action on the bottom side, but with Schwinn at such low health, I don't know if he can commit.
It's really difficult to gank into Janna on purple side. I think I've talked about this before, how some champions have advantages based on color. The reason why is because in the purple side, if you look at this map as Wu Xin kind of tumbles backwards, it's that little tiny funnel area, and it's very difficult to find an angle.
Where the minions are, right there.
Exactly. To find a good angle to gank into that against, because it's narrower on that side of the map versus blue side, for Janna's Tornado to cover that much more surface area, as well as her Monsoon. So Janna on purple side has historically had a higher win rate, simply because it's harder to get in at her.
Well, we'll see if he will survive the laning phase, as he currently does
Janna.
have that first assist. I've noticed.
I just love that.
We're 8 minutes in now, and Huang looks to secure his blue buff. MLXD hoping for something similar, but he's already on the other side of the map on top of Dandy. Let's see if Dandy can get out of this. There's no flash. Oh, no,
Dive.
He can't chase.
Okay, so MXG prioritizes the gank at the top lane. Luckily, because the reason why he decided to commit on that gank is because he knew it was communicated that VG's bot lane had gone back, so he knew that by showing in the top lane, he wouldn't sacrifice any sort of dragon control. So he had a good window and an opportunity to do that, and there was no way that VG could answer with dragon. So just, again, great communication and control from RNG, which typically, you know, this is something more matured and more advanced from them. Typically, MLXG would just gank top lane just because he'd prefer to gank than to look for dragon. But this is why they've made such a great playoff run. They're evolving. They're little Charmanders turning into Charmeleons. And one day there'll be a Charizard.
Well, that's the assumption.
Shiny one.
They might just stop at Charmander. Did you ever stop?
No, I never press B.
De-evolve just to keep it?
No.
I don't think I did either.
Okay.
It's better stats.
Bit of power swing back to Kog'Maw now that he is level 6 because he has more poke potential. But here comes MLXG.
Let's Let's see if he decides to go in. Wushin's got level 6. Knockup finds Schwinn. He's still waiting, but the teleport dropped in from Dandy. Wushin, whoa! Barely gets out alive. Looks like they are going to teleport in. Let me, whoa, he completes it. Here's Bwong. Is Azir even joining as well? 5 versus 4 for RNG. Dandy forced to flash the wall. Dandy's so close to level 6 right now. Ooh, and they disengage. Wait, they might be able to find Let Me.
Oh, get in there.
Flash stun locks him against the wall. Schwann gets the kill.
Beautiful play from Dandy. Not quite sure why RNG decided to commit on that with the teleport. Let Me was clearly going to have to flash out of that just because his team had already disengaged, really. So just a massive error. We talked about this, you know. It was a more matured, evolved style from RNG. But there's the old RNG we know and love.
Yeah, that was the Charmander play. That is going to end up costing them another kill, their first kill over to Vici Gaming, and the first dragon 10 minutes in.
And that's pretty devastating. At this point then, RNG, they now have, again, another 6-minute window where they can just sit back and farm. They have the same answers late game in terms of their AD carry as well as their mid laner versus the Lulu being able to hyperscale and to offer secondary damage threat late game, but Vici, they are so devastating if they get a lead. Still behind, though, by about 300 gold, so pressure's not quite there yet for RNG.
LXG might be trying to turn this around. Mata, he feels that something's a bit off as Wushin goes aggressive. They look for Mata. There goes the chilling smite. Schwann, heal gets him under the turret, and Flash keeps him alive.
Don't think they needed to necessarily burn the heal right there, but worth it not to give up that kill. LXG trying to apply a lot of pressure to this bottom side.
Yeah, even waiting in the brush right now, he really wants to get that Vayne some kills, but Vici Gaming, keep it standing for now. His pink ward was finally cleared, so what do? Drop another.
This is pretty indicative of MLXG. He has a lot more synergy with his previous King teammates because, again, he was the King jungler. Lei and Wushin are the King bot lane, whereas his mid laner, Xiaohu, is from GMT. And kind of historically over the course of this split, since they've become RNG, MLXG will play more towards his King teammates than his GamT teammates. And it's not to say that, you know, Xiaohu and MLXG can't make big plays, but it's almost like MLXG makes a big play near Xiaohu, and just his mechanical ability, you know, helps assist with that versus having, like, straight, beautiful synergy.
MLXG once again heads to the bottom lane. Oh, man, he's just not pulling the trigger. Wushin trying to bait it out. They turn it around. Schwann has no summoner spells. They're looking for the kill. Condemn doesn't lock him against the wall. Finally, it does. But oh no, Wushin's tag. Oh no, he goes down. A trade 2 for 1, but RNG get out ahead.
That is best case scenario for Schwann, however. Unfortunately, not only does he only get a single kill out of that, and they trade 1 for 2, but he loses all of that CS and experience onto that tower, which look at the discrepancy between these AD carries right now. 77 to 96. Bright spot is that the Kog'Maw got the 2 kills, which is why this gold is still slightly in his favor.
Yeah, we are seeing, however, MLXG 3-0 right now. He's 800 gold ahead of World 6.
It's a sight stone. Should be gold one.
If he decides to. He also is taking the blue buff for himself. He doesn't have it currently. That's a visual bug that you're seeing on your screen. So we'll just have to keep track of when he actually feeds that over to Sean.
Has the Runeglaive up and running. Now again, this is 5.13, so the Runeglaive nerfs have not come in yet for the 5.14 patch.
Oh, Mata looking for a deep ward, finds Lei. Oh, and gets the ward off. Yeah, Mata knows he's got the backup of his team.
So what he's doing is he's warding the camps themselves more so towards on the Gromp and getting a ward on the Wolf camp. And the reason why you do this is because Eve has to come out of stealth to take her camps, and so you just play accordingly to that side of the lane, or side of the map. So if you don't see Eve on the bottom side where all their vision is, you have to assume that she's on the top side, which is why Dandy is playing closer to his turret. Eventually.
Xiaohu has to hop the wall, and MLXG decides not to play to that side of the map. He goes top, gets another kill for RNG. I don't think he can quite get this turret.
No, but you're denying a ton of experience and gold again from Dandy, and because he doesn't have his teleport available, he's just falling further behind.
Yeah, looks like it's not going to be a Sightstone. Complete Morellonomicon picked up for MLXG as World 6 might be looking for a dive in this bottom lane. That's a Janna Vayne friend.
That is John and Vayne on purple side. That Monsoon will cover the entirety of the lane. Let's see.
Lots of damage. They see World 6
Here
right
comes
now.
Lulu.
Lucian. Oh, he's going to have to run out of this one. He has his flash, but he takes so much damage right away. Dodges all of the skill shots. Finally, he goes down to a straight glitter lance from Blanc, but World 6 is already dead, and MLXG with the counter gank gets 2 kills. Flashes the wall. He's looking for Schwan, but he can't quite catch up in time. Winner's Bite keeps him slow. Schwinn locked into that bush is going to end up dying. Triple kill MLXG. 7-0.
Is that clear love? Look at that. Eve right now.
Yeah.
65 CS, a full 10 over World 6, 7 kills to his name, straight up buys the morale of Nomicon. Doesn't even have any Pumas.
That guy doesn't need boots when you've got the burst of speed. MLXG is all over the place. Now, Dragon's up in 1 minute and 15 seconds, and MLXG making a strong contest for controlling that side of the map.
But this is, the question now. Where would you have your gold weighted? On the Evelynn, which, yes, Eve does hard carry potential, or on your hyper carry like Kog'Maw. So Vici, they've got it fairly spread out across the members, primarily on their mid laner, and more importantly on that Kog'Maw, versus Eve, absorbing every single kill. If their Vayne had just 2 kills, maybe even just 1 of her assists into that kill category, could be a completely different game. That is a Magi's.
Yes, it is. Lei taking the gambit. He says, you know what, we're going to make playoffs, and we're going to do it in style.
Sir, in LPL, we call this game Do or Dade, which is so fitting right now because it's RNG.
Yeah, it's Dade's playoff live on the line as well.
So for those who don't know, Dade does this thing where if he thinks that it's going to come down to a late game gamble, he'll just buy straight up a Magi's. And it's our favorite game show in LPL. What will Dade buy next? This time around, though, it's Lei. He takes the Magi's. Makes sense. John doesn't die a lot. He's got 6 assists out of 7 kills. He's going to be racking up these Magi stacks fairly easily, especially because all he needs to do is place a shield on someone and let them go.
Yeah, so Dragon has just spawned. MLXG with the recall picks up boots and a Spectre's cowl. Xiaohu in the mid lane might be in some trouble here. He spots out Mata and Schwan, but continues to stay to clear the ward while MLXG looks to clear out his wolf camp. Vici get the fast track on the mid tier 1. They're going to get some damage.
MLXG looking to flank.
Yeah, he does indeed. Engages with a huge shield. Oh, Mata able to jump out. The dredge line from the teleported Lenny manages to find World 6. He's brought low. Dandy not able to make it in time. World 6 is dead, and RNG 8-0 on MLXG.
Just the difference of how the top laners got there and when. Dandy does get there in Meganar, but unable to save his jungler, which they do have pressure on this mid lane tower, so they can trade objective for objective. I feel like RNG should just split the row.
Yeah, the flash hook finds Mata. He's going to be knocked up, makes it out. Zhao, who finally gets a kill, but Dandy is able to get some damage on the far side. That's 2 kills for RNG. Dragon is still up, though Wu Xin has started it.
Split their resources, make Vayne take the Dragon, keep Azir in the mid lane, and wave clear.
Yeah, Dandy trying to get some damage onto the turret. Dragon number 1 secured for RNG, putting a stop on Vici Gaming's next set. And that mid-tier 1 is still standing. They just can't quite break through an Azir.
And again, Vici spread their gold out across their members, and we're fairly close for a bit of this game, but MLXG just starting to snowball ahead. We now have a 4K disparity between these two teams, although should store up a bit of candy, and Huang can get this tower. Get in there.
Yeah, they are going to make it in time. Oh, the Storm keeps it barely alive for now, but no one's going to keep it standing with Gnar headbutting into it. The first turret goes down for Vici Gaming in that mid lane.
I would have respected if Lei stepped forward and Monsoon them away.
Flash Monsoon for a turret.
He just walk up.
Perfect.
If you're not going to flash Monsoon for a tower, where will you?
A team fight
What team fight?
with your ally?
They're not going to be team fighting.
I don't know. But 18.5 minutes in, RNG need a 2-0 to advance into the playoffs. They're looking very convincing in this game as MLXG 8-0 right now, and the only other kill is on Xiaohu.
And MLXG is the shot caller. He's the captain. He's the playmaker. When RNG thrive, it's on his back. So getting his Eve pick, again, a comfort pick. It's not his Echo. It's not his Rek'Sai, but it's kind of the secondary or the third tier one down there. 8-0-1, like you said. 100% kill participation.
Whoa, he runs right past a ward. They know MLXG is in the area. Dandy doesn't have teleport, so it would be a 3v3, but here comes Pong.
Zippy.
Yeah, not quite going to pull the trigger. He just shows himself. Even Let Me wanders down, as it looks like RNG want to try taking this tier 1.
Trading tower for tower. Taking control of the bottom side of the map will give them more dragon control for the early part of this game, whereas Dandy, of course, the top tier tower gives them a bit more Baron control, although it's still very risky, so I'm going to say worth.
1-for-1 turret trade between RNG and Vici, but they are now looking for a few deep wards. MLXG still no Sightstone, relying entirely on his map sense and gank presence to be a solid nuisance. We'll see if he can continue to snowball this into kills, as we're just now hitting the 20-minute mark, and RNG find themselves in the mid lane.
And unfortunately, there was a mistimed back from Bong. Not mistimed back, but just kind of a misposture from Vici, and they're not able to protect their mid-tier tower. So RNG just pick up quick 2 global objectives.
Ooh, Ping's now going down onto the Baron. Let me. We'll see Vici Gaming in this area. MLXG's waiting in the wings as well. Level 11 to the 11 of World 6, so that would be equal smites.
The problem is that RNG have much more Baron control and pressure this early into the game because A, you have Azir, who is very good at sieging down Baron, but more importantly, you have the Blade of the Rune King completed on Lucian, which naturally will help you shred through monsters. As soon as Kog'Maw gets his up and running, then it kind of shifts back, but still, Azir Vayne Bork is pretty oppressive in terms of your Baron control.
Yeah, some very scary Baron damage. We'll have to see how that works off. So now we're starting to reach a bit of a lull. You know, those tier 1 turrets have been taken. MLXG looks to be sated for now. What do we expect out of these team comps then? We didn't really get a chance to talk about that earlier on.
Both of them are zone control team comps and space creating team comps. So you have great disengage from both teams, Gragas on one side, Janna on the other. It's all about your hyperscaling AD carry. The primary difference, and I said this in Champ Select, is the secondary damage threat. Pwong taking the Lulu versus the Twisted Fate or the Victor versus Xiaohu having his Azir. So even if you do manage to take down Lucian on his Vayne, you know, say he goes Vayne spotting, just flashes into 5 people, you still have to deal with the massive damage that Azir is going to be pumping out late game, whereas Lulu, as a mid-bridge champion, takes her power of her oppressive lane phase because she's so long range, and then as soon as it becomes mid-game, transfers this power not into kill pressure, but just into a utility, which we do see him going more of a flat AP build to empower his wild growth and his shield versus going the FLICKR Lichbane I'm going to murder you build.
RNG send their duo to the top side of the map, and Vici Gaming opt to respond by taking the bottom tier 1, evening it up in turrets. It's still 9-3 in favor of RNG, but late game scaling Kog'Maw, still a very powerful champion. We'll have to see if those secondary damage threats can continue to be effective in Pwong and Xiaohu. Oh, MLXG does find Schwinn though. Just tags him, says, hey, look at the damage I do. Pop.
As this map opens up, and that's kind of something that we don't get to talk about a lot with Eve, so it's very important for Eve's engage that she finds a flank, because obviously with her stealth, that's how you're abusing her positioning. She does have a gap closer in terms of making herself run really fast and then applying her AoE slow on her ultimate, but she can't just run straight at you, or she shouldn't be able to, as Xiaohu gets tagged. She has to come from the side. So as this map opens up, as more of these first tier towers go down, and Vici have to run farther to get to safety, this does empower MLXG to find more flanking opportunities.
Dragon's going to be up in 10 seconds, and MLXG looking for a flank right now with the assistance of Let Me. Nautilus lockdown, a great way to keep people occupied while you kill them. They might be trying to look for Gnar, but Dragon has spawned and they're already in the pit.
Exactly. They're looking for this Dragon. They've done a fantastic job applying pressure to both the mid lane and the bottom lane, as well as getting on top of this objective first. Now, the one member they don't have is Xiaohu.
No!
Nice steal.
World 6 steals it away right free. Righteous Glory is popped. Dandy Caught over the wall, might be in a bad position, gets hooked forward. Lucian already at half health. There goes Meganar. Will they be able to turn it around? Xiaohu, is he going to get the Azir Sec slide? But Vici Gaming look to disengage. MLXG's chasing, but the stun says no. Vici, steal the dragon and get away.
Great maneuver from Vici right there. There was no reason to look for the 5v5, especially because the Meganar just wasn't in position, had to hop over the back of the pit. So they take the objective and they walk away. Desperation?
Who just might be Wushin. Oh, yeah.
There's no way. They
He
know.
couldn't quite make up his mind. RNG
Oh,
decided
teleport.
Not to. No, our Dandy, whoa, has to home guard in. Vici had no vision of the area, so they had to use the teleport. And now this is Dandy clearing out the ward, and RNG back away.
World 6.
Yes,
You saw jungler of Vici, you're like, must be damn.
of course.
Okay, so again, great job from Vici. They get the Dragon Steel. It was a misposture and misposition from Xiaohu in particular, not having their Azir behind him or on top of the objective.
I think Xiaohu was just looking for the
He was on the side. He got zoned out by Gragas.
the Tokyo Drift.
The Azir Shuffle. Shurima Shuffle, that's what we call it.
Arima Shuffle.
The Azir Sec, the Shurima Shuffle, the Tokyo Drift.
Yep.
30 seconds go.
Not quite able to find it.
Come on. That was your window
On-
where you
on
could just...
what?
To try to come up with as many names as possible.
The sand slide.
That's good.
Day at the beach. Sandstorm.
No. You get one more. This better be good.
Oh, geez, I got nothing.
You're not even
See,
gonna try to make
that's
a...
the thing. They're spontaneous.
What is that song
if you
called? The
force it- Darude?
that one.
That was Darudest Azir play
Oh.
I've ever
no.
seen. I actually got that from Reddit.
My favorite thing
Don't
that
tell
I've
Reddit.
that I've ever gotten from Reddit is top 10. What was it? Champion quotes that you wouldn't want to hear in the bathroom, and it was immediately that tasted purple. Anyway,
Oh, boy.
and then you close the browser. You're like, that's enough internet today.
Yep.
Dragon is down. We have a window of opportunity where we can play to the top side of the map. We've already seen that RNG are very interested in this Dragon because they have so much Baron, because they have so much Baron shred between Azir and Vayne, which is why Vici have to be very diligent about not leaving the area and making sure that they continue to control the vision around it. Now, Vici understand that team fighting isn't necessarily their strongest point, despite the fact that they have a comp entirely based around team fighting, in particular protecting that Kog'Maw. So just being fairly cautious about sieging away from objectives. Again, Vici, even though they have a 5v5 comp with this protect the Kog'Maw, they take the dragon, they immediately disengage. They don't try to push it for more.
Vici playing the waiting game right now. See if they can spell that into a win. It is death by 1,000 cuts. Vici Gaming. So far, they've only been able to inflict about 5, 2 dragons and 3 turrets, and RNG still heavily in control as MLXG continues to look for those flanks. Slower game, more focused around those objectives now that MLXG cannot find any assassination.
But it's a good job of slowing down RNG's momentum. The fact that RNG are stronger right now, that they keep attempting to set up picks or pressure on blue buffs and things like that, that Vici are doing a great job respecting, defensively warding, and staying away from them.
Uh-oh, MLXG waiting in the side of the river, might have been looking for a flank, but Vici luckily abandoned the ship. Is it bad that the first thing that came to mind was abandoned thread?
No.
They abandoned the thread to the north side instead. Not going to take any chances to walk into the unboarded area of MLXG.
Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute 45 seconds. That will be the next big point of contention. Because again, we talked about, Vici, they're all about the objectives.
Yeah.
They will fight for that. RNG, unfortunately, just not quite coordinated enough to pull the trigger. Very invested in this Baron, though.
Yeah, let's hit some big item spikes now that we've seen a few recalls. Phantom Dancer finished for Lucian. Whoa.
I'm dizzy.
Yeah.
The Zanya's Hourglass is a big one for Xiaohu as well. Offering him the Azir Sec, the hard engage potential.
Vici actually managed to find the group in the mid lane. Blade of the Ruined King similarly finished for Schwinn.
Kog'Maw, yeah, like you said, has his fourth and his Trinity, so in a nice little happy place.
MLXG looking for the flank, but doesn't want to pull his trigger onto World 6, the tank.
That's quite selfish. World 6 itemizing the Spirit Massage versus the Locket of the Iron Solari.
Oh.
Especially because he's against so much magic damage.
Doesn't quite find the Braum that he was looking for.
Why would you do that? Why would you? Obviously, you're empowering your W a bit more just because you're getting more off of your self-healing with the Spirit Massage.
The only physical damage to worry about is Wu-Shin, and it's a Vayne.
I understand that, but offering AoE protection to your team when the most fed member on the enemy team is Eve.
Curious choice out of World 6, but
he does this all the time too. Like, what did he build? He built a Rylai's on his Gragas last time.
oh yeah, that was a bit wacky. But Dragon up in 5 seconds. No Rylai's to be seen. RNG, oh man, they're setting up for it. They pull the trigger. RNG dodges the slow. They turn now onto Mata. He's locked down, but goes down to Wu-Shin.
Disaster. The Wild Growth was also used on Mata. Didn't save his life. Mata died with Flash available, so good juggle of CC chain from RNG, and it picks him up the Dragon.
Dragon number 2 for RNG. They're beelining across the map right now towards the Baron buff. Recall from Let Me. He's got his home guard too. They could look for yet another pick if they manage to bait it out, but a pink ward in that brush should be able to spot that there's nothing quite happening. RNG playing with vision. Oh, they pull the trigger.
The big issue though is you still don't have the Wild Growth available. That's a massive cooldown. Not there for a Protect the Kog'Maw comp.
MLXG looks for an assassination, but doesn't quite find it. World 6, Let Me teleport it in. He's trying to find the hook onto Schwinn, manages to, but the great cask separates RNG. Wu-Shin split on the side. He finds Schwinn, but the CC lock comes across. A double kill for Pwong.
World 6 strikes with a gorgeous cask to split up RNG. They get the better of the fight and surely can turn on to the Baron now. MLXG is still alive and available.
Yeah, playoffs on the line, and RNG might just have found themselves in a worse situation as Vici find 2 kills and look to secure the Baron. Xiaohu forced to clear waves on the top side. Nobody can contest this Baron. Vici Gaming take it and reclaim momentum.
Still at a gold disparity, 46k to 48k. Huge misstep from RNG. They lose a lot of momentum, a lot of pressure, but with this Baron, this will pretty much just guarantee Vici a pause, some breathing room. Yeah. We'll see if they're able to translate it into any sort of objective control and tower siege, but for the majority, it just gives them a little bit closer to that late game Kog'Maw.
Already we can see Dandy split pushing on the top lane. We'll see where the rest of Vici decide to go as MLXG and Lei. Oh, might be looking for Mata once again, but they just ping out that they know he's there and run around as human wards.
2 more games.
Did Lei disconnect?
No, he's just sitting in a bush.
Yeah. Why would you do that? I'm curious.
He's offering protection for MLXG to go in and check out that bush.
See if they can find anyone.
Yeah, he doesn't want to stand right on top of him because if for whatever reason he gets 5-man flashed on, then he doesn't want to be in danger. He wants to be able to impact and to assist his buddy.
Gotcha. Gank buddies, MLXG and Lei. That would make a good drama.
It's almost, and you would never normally say this with your support combo, like normally you'd say like, please use all of the cooldowns on me instead of my AD carry in like your 2v2, but particularly with Janna, I would almost rather the AD carry get hit with the CC just because then it allows Janna to disengage everyone versus getting locked up herself and not being able to impact and affect her little buddy.
Vici Gaming with Baron buff. Head to the top lane now. Wu-Shin's already there, and with Xiaohu in the mid lane, there might not be enough wave clear to keep this turret standing for long. It gets chunked out. World 6 knocked away. Now they see Xiaohu and decide to pull back, play it safe. Vici with the siege, and LXG looking for that oh-so-vital flank.
Very scary, though, because Dandy has done a great job micromanaging his rage bar. Is about to go into Meganar form.
Hasn't activated it quite yet. The minions get onto the turret, and RNG have to back away. One tier 2 turret is now down.
Almost completely shored up this gold disparity between the two teams. Now have an advantage in terms of turrets. So Vici, again, we talked about it. They're the objective-oriented team. They'll play it very slow, clinical, methodical.
Well, they've got at least 3 more turrets before they close out this game.
Turret has been destroyed.
Not that one. That was an Azir turret. And Baron buff is going to catch some waves while the rest of Vici managed to catch RNG in the mid lane. MLXG doesn't quite get the steal, but still is able to continue being a nuisance. You know, he's really tapered off quite a bit.
And we talked about this in the early game. You know, where would you rather have your gold? If MLXG goes down and he's not able to be involved in a fight, that's the majority of RNG's advantage because he is 8-0-2. Whereas where is the gold spread out on Vici? In the hands of their mid laner and their AD carry.
Not exactly solid gold distribution from RNG. 1 kill on Xiaohu, 1 on Wuxin, the rest onto MLXG. Hong looks to split push right now. Actually, you can see the gold on the bottom. He is about 2,000 gold ahead of World 6, but he's not finding any assassinations. He's not using that 2,000 gold terribly effectively.
Likewise, we do have Wooloo ahead of Azir, but Vayne is ahead of Kog'Maw, but just barely. And that's like 200 gold. That's not going to translate into any sort of itemization advantage. So
Dandy does have an advantage over Let Me, though, despite having a rougher early game.
he had a big CS lead. Let Me's actually short up a lot of that.
Yeah. Only about 5 creeps back right now. Dragon's up in 45 seconds. This is number 3 for both of the teams. Vici and RNG are prepared. Recall from Let Me as his teleport is just about up. Xiaohu catching some minions in the mid lane. He's actually going to home guard to join up with his team. Doesn't even want to wait for his teleport cooldown.
Yeah, not looking for a flank here. Could possibly say that RNG are just looking for the objective, not looking for the fight.
We'll have to see if they can find it as Dandy. Once again, micromanaging that rage very well, keeping himself close, but not too close. Dragon's up in 10 seconds. Wuxin catching this wave on the bottom side is going to have it prepped, but Vici take advantage of the lack of Xiaohu in the mid lane.
Yeah, RNG completely gave up their posturing on this lane, and they let Vici move and deny a lot of their vision that they had set up. So, and with an untimely back from Wuxin, they're going to go ahead and give this one away. So this is the question that I had. You know, the fact that Let Me wasn't posturing for a home guard teleport flank kind of, you know, told me that they weren't going to look for the 5v5 here on this Dragon.
With that, it's Dragon number 3 for Vici Gaming. They've still got a wave on the bottom side, so they might be looking for some pressure onto the tier 2. MLXG still looking for the flank, but he's playing blind right now.
He needs to be very careful.
Ooh, he should be spotted. Yeah, they know he's there right now, but RNG look to collapse. This could be a double collapse. Double collapse all the way across the sky.
Oh, he's out of position. They're out of position.
Yeah, Vici might capitalize, but they don't pull the trigger.
Okay, so MLXG was looking for the pick onto Mata, but Mata knew that he was in the area. So just doing a good job pulling his team, making sure that everyone's standing together, and RNG couldn't look for the collapse because they would be fighting on 2 different fronts. So good job for Vici to stay huddled. Everyone holding hands.
Yeah. Just the happy fun train from Vici Gaming. Baron's going to be up in a minute, and Vici already prepped and ready on that side of the map. Dandy looks to shove a wave forward. Try to buy some time, and Let Me seeing that, clears his own wave and looks to recall to deal with it.
And you know, RNG kicking themselves after letting that first Baron go on just a simple misfight in the mid lane, so cannot afford to make that mistake again, not only for their playoff chances, but simply for this game.
As MLXG found Schwinn, he just might have. Here comes Xiaohu, he's coming from behind, misses the Agony's Embrace, however. Ultimate keeps him alive for now. Schwinn chasing back as far as he can. He goes down to Xiaohu. Mata might be caught out as well, but doesn't quite find another.
Schwinn way too far forward. And again, this is what we talked about. As the map is opened up, it gives so much more power to Eve to get around behind you, to find those flanks.
Yeah. And with that, it's going to be the mid-tier 2 going down. Schwinn still dead for 30 seconds. RNG running for the Baron.
They've been spotted out. Now Vici know exactly what is happening right now. World 6 is level 16 to MLXG's level 15. So Vici have the stronger smite should this come to a 50-50.
see what happens is right now they're trying to start it out. Xiaohu's hiding. MLXG, whoa, pulls World 6 in. He's the main focus. Mana gets chunked low. He's being kited down. Dandy also goes low, but Xiaohu gets another kill. The knockout slam, but he rides it right back out.
They still leash the Baron.
Xiaohu is so low. He's almost certainly dead, and the Baron gets stolen by Vici Gaming. The stun against the wall is back off cooldown, and RNG trying to turn the fight around. MLXG's low. He goes down to Dandy. Pong looking to get this shutdown onto Let Me. Doesn't find it. That's going to be a 2-for-3 trade, but Vici have Baron.
Yeah, and disaster for RNG right there. MLXG leashed the Baron through the entirety of the fight so they could try to go back for it. We talked about World 6 had the stronger smite beforehand. Sneaks in through the back, finds the steal. Dandy and World 6, MVPs of that fight.
Whoa, Dandy teleporting to the top lane right now. Looks to break down an inhibitor. He's not quite going to succeed just yet as the minion wave crashes in. Mid-tier 2 goes down, but Dandy still shoving while the rest of his team shove down in the mid lane.
RNG are watching their playoff dreams fall apart as Vici just steamroll through their base.
All it takes is one win from Vici Gaming, and RNG are out. The hook lands. Let Me tries to turn it around. 2 inhibitors are down off of that Baron. Dandy gets out scot-free.
And with the second Baron, Vici finally take full control of the gold. 63k to 62. They now have the lead. And again, RNG, just two questionable Baron fights back to back, kicking themselves.
Yeah, they cannot allow those sorts of mistakes to happen. And for the first time this game, Vici Gaming have a gold lead. About 1,000 ahead of RNG right now, and those 2 inhibitors down. Vici Gaming control the map completely.
We saw this, however, with the OMG versus Xiaogu. Hope you're ready for a 56-minute game.
I was thinking about a 59. We could push it a bit. Only 16 minutes away from catching up to that record for the longest game in the LPL. Vici and RNG might be right on track. But
Okay.
Dragon number 4 for Vici Gaming up in 90 seconds.
At this point, RNG, they just need to hang on. You're looking at the late game. You still have dual threats. However, Vici, anytime they're playing from ahead, they're one of the most oppressive teams to have a lead. They are so efficient and quick about making the correct rotation around the map and just achieving as much as possible with as little as they're given.
Yeah, that's exactly what we see right now with Vici taking out the last tier 2 turret. Super minions pressing in from mid and top lane. Vici pressing in from the bottom. RNG feel their hopes getting crushed by Vici. Can they keep them alive?
This must be a morale just killer. This is going to be the big fight. So
MLXG chases in. He finds World 6. Can't chase up to Schwan in the back. Let's see if Let Me can stay alive. He's taking so much damage. The CC is too much. He goes low. He goes down. Dandy diving in the back. Finds MLXG. Xiaohu dives by World 6. Knocks him out of the pit. It's complete chaos as everyone's trying to turn it. Wushin looks for Mata. He chases back but doesn't get the execution. Now it's 5 versus 4. Super minions on the Nexus turret. Vici on the inhibitor.
continuing to apply pressure. Again, Dandy just absorbs so much of RNG's resources to the side, allows them to pick up the final inhib, and this is an open base.
Yeah, 3 inhibitors down. Home guard not enough to keep them in. Dandy might be caught. He hops the wall, doesn't have flash. MLXG should get the shutdown. He does. Are they going to continue chasing forward? World 6 and Schwinn are running away, but they've also got Pwong.
They've got minions in the base, so they have a small window of opportunity where they can be this far
They turn.
forward.
Xiaohu overextends without the help of his team. He's got nothing to keep him alive. He goes down to Pwong. Monsoon is a little bit too late. Wushin 1v3, 2v3 with MLXG, who re-engages late, trying to come in from the side. Vici Gaming picking members of RNG off one by one. They go down. MLXG kiting it out. Schwinn gets a triple kill for Vici Gaming. Let Me, the sole survivor, sees them coming, and RNG just might be out of the LPL.
A gorgeous cast coming out of World 6, and this is what we were talking about. You know, you can't afford to let World 6 have Gragas. And MLXG, it's not one of his primary champions that he plays, but World 6 is so devastating. You just need to deny it from him or ban it from Purple side.
Yeah, one Nexus turret goes down. The second Nexus turret is going to follow it. The Nexus is dropped. RNG have been eliminated from the LPL playoff.
And with that, like we said, they couldn't afford to lose another game. Mata looks over at Dandy. Hey, bae, I got you.
excellent communication for that final set, but that's going to be the win going to Vici Gaming, currently at 26 points in the standings. Tied with OMG. Poor MLXG, man. He just watched his playoff hopes disappear with that Nexus.
And unfortunately, it has to sting even more. Having the Evelyn pick, being what, 9-1, I think 9-2 and 5 for that game. So much control. He had the carry, but we said this over and over. Who would you rather have your gold on? The Vayne and the Azir or the Eve? And it came back and it bit them hard.
Yeah, just not quite working out. Xiaohu, stereotypically stone-faced, but if I didn't know any better, those are some awfully sad eyes. RNG not quite able to make it. Vici have secured for themselves that spot in the playoffs. I believe there's no chance they can be eliminated now.
I don't think that they can be knocked out at all,
Yeah.
but RNG, like you said, will join King as the two LPL teams that have now been denied their playoff run. Unlimited Potential and WE, Hope is still alive, so Masters 3 not quite out of the woods yet, but we still have another game to go, so RNG, they may be out of LPL playoffs, but they can still go out with a bang.
They certainly can. If they can end up higher in the seeding, that will help them in the LSPL relegation matches to see whether or not they can make it back into the LPL next split. So solid play from Vici Gaming to take the win. But again, those Baron calls, just not quite what RNG needed.
But it's also the beautiful thing about Vici, especially going into the playoffs. We talked about the thing that I love about Vici Gaming is I love teams that can only do one thing. And that sounds like that's kind of a backhanded compliment, which it is. But the fact that Vici style exists in the LPL is well known for its typical Chinese aggression. You know, they love to fight all the time. But then you have this team that's created off of the back of Dandy and Mata that is all about objective control. That's all they can do. They can't 5v5, so they just run people around the map. With the addition of Puang, Xuan, and World 6, it started to open up more 5v5 capability. We just saw Vici run a protect the Kog'Maw composition and win. Was it against someone like Snake, Xiaohu, EDG, who are kind of the cream of the crop in terms of 5v5? No. But Vici are maturing, and they're making an evolution in what they're able to do compositionally. And going into playoffs, that's a great place to be if you're a Vici fan.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need that. But we're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for the next match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. Once again, I am Seda. This is FLICKR, and we just saw RNG get eliminated from playoff contention in their last set against Vici.
Had to reset my facial expression right there. Very sad to see RNG, lose their playoff chances right there again. Unlimited potential, and WE still have their shot to take it. Masters 3 will face EDG later on the day, but Vici, we still got another game to play, and Vici can look for some movement here. And likewise, RNG can still try to posture themselves better on the ladder for the promotion tournament coming up later on.
Yeah, so Vici Gaming winning game number 1. So far, they've earned 1 point, tying them with OMG in the standings at that 5th place spot. Definitely very solid for Vici Gaming, but we're going to go and break down that last set. I noticed a significant lack of players on the stage right there.
Maybe they just had a bathroom break. I don't know.
All 10 of them and coaches.
Yep.
That is a busy bathroom, but MVP goes over to Pong.
I completely disagree with that. It should have been World 6, 110%.
Really?
Think about it.
He built the Spirit Visage.
I don't care. It was 2 Barons and I think 2 steals back to back. No, the first one they got for free. The second one was a steal that really snowballed Vici ahead. Not that Pong didn't have a great game, obviously showing proficiency on the Slulu as you see him just annihilate Whoosh in there. But World 6 was so good. This is the Baron steal, so sneaks up behind your gut, bam. Tell me that that's not MVP worth.
It's not MVP worthy. Pong is able to clean it up. He holds on to the wild growth, and they manage to pick off another few kills.
I have a nice mustache coming in. This has taken me 24 years. You don't understand.
To work on?
Oh,
Gosh, I wish I grew facial hair. Oh, man. When I grow facial hair, it looks like Michael Cera. It's just this tiny little awkward strip. It's terrible. But RNG, not looking so great. Their facial hair isn't that good either.
They're looking like your facial hair?
Yeah, I know. They look like Michael Cera.
No. Vici Gaming, though, can look for, I think they have 6 points total available to them. They're going to face RNG, and then on day 3, so Sunday, they'll face LGD. So could look to, again, move themselves up in the standings. Top 4 is where you really want to be, just because it makes it that much easier. Again, the playoff bracket for LPL is going to be a gauntlet until top 4. Then it turns into a weighted bracket based on your LPL regular season standing. So the higher you can get up, the less games you have to go through to get those ever valuable circuit points.
And again, this is all about playoffs. These teams are trying to get in. There are the players finally finding their way back onto stage. You can see Mata on the right. The rest of Vici are ready and prepared for this set. If they take a 2-0, that's going to bring them to 28 points.
The only person's face that I want to see right now on the screen as we're looking at Wushin, obviously heartbroken because his playoff dreams are dead, is Dade. He's the only person that I want to see.
If we can get a camera shot of him backstage just biting his thumb.
See, what the players, why you didn't see them on stage is because Mata just ran backstage to Dade and was like, that was for you, buddy.
I got you, friend. I got you. Well, we'll see. There's MLXG. He saw that whole handshake thing, and he was feeling a bit down.
Again, though, it's very important that RNG still finish strong. They can kind of try to adjust their posture as we go into the LPL promotion tournament, so not all is lost. But, if they want to have fun, pick a poppy. I'm down.
Take a page out of King's book and follow through with Insect.
Let's not. Well, they did take a page out of King's book because they're not in the playoffs anymore.
Oh, too soon, FLICKR, too soon. Some foul play on the LPL casting desk.
Never give up.
Oh, boy. Well, if they do take a win here, they will net themselves up to 21 points in the standings, which they would need for higher seeding into the LSPL relegation matches.
LPL promotion matches.
That's the one.
You keep doing it backwards.
Because it could be the LSPL relegation matches. It's the relegation matches into the LSPL.
Let's get into Champ Select. It's RNG on the blue side, Vici on the purple side, and already off the gate. Hey, look, Gragas banned.
Yeah, instantly World 6 Gragas banned away, Victor taken away from Pong, and Callista Rise, the standard purple side ban.
They should have banned Gragas last game. Think they learned their lesson. It is World 6 #1 jungler. You cannot let him have it. And likewise, also respect ban to Mata.
Yeah, they don't want to take any chances with this. Now, Echo's still open. MLXG very proficient on that champion. We'll see if that is going to be ban number 3 for Vici Gaming as they have 15 seconds left.
I would assume it would be an Echo. Not much else up for priority unless you want to take away Xiaohu's Azir. It is actually going to be targeted at Let Me for that Shin.
Yeah,
So-
could be indicative of what Vici Gaming have prepared for this match. Coach of RNG doing his best impression of a statue, but finally starts to move around. Echo locked in for MLXG.
No surprises right there. We talked about this before. Unlimited Potential's jungler Amy, as well as RNG's jungler MLXG, kind of the two biggest proponents and supporters of the Echo jungle. It has over a 75% win rate based on those two guys alone. So see if RNG can finish strong,
Yeah,
get one more point on the board.
get some revenge against Vici. We'll see if we can say, oh, how did Vici do this weekend? Oh, they split. We'll see if we can make that a reality.
As usual. That said, Vici, you know, we talked about ramping up. The last time that they faced, which was Unlimited Potential last week, they 2-0'd. So, again, the evolution and maturing of Vici, you know, becoming more of a team fighting team with the addition of Huang and Xuan, kind of rearing its head.
Yeah, we'll see what they manage to pull out. Braum locked in once again for Mata, and Kog'Maw again locked in for Schwinn.
I'm loving the Kog'Maw. Right now, what is he, 100% tonight?
I believe so, yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Currently very solid.
Yeah, Kog'Maw's won every game tonight.
High priority pick. Ezreal still open. MLXG hovering it for Xiaohu. I don't know why Xiaohu himself wouldn't hover it, but we might be seeing a little bit of Trollsy. MLXG channeling his inner insect.
I believe.
Oh, man.
Go Jace. Xiaohu's a big
He
Jace
just
player.
looks so sad right now.
Let's talk about Kog'Maw. So why is Kog'Maw suddenly becoming a big priority pick? And, you know, why is he finding the same type of win rate as we see Ezreal and Gnar locked in? And again, I've said it all night. I'm going to say it again. Kog'Maw gets a mid-game power spike with his Trinity Force completion, and then he gets to hyperscale into late game. So the fact that your AD carry gets both of those as opposed to a Jinx who can snowball very well, but is waiting on that 3-item power spike before she becomes that absolute monster, just makes Kog'Maw and Vayne, especially in tandem with Janna, so desirable.
Very strong combination from Vici Gaming. We'll see if Xuan is able to perform once again on that champion. RNG, let me picking up the Gnar this time around, and Smite Ezreal locked in for Xiaohu.
Anytime you bring Smite to the mid lane, though, you pretty much sacrifice any sort of kill pressure that you have. Now, Ezreal will get that back if he gets ahead in the lane. He's able to itemize into a Sheen versus his Trail Blazer. So we'll see how Xiaohu fares against Huang's Twisted Fate, which I was really curious that we didn't pick up last game. Of course, he got the MVP on that Lulu, but TF is where he is tried and true comfortable.
Yeah, the Twisted Fate is locked in. Rek'Sai picked up for World 6. That leaves them with only the top laner left, and Lei already looking to counter it with a Teemo prepared, but probably not going to be picking that again. This is still an important game for RNG because this will determine where they end up within the last 4 spots for the LPL promotion tournament.
There you go. Doesn't just feel better.
I know the name. It's more fun to provide like wacky descriptions of things and talk around it.
I like consistent descriptions of things.
I hear those are nice, but you know.
Consistent and effective language. So 80 carries still up for grabs. Wushin right now hovering the Sivir is going to go ahead and lock that one down.
Oh. Support Fiddlesticks, I believe.
Nope, I believe in the Nautilus top though.
Yeah. Lei looking at that last
it's
pickup.
Nautilus
Nar's
support.
already locked in. Yeah, they're going back to early split of the LPL.
I was staring at that little Charmander thing in MLXG's box. I was like, what is that? It's Gnar. It'd be super cute with the Charmander skin though. He turns into Mega Gnar and he gets a little Charizard skin.
Tiny little wings.
Yeah.
And
He's got
tail's
the
on
little
fire.
dino skin anyway. It could just be like a little zip up. No? Okay.
But he already has the zip up for the
It'd be
dinosaur.
A cuter one.
Well, attention modding community, skin idea.
I'm sure it already exists. Dandy on your screen right now, talking to his coach pretty heavily, so picking up his top laner.
We'll see what he decides to go for as he's taking it into Let Me's Gnar.
Pastry gets very excited when Dandy hovers Rumble for whatever reason. I was never under the impression that Dandy was a incredible Rumble player, but if you talk to Pastry Time, He gets really excited over this.
He is convinced. Apparently, Dandy was the best Rumble on his team. Better than Looper.
Okay.
Quote unquote.
Is that quote pastry time or quote dandy?
Quote unquote pastry time. Who is
Okay.
quote unquoting Dandy.
Okay.
So that's actually a third degree source.
We're Inception with our quotes.
Yeah.
But there's your final team comp for both of them. Vici, again, it's all about creating space for the Kog'Maw. You have a lot of pick potential as well as a lot of objective control, having that rumble into the top side. On the other side, RNG back to comfort. See if they can finish this one strong. You've got a little bit of hard engage, you got a little bit of pick, but it's mostly about laying down the poke with your Ezreal before you just go straight onto the murder train with Sivir.
Yeah, we'll see if they can pull it off because they have been eliminated from playoff contention. You can see even in the cameras on your screen. Vici Gaming still talking and prepared excitedly, but RNG on the other side still as statues as they get into this last set. Coaches shake hands. It's going to be in the top lane. Dandy versus Let Me in the jungle coming up. MLXG on that signature Echo, challenging World 6 on to Rek'Sai.
In the mid lane, it will be Xiaohu versus Puang, Twisted Fate versus Ezreal. Again, the dynamic changes drastically when Ezreal has the Smite versus some sort of offensive or defensive summoner. AD carry is No Heart, now known as Wushin, versus Xuan.
Yeah, and to round it out support, it's Lei versus Mata. He performed well on Braum in game number 1. Can he do it again? Some RNG fans still showing their support. I only saw the word sexy next to that sign, so I can only assume that they will perform so as we get onto the Rift. And we have loaded onto the Rift. It's RNG versus Vici Gaming. We're
Sexy.
in week number 11, set number 2, game number 2.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。
Royal never gives up. The playoff chances are dead, but they can still go out with a bang. They choose to stick with their traditional comp that is very much fitting for their history and their identity as a team. And it looks like they're going hard again. They've got nothing to lose. Level 1 shenanigans.
Yeah, they certainly are going right now. World 6 backs out. Dandy trying to come around from the side. Oh, that's an interesting position to find yourself in, Dandy. But recall out of Lei and Wushin, look to head to the bottom.
And of course, because we have the 5 point by Vici spotted out RNG's invade, so you see the trade of vision as Braum, Mata, and Schwinn step forward and also place down deep wards.
Yeah, those deep wards will spot out the now roaming Wushin and Lei. They're trying to hug the wall to avoid vision, but I'm fairly certain that they are being spotted, which means Vici can choose whether or not they want the lane swap. They decide to take it.
Historically, Vici is one of the top teams for lane swapping, but they're also one of the top teams in the LPL for dragon control. So there is a direct correlation on how much you lane swap to your initial early dragon control, and Vici are kind of an outlier to this, which just tells me that they're frankly just good at controlling objectives, which, no surprise, it's Vici.
Yeah, that's generally a good thing. MLXG dancing around. He's on top of a ward, but looks like he will start with an invade with Let Me.
It's been spotted out, though, by Mata, and on this Braum, it's fairly common for Braum to kind of, heads up, 7-up, check out what's going on.
Yeah.
Punch you in the face.
Gets tagged just a
Steal
bit.
your experience.
He's just trying to snag a little bit, but MLXG does have his smite. Oh, red buff actually resets, which means MLXG is going to take a few extra hits. Smite brings him right back up to full, and the steal is complete.
So with this lane swap, Sivir's going to have more control over the wave in terms if Wushin wants to turn this into a hard push. That said, he's more than welcome to free.
Ooh, late
Hello?
for the flash as Vici chase him down. Level 1 for support. Not that great. He's being perma-CC'd right now. He's going to end up dropping first blood, Pong.
So Lei, trying to do his best Mata impression, gets caught out because Pong got the advantage in the mid lane. Again, shoving in the Ezreal, which should be expected from Twisted Fate. He has his pick a card available. 2 red cards, it's going to shove in. The mid laner is able to move, and Ezreal cannot.
Yeah, things not looking too great for RNG again in this set. Wushin finally gets a buddy to lane against as Dandy heads into lane, and in the meanwhile, Let Me continues to double jungle and follow MLXG around. Looks like he might start off with a 3-buff if he doesn't look for a gank instead.
Mata's actually sneaking around, possibly looking for a
Oh,
gank.
they managed to gank in the mid lane. Xiaohu just jumps out of this one. Kwon goes low. They look for it. He's so low. Oh, but they can't get the kill.
So attempting and trying to force things to happen, but Vici doing a great job just playing safely. See how this will affect the mid lane, just because both summoners are now burned on Twisted Fate. I believe he used his Ghost originally to get involved on that first blood.
Meanwhile, Schwinn continuing to solo farm and gather EXP in the top lane. Teleport finally will send Let Me up there, but no summoner spells is a bit tricky. Dandy flying under his turret right now. Whoa. Just tries to harass Lei away.
Diving Rumble. Not the smartest idea when your non-list is level 1, so Dandy knowing that he's not in any sort of danger right there, and I think it was just the shortest route for
Getting
Lei.
to the minions, yeah.
Yeah, back into that lane.
That finally will send him back down there. Recall from Mata. He's going to net him a few wards where Pwong, still not dying, actually heals back up, clears the wave, and then completes his recall. So things going pretty solid for Vici. With a bonus 400 gold in his pocket. 4-minute Sheen, what?
Wow. Okay, so I was going to be curious, you know, is it going to be boots double Dorans? Is it going to be the upgraded cooldown boots? No, he just goes straight for the Sheen.
Yeah.
So much kill pressure now into this lane onto Ezreal. Now, Ezreal a bit lucky that it is the shortest lane of the game. He still has his Arcane Shift available to him, but this is a Twisted Fate you do not want to mess with.
Yeah, very scary setup from Pwong. Recall now coming out from Xiaohu. He does have a smite of his own. Looks like we could see World 6 go for a gank. He's setting up a tunnel. And he is only level 3, so...
Okay. Should be noted, though, that Xiaohu also got his back timing in. It is not going to be the Sheen for Sheen match. It is going to be the Trailblazer, so
yeah.
Xiaohu's looking just to hang on.
Yeah. I feel like that's the story of RNG for this game. They just want to try hanging on and
Too soon.
not taking the 0-2. Vici, look for the invade. They're going to seal away the red buff right here.
Hold on, though.
They might
Lei may be
actually
in some trouble.
Look for some damage. No, they don't. Oh, they could turn around on the Dandy. Lots of damage comes across. No knock-up. Oh, in fact, he does find Wu Shen. Waits for the knock-up, however. Here comes MLXG. Tries to turn around. Pong. Some damage across, but Vici, get out.
Miscommunication from Dandy and World 6 and Pwong right there. Dandy was saying, are we going? Are we collapsing? Decides to go in. Tanks up a little bit more damage than he would have liked, although he did get to do a good job managing his resources.
Yeah, they still managed to find Mata, however. He's forced to flash in the bottom because MLXG's still there looking for the third tag, but doesn't get the Z-Drive resonance. And Schwinn trades a bit more with MLXG and lets him go.
A lot of skirmishing happening, but it's not translating into any sort of lead either way. We do have both of the dual lanes, however, back onto the bottom side of the map, so see how this will change up the dragon control for either team.
See if Vici can take that first dragon as expected. Schwinn with his recall looks for a phage, but doesn't quite have enough gold to build it. Wu Shen picks up a pickaxe and some boots to try keeping it.
Big advantage is the fact that Dandy's teleport has just come off of cooldown, especially because that is nearly level 6 Rumble, so having the equalizer available, Vici have full dragon control.
For the next few minutes at least. Let Me just behind him. Only has about a minute and a half before his teleport comes back up as well. We'll see if they can make use of this as we continue to see some standard farming. Double recall is going to complete the phage from Schwinn. And Mata goes for signature wards and boots.
The Mata special, instead of upgrading or spending his 800 gold to upgrade into a Sightstone, he chooses to itemize into Mobies and then pick up his own wards because he thinks that it gets him around the map faster. He's able to set up those deep wards. And speaking of setting up,
Vici are prepared for a gank onto MLXG. They spot him out of position, but he gets away.
good job there as far as posturing, just making sure that he can walk to the strong side where Xiaohu was waiting for him. So issue was that no one was in that mid lane to kind of collapse and pinch him.
Looks like it might be RNG who goes for the pinch. Lei forces the flash out of Kwong once again. But that Sheen and some boots now continue to keep him safe. And things seem to be slowing down a little bit. You know, Lei roaming around in the mid lane means Wu Shen has a bit more difficult time catching CS, but He's still keeping pace.
And we kind of bypassed Vinci's strength over the Dragon Pit. You know, we talked about how Dandy had his teleport available a lot longer than Let Me, but continue pressure onto this mid lane, you know, repeatedly ganking Pwong and applying pressure on Twisted Fate has stalled out long enough where RNG are now on even footing, Let Me having his TP available.
MLXG catches World 6 in his own jungle, forces MLXG to World 6 to bail away from his own red buff. Continuing to be a nuisance, not allowing that previous loss to Disheartener's play this game. Though Mata has disengaged, there's the Destiny Gate just for some vision.
That's the other big thing with Pwong's TF and continually ganking him from RNGs, that you're locking him down, not allowing him to impact the game with his Destiny.
Oh, a great stun is going to find Pwong. He doesn't have Ghost. MLXG picks up the first kill for RNG.
That's a really fair maneuver from Echo. Throwing the parallel convergence from Fog of War, is forced to use the flash to make sure that he can find the stun, but beautifully done. Does not hand over the kill to Xiaohu. So MLXG, again, my team, my kill.
Wait, Dandy's on the wrong side of this. Whoa, drops the equalizer
Looks
as
like he's
well.
on the right side to me.
Whoa. Tries to turn it back around the house, does some good damage. Letme's looking for the mini-Gnar. He gets it. Flash! Double flash as Dandy dodges it from the side, but not sure Letme's done just yet.
He's baited him long enough for World 6, though.
He has indeed. The boomerang lands. World 6 looks for the bounce. He misses the boomerang on the way back. Oh, poor Letme. He's going to end up going down to World 6.
Just a little bit overzealous. Too greedy right there. Wanted to trade for Dandy. As soon as the flash was done, World 6 knew.
Yes, he did. He tried, but not quite able to pull it off. Schwinn dancing in the brush, celebrating his victory from the previous game and getting the same champion in game number 2. Looks to catch this wave. Being pushed in by Wu Xin. Still no dragons being taken by either team yet, though.
RNG going back to the tried and true, we just want to murder everyone. They're overzealous, however. They get caught overextended, and they get punished for it by Vici. It is a little bit curious that Vici haven't decided to crush their dragon as much, but with Pwong getting ganked repeatedly, they have actually lost control of the mid lane quite a bit. Xiaohu having 91 CS to 76, and likewise, with the Runeglaive complete, has a lot more pushing potential onto this Twisted Fate.
Scary spot to be in. Again, this is 5-13. Schwinn finds Lamy, stun, locks him down. There goes the Boomerang Blade, but Unbreakable buys him some alone time with Xuan. Here's a teleport. He's going to try buying some time. Dandy even joining in, but Schwinn does secure the kill. No assist picked up for Dandy or World 6, but they're prepared for this round.
And with the TP burned and the pickup of the support kill, it's going to be the easy dragon for Vici, but will they trade their top tier tower? Because Letme has a massive minion wave.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's up 30 CS right now with a Hexdrinker for bonus AD. That could be an easy take-up. Vici will secure this dragon. That's number 1. And there it goes. Yeah, just waiting for each and every auto attack.
Okay, initial dragon cleared out for Vici Gaming. Still, big itemizations incomplete across the board. We still don't have the Trinity Force for Kog'Maw. Likewise, TF still just sitting on the Sheen. It will be an objective trade as Letme finally gets this.
Oh, there goes the Destiny Gate. He looks to engage onto Xiaohu. Knockup from World 6 is going to get him into melee range. Pwong nets a kill.
The pressure finally turned around there. World 6 assisting. Didn't even have to burn his flash for the Umbro knockup, so probably was led with the gold card.
Very solid play. Lei, once again, running distraction for Wu Xin. He's 10 CS ahead right now, but it's not going to do much good for him as Schwinn is on track to start building that Triforce. Dandy getting some assist fee things as he's going toe-to-toe with Letme, who does so much damage. Could he get the kill right now? Hexdrinker is popped. Dandy's trying to kite it out. Minions helping Letme out, but the slow is so strong. Here's Pwong, and Letme's going to bounce out of this. Whoa.
He's got flash. Nope, decides not to flash it.
Yeah. Throws the clock tower just his own. And gets out alive.
Letme deciding not to commit onto Dandy. Learned his lesson for the first time. He went a bit too deep when World 6 traded that gank around. Likewise, without flash, he knew that didn't have any sort of safety net, didn't risk it.
Uh-oh.
They've tried this probably 4 times
Yeah,
now.
I think this is the 3rd time.
3rd time's the charm.
Let's see if Lei and Wushin fall for it. No, they know. Now they definitely know. Lei's still going to end up being tagged, but is totally safe in that set. While Xiaohu put some solid pressure down in the mid lane. He could look for this turret. Oh, Shot Barrage clears the way of World 6. Waiting in the wings.
World 6 needs to be careful. Oh, they're waiting for Mata. I was going to say, even if he assists with that Twisted Fate, that's still an Echo.
Very scary position to put yourself in, and that's not just any Echo. That's MLXG's Echo. We have just hit Elite O'Clock. That's right, 13:37 did just pass, and Vici Gaming are ahead in kills, but dead even in goals.
Please never do that again.
It happens once a day. Every day. Also in every game.
Here we go. Fight on the bottom.
Mata forced the flash, stand aside. MLXG continues to chase. He actually goes low, is forced the chrono break out. Here's the Destiny Gate. Twisted Fate not quite able to find the right spot. He lets him go.
Pong denied Destiny every single time, has not been able to use that ultimate effectively. Does have 2 kills to his name as well as the completed Lich Bane, but his impact on the map has been fairly negligible. Negligible.
Every time you try.
I always go for it, and it never fits in my mouth.
So if I can't say lead a clock, then you should just not say negligible.
Mine's actually a word? Let me caught up.
Oh, yeah, he is. Pong, whoa, gets shredded by Xiaohu's damage. World 6 gets punished as well. Flash locks him down. That's another kill. No! Oh, the equalizer goes. The Ignite's burning away. It is going to be picked up. Let Me gets tagged with the Winter's Bite. Does he have enough time to wait out the stun duration?
Here comes MLXG.
Yeah, they're trying to bait it out. There goes the parallel convergence. He doesn't quite find the stun, but he's got a shield face checking into 3 members. And RNG pick up 2 kills, and they might take this turret.
With the numbers advantage in the mid lane as well as the wave, they certainly will pick up the tower. Should give them enough time to reset the map and again set up for this next coming dragon.
Yeah, that's actually going to put RNG in the goal lead right now. Solid play in order to keep pace in this next game.
Yeah, Vici just getting caught out, but I feel like RNG are playing a little bit to the wind, if you will.
Yeah.
YOLO.
Whimsically.
Sure.
15.5 minutes into the game now. Dragon number 2 is going to be up in about 2 minutes.
RNG picking up multiple pressure points as well as a Twisted Fate.
Yeah, they find Pong again. He flashes, but you can't flash away from an Echo unless you've got a gold card.
Unless you have Ghost.
Yeah, also a pretty solid selling stuff.
Pong, though, has been the target. He's only got 2 deaths, but I feel like he's been ganked about 7 different times.
So much emphasis from RNG to shut him down instead of shut down World 6. Oh, they look for some damage onto the Tier 2, however. Could be the trade over as Vici looked for something similar on the far side.
More important to Vici, however, is going to be that mid-tier tower, although World 6.
Uh-oh, Letme's really far forward. He's so close to Meganar, though.
Diving, that would be suicide, especially with Dandy. Such low health, did have Equalizer available, but again, a miscommunication, a missed timing window between Dandy and his team.
Looking for Pong right now.
Again.
Again, indeed. Will they be able to catch him? Wave should be catching up. Here is Mata.
He must have said something to them. Because this is just rude at this point.
They're looking for it, but parallel convergence only going to spot out Mata. And like she ducks over the wall. And this siege
Teleport.
is going to be broken. Yeah, it's coming in from behind. There's the Destiny
Equalizer.
Gate as well. The
Beautiful.
Equalizer's huge. They managed to find Xiaohu. Pong right in the thick of things. He dives onto MLXG, ends up going down, but Schwinn has now joined the battle. MLXG tries to kite it around. Dandy at low health. He's overheated. He runs out of abilities. MLXG still alive. 2-man stun from Letley. Can they turn it around? Schwinn running. Flash over the wall. He doesn't have vision. Heal keeps him alive, but he finally ends up dropping. Which target is he going to go for? Wushin spell shields. You could spell shield that?
I don't know. The camera really wanted to look at creeps.
You didn't take any damage. Well. All in all, it's going to be a 1 for 3 in favor of RNG. Could be 1 for 4. Oh no, let him go.
Okay, let's restock. Pwong, what you doing, buddy? You just ran into 3 people. Likewise, it was then followed up by a fantastic Meganar ultimate and CC lock from Let Me. Dandy is doing everything in his power to strap Vici to his back right now. But I just feel like, again, Pong must have said something.
Yeah.
He must have made a face. Because they are just all over him.
Yeah. If anything, I think it would be Pong who's suffering from the emotional distress, judging by how much RNG have been trying to shut him down and how aggressive he's playing.
He just walked into 3 people that last team fight.
Yeah.
He's got the tower though. Okay, Lichbane is up and running. We talked about the split push, Twisted Fate build, so Pong finally finding the objective. Does a nice job trading for the dragon.
Yeah.
So Vici still playing a very objective-oriented game.
18.5 minutes in, that first turret for Vici is secured. Xiaohu scaling up, building now a needlessly large rod for absurd amounts of damage. He's been reasonably effective so far off of the back of MLXG. Wants a blue buff. Not gonna get it.
Deny that is going to be very big. Actually, CPR as well as the mana regen is very important on Ezreal in general, especially when you're an AP Ezreal. Again, this is 5.13, so the changes have not come through.
Yeah, still doing magic damage with those mystic shots. But things now slowing down just a little bit, though. 4 members of Vici head top to prove me wrong.
The next most important objective for Vici should be that mid-tier tower, so it's actually very surprising. Heading top, they're really just looking for a pick. They've now kind of fallen back into their split push ways and side wave control. So Dandy doesn't have his teleport up and available, but they really need to consolidate their resources onto this mid lane.
So far, that seems to have been a difficult thing to do, with Xiaohu clearing waves left, right, and center, and actually completing a Quicksilver Sash for his second item.
The classic Dade build. That said, he is across from a Twisted Fate, so obviously the QSS will do wonders against the gold card pick.
Long trying to get some CS desperately, but you can see how defensive he's forced to play considering all the pressure that's been placed on him.
Finally starting to itemize the Seeker's Arm Guard into the Hourglass, so that'll offer a lot more team fight potential from this Twisted Fate.
Yeah. So what do we expect when this next dragon comes up? Because Baron's up right now. Nobody's really going to be able to take it this early. What are we looking for the next few minutes?
Right now, just farming again. RNG, you have the late game. Smata gonna follow on that. You have the late game. They want to fight this. Dandy's off to the side.
They really do. MLXG looks for Dandy, brings him low. Equalizer is great. He flashes the wall too. CC drops on top of it. True Shot Barrage does so much damage. Dandy's already dead. It's 5v3. The stun finds Shawin. They manage to keep up with him. Wushin nets another kill. They're even diving onto Pong. They're looking for the ace right now. RNG are so bloodthirsty.
Doesn't have blue buff.
Should be able to catch him. He goes down here, and ace for RNG.
A triple kill for Xiaohu. Massive True Shot Barrage coming through. I think multiple, at least 3 members of Vici Gaming. This will give them the siege onto the tower, although they don't have quite a large enough minion wave. So, nope, they're just going to go ahead and leave that. Take the kill goal. Doesn't translate into any sort of objective, but they made a message.
They certainly did send a message to Vici Gaming. Pong is reading it loud and clear.
Please stay away from me.
Oh, Destiny Gate has now been used just to
He's
make sure.
checking to Baron.
Yeah, that Baron isn't being taken. Okay, so RNG, 6,600 gold ahead of Vici Gaming right now. They managed to find the team fight that they were looking for. Vici Gaming, how do they turn it around? How do they prevent that sort of situation from happening again?
Most important item for them to come out is going to be the Hourglass from Twisted Fate. Big problem is that this pick really hasn't translated into anything important for them outside the initial first blood that Pong was able to pick up in the river on Lei. So as soon as they have the Hourglass, it opens up so much 5v5 pick potential for them, because obviously he can Destiny and then immediately go into stasis after the gold card. But Let Me, Xiaohu, and MLXG are having a fantastic game right now, and really the only member showing up for Vici is Dandy.
Yeah, things not looking that great for Vici Gaming in this second set. You just saw the gold on the bottom of your screen. Xiaohu, 1,700 gold ahead, now only 1,500 gold ahead. Even in the top lane, let me nearly 2,000 gold ahead of Dandy. on that 80 carry, another 1,600. The support, 1,300 gold ahead. Everywhere you look, it's advantages for RNG. The only place that they aren't ahead is in Dragons, as it is tied 1-1, but the next one's up in 1 minute.
Question will be, how will Vici set up to fight this? Again, they're not a 5v5 team. They like to pull you around the map, look for a pick, and then translate that into an objective. Or play with different pressure, play with vision. So, unfortunately, their big split push control is this Twisted Fate who is getting dove on.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage. MLXG might be looking for the dive, but unfortunately Pong knocked out of it by Let Me as he looks to continue split pushing. Now it's 4 members of RNG on the tier 2 and no response from VG Gaming.
Yeah, Vici just not getting their resources in the correct lanes, letting towers drop for free.
Tier 2 goes down, Wushin there to catch the wave in the mid lane just to keep the pressure up, and RNG have got complete control over not only this mid lane, but seems like the entire mid game.
Dragon will be spawning in 30 seconds. We'll see if their control extends to that or if Vici confronts some sort of fight here. Now, Dandy does have teleport as well as equalizer available.
Wushin accidentally blocking turret aggro with the ricochet as they try to bully it
Here
down.
it comes.
But not quite able to find it. Teleport from the side. There's the Destiny Gate. Cool, trying to find the right person to go. They're looking for the tanks of RNG right now. Lei, the primary target. Equalizer separates Wushin. Lei goes down. That's the first pick. That's the only one they seem to be able to find.
And that is 2 massive cooldowns. Destiny and Equalizer used to just pick off the support. Is it Nautilus and he's very critical to their hard engage? Yes. But RNG could look to still fight for this.
Yeah, MLXG on that Echo. If anyone can dive in and get
They're
back
just
out,
not on
it
top
is
of
him.
it.
But he's not there in time. Vici shred through its health so quickly. MLXG tries to turn it. He dives in and immediately decides he doesn't want anything to do with the 5 members of Vici.
Massive miscommunication from RNG.
Oh, Flash Glacial Fitcher goes wide as Xiao, who's caught, he goes low. He ends up picking up 2 kills before he goes down. Wushin into the Baron pit. He's locked out, kiting for his life. He is able to survive barely as Let Me gets a 2-man stun, but Chuan chases over the wall, brings him low. Let Me is now going face-to-face with Pong once again. There is no flash for Pong. It's almost off cooldown. Can they finish him in time? Pong trying to buy some time, but oh no, the Zanyas, it keeps him alive. Oh, he goes down. Now his flash is off of cooldown. Lei finds Chuan on the far side of the fight. MLXG shows up to help him. Ace RNG.
RNG find the ace as well as Lei burning his flash, but RNG, what are you doing? That was such a messy team fight. We talked about the miscommunication. MLXG wasn't in position for that fight at all. Even on the back half, just go in. The gold card had been expended. You had the window of opportunity where you didn't have the cooldowns. You could have just burst Twisted Fate. They look disjointed. They come out cleanly just because their gold lead is so far ahead, but that was a messy fight.
Yeah, it's now 9,000 gold in favor of RNG when it's all said and done. Some pretty stellar KDAs. 11 KDA from both Let Me and MLXG, though MLXG has not died quite yet. Uh-oh, World 6 might be caught out by MLXG here. He should be able to get out just fine, as he does have Mata waiting in the wings. Whoa.
He tagged him.
He's going really aggressive here. MLXG, even dropping the Chilling Smite. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Finally, here's Chuan, and suddenly MLXG decides, I may have overstayed my welcome.
This is my thing with Echo. I feel like if you're ever in range of any of his abilities and he wants you, you'll never get away from him.
Yeah, MLXG is so aggressive right now. He's dancing around 1v3, doesn't have the chrono break. Red buff is stolen away. Xiaohu, the equalizer comes across. There's the Destiny Gate. Let Me denied from the side. He's nowhere even close to Meganar. They managed to find a solid knockup.
Oh, he gets
it! Just in time. The stun is huge. RNG completely wombo combo ace. VG Gaming.
If Let Me doesn't get MVP for this game, there's no justice. This guy has been so on point with these Gnar ultimates. The split-second change to find the stun on 3 people breaks down the inhibitor.
Yeah, this inhibitor is going down. The turret falls. The inhibitor shortly to follow. And RNG are far ahead in this set. 14,000 gold ahead of VG Gaming.
True to their name, Royal never gives up.
Yeah.
Out of playoffs, going out with a bang, putting Vici on the back foot. This is 51K to 38, well over that 10K mark, and we're now on Baron.
Yeah, they did head over for the Baron, but immediate Void Rush from World 6 matches him to the pit, and a ward over the wall is enough to dissuade RNG. They've got to get some recalls, but World 6 looks to stagger them out. Wait,
Just
what?
hit him.
He completely misses. Blue buff is secured. Whoa, MLXG! Chrono breaks back onto World 6. Wow!
The Echo relocation
Yes!
from base.
That was awesome. MLXG nets the kill for World 6, and RNG continue to chase forward. Xiaohu cleanses, but he ends up going down to Schwinn, and suddenly RNG might have overstayed as Vici turned it around. MLXG's caught over the wall, but here's Letme. He teleported. Equalizer tries to find MLXG. It doesn't succeed. Lei so tanky. Letme looking for another Meganar. It's almost off the cooldown. He nets one kill. He's looking for Pong. He drops it down in time. The stun isn't going to be up
missed
in
the
time.
boulder.
Yeah, the parallel convergence drops it. The stun is able to find it over the wall. Letme has to run. So too does MLXG. He's bringing them right to him. Flash comes out. Dandy is silenced. Let me run.
He's got the harpoon. He's too far away.
Oh, he makes it out alive. So too does MLXG. Wow, that was chaos.
You know what? Echo relocation kill. We finally got to use it in a cast. I'm going to say hashtag worth. Here's the Destiny. You're too far away, Pong. You got nothing. Let me 5, 1, and 12. This guy's a god.
Yeah, this is amazing play from Letme this game. Vici almost turn it around after RNG overextend, but this game is explosive.
You know, I was so scared with RNG losing their playoff chances that they would just revert back to, poppies.
Yeah. Thanks, Insect.
Shaco jungles. Thanks, Insec.
Yeah.
But I'm so happy to see. I still feel like it's, go out with a bang. We don't care. Dive them. But it's working out. Sometimes you play better with the confidence that there's nothing to lose.
Exactly. I can only imagine what those comms were like. Oh, you're recalling. Wait, go, 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 go. Dive, 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 dive.
They are the all-Chinese team.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they don't have to rely on the go.
Or pings, though they are still using it quite effectively. So
No, that's Mata pinging.
Yeah, well, yeah. But that mid inhibitor is down. Dragon is up in 30 seconds. And RNG are actually on top of the Baron right now.
One day our spectator will find him. World 6, just making sure that a sneaky Baron doesn't come through again. Vici can still get their foot back into this. I feel like, again, despite the fact that RNG are so far ahead in gold, Vici are still doing a decent job at keeping up.
And certainly are keeping pace for now, but how long can they continue to do this? Dandy splitting on the far side, and RNG start the Baron.
Dandy does have the teleport. Here it comes.
Yeah, he's teleporting in right now. That equalizer could be huge. There's the Destiny Gate. RNG turned into a fight. They look for Dandy to hook, pulls them right back in. Mata goes low. He's single-handedly diving the backside. There goes the Zanyas. They manage to kill Mata. Dandy goes down as well. The Samsung players are dead. Schwinn gets destroyed by Letme and MLXG. He flashes the wall to chase on the Pong. No Zanyas is going to keep you alive anymore, friend. That's 4 kills. They're looking for 5, but World 6 makes it out with his life. Forward pings. RNG could look to end. MLXG is chasing. Oh, he chrono breaks back to safety.
Lei flashes to the tower. They've got a big wave.
Oh, they're diving forward onto World 6, just trying to bully him away. Buy time for the Nexus turret. Wu Xin is tanking the turret, but they're not quite able to bring him low. Nexus turret number 1 goes down. Number 2 about to follow. Double knockout from World 6. Mata's back up as well. RNG are on the Nexus. Can they leave the LPL in style? They pick up 2 kills. They're on the Nexus. There's the style. True shot barrage indeed. RNG split the series with Vici Gaming.
Unfortunately, they can't find the 2-0 to keep them in playoff contention, but like you said, RNG finished strong, splitting the set with Vici, and now we get to say, hey, how'd Vici do?
Oh, they split?
Oh,
okay.
really?
Yeah, they split. Yeah, so excellent play from RNG at the end of that game. MLXG, he's looking down, but I'm sure he's feeling better about an unkillable game against Vici Gaming.
Perfect set. Of course, he does have the ability where he can reset himself.
Yep.
So it is fairly difficult to kill Echo, but I have to give it to Letme. That was a gorgeous Gnar game.
Oh my gosh. You guys are going to see that in the highlights for MVP.
Unfortunately, too little, too late.
Yeah.
How this will impact the standings, however, it means that Vici only get away with 1 point. So they had 6 collective points up for grabs. They now only have 3 remaining.
Yep. At 27 points in the standings, 26 points in the standings. They're currently tied with OMG for 5th place, but OMG have 2 more games to play, and Vici Gaming have 1 more game to play against LGD, so still some room for movement for Vici Gaming.
Well, the last time Vici faced LGD, they actually 2-0'd them. So history says that good things can happen with few 2-0s that Vici has ever gotten. You see the handshakes on your screen?
Yeah.
Look alive, guys. You did well.
Whoa. Oh, okay. Whoa. I was about to be very intimidated by that. Pong just getting up and walking away mid-handshake, but it is going to be taken. Solemn gratitude for RNG, eliminated from playoff contention. Though, if they continue to keep up performances like that in the LPL promo matches, we might see them come back yet.
And again, it's still fairly important that they decided to split the match here because it will affect their standings on how they're seeded into the LPL promotion tournament. Dream is still alive.
Dreams are, in fact, still alive, so that's RNG splitting it up with Vici Gaming after an exceptional set. And, oh my goodness, where did that Gnar come from?
It's always been a big Gnar player.
Yeah, but I mean, it was like...
You'd imagine how much or how well you play when there's nothing to lose.
Yeah. Very solid play from Let Me. And as you mentioned, Mata doing his best to keep Vici Gaming acting as a coherent team, but it just seemed that they couldn't get on the same page.
And again, failing with the Twisted Fate pick, which is historically, not even just with Pong, but if you look back to them having their mid laner on Hatong, a big pickup for Vici. It's very core to their identity as a team. And yeah, we started to see the shift of that, going more into kind of a skirmish 5v5 style, but Vici, if they ever get ahead, it's devastating, but playing from behind is very tough for them.
Yeah, we saw how much trouble they had with that last set, and though they did play from behind reasonably well in game number 1, they just weren't able to close out the win.
That said, that will be the end of Vici versus RNG, but we still have 2 more sets coming up for us. It's going to be EDG versus Unlimited Potential next.
And a very thrilling set of games that we're going to be looking for with that one, but that's going to be it for us. Thank you so much. We're going to go and take a quick break while we get ready for that next match. Don't go anywhere. The LPL will be right back.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson. This is Jake Spawn Tiberia. Huge thanks to FLICKR and Sada for taking the first half of the LPL, and we're here to take you to the end. It's going to be very, very exciting. Of course, we are going to have a look back at the last game, and Spawn, RNG, played so well in the last game. Still, unfortunately, their hopes have been denied.
Yeah, they certainly have, but they went out with a bang, and, you know, going into the, I guess, re-promotion tournament that they have to go up against the LSPL teams and a couple of the other LPL teams, that does wonders for your confidence. Being able to decisively beat Vici out in the early game of Game 1, but then lose late game to what was a Protect the Cogmore comp. And then Game 2, they just looked like they were never losing that in the top lane. Let Me went absolutely bonkers on Gnar, and that was a really decisive, like, clean victory. And these aren't words that we're used to saying about RNG, so they have to take what they can get out of it. It was a long shot that they were going to make playoffs. I'm sure they're still heartbroken, but to end the season in that way is nothing but a good thing for a young team.
Yeah, it's exactly right. Of course, there are still a couple of opportunities to get back into the LPL, 2 spots from that promotion tournament. But we are going to have a look at some highlights here as Vici just lose their lives at the hands of a very aggressive MLXG.
Yeah, and, you know, that was a unique use of Destiny there to put yourself amongst 3 people. Dandy trying to dish out as much damage as he possibly can, but it was just about the huge Gnar ultimates that were coming through. And in the end, if RNG can take anything from that game, it's that decisiveness will win you League of Legends matches.
Yeah, it's very true. Nice spell shield there as well from Root Whoosh. As you can see, Let Me just straight into the enemy team here, still building up the rage. And Vici, there just wasn't a whole lot they could do. Xiaohu from the outskirts still able to get that damage down from such a long distance.
Yeah, and I just want to keep pointing out the decisiveness, the willingness to continue to go forward, always diving underneath turrets as a team, tanking it up for your unit, making sure that you're all there together. We're going to see another great example of it right here, but they just don't give any cares. Teleport goes through the back, re-engage come through, and they just destroy everyone.
Yeah, and Xiaohu was still able to go 1-for-1 after getting clearly caught out there. And you can see Vici, they just can't answer this ridiculous aggression that's coming down from RNG.
Yeah, and just so much of this game was Let Me. Like, I'm sure we'll see the MVP in a second, Atlas.
Yeah, and if it isn't Let Me, are we going to have some stern words?
Oh, some very stern words to come through. I can accept MLXG getting it, actually. But, yeah, Let Me or MLXG has to win this one.
Yeah, I have a feeling that even if MLXG gets it, although one of his chrono breaks is utterly stunning, we'll see whether we actually see it as we move through these highlights. You can see him bouncing over the top. Let Me really coming out ahead.
Let Me nearly turned around a double kill here. He gets a
and he somehow survives.
Ultimate somehow, and then, yeah, just gallivants away.
Yep. Nars into the wall, says, oh,
gets
okay,
a double stun,
health.
max range, gets a good flash here to dodge a second heart. No, it doesn't dodge it, but, you know, then just meanders through the forest.
Casual stroll through the jungle, Spawn. And there's some Heart fans in the audience, of course. UP versus EDG is coming up very, very soon. But bated breath as we await the MVP to see exactly who is going to be taking this one from RNG on their final game here in the... Oh, no, it's actually not. They still have one more set to play, I believe. But still...
No, RNG are done.
No, they're done.
Yeah.
So final game in the LPL
Game
for
over.
this split. We are going to see the breakdown here as RNG, massive gold advantage, huge jungle control. MLXG really doing his job there, and he is a do-or-die jungler.
Well, he did his job in both games, you have to say. Well, game 1 maybe took a couple extra kills that he wouldn't have liked.
8-0-2, I believe, at some point in that game.
Having a very good early game, but would have loved someone his
Carries.
Vayne, I think it was. Yeah, Vayne and Azir there would have been very helpful. Instead, mid lane and bottom lane go to things that don't really need as many resources, and he was just able to take over this map on Echo. It was all about the tanky front line.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there, and we'll see exactly who's going to get the MVP very, very soon. But RNG, I want to accept some bias here because I love that team. Xiaohu is just one of my personal favorite players, and I really hope that they do play very, very well in order to try and get back in here because I would like to see a little bit more coming out of RNG. And, of course, Let Me, now that he's sort of exploded onto the Rift, he was a player that we haven't really spoken about too much because he seems more of a role player on the team. If he's going to have more performances like that, I want to see this team come back through.
Yeah, well, Let Me was one of those players that, you know, when he was on the Cassidans and the top lane was doing a very good job early on. Did currently dip away, and, you know, when you have people like Whoosh, Xiaohu, MLXG, there does need to be someone that just doesn't get as much spotlight coming through there. But Let Me definitely a good player, and I hope that you haven't just done the Garm to them and cursed them out of the LPL because you will be shattered.
Xiaohu's going to get very angry at me if I've just done that. Yeah, which is definitely not my intention, Xiaohu, if you are ever going to watch. He's not going to.
He's not watching you
Chinese.
at all. Yeah,
He's not going to be watching
Not
this,
even
this
that.
broadcast.
He's playing the game half the time when you're talking about it. So.
Oh, dear. But let's move forward. Let's move on to our next matchup. It is, of course, going to be EDG, our top team, #1 position, looking like they aren't going to budge from that one iota.
Well, they can't. Yeah. So, yeah, that's impossible against the last team.
Who
UP.
can?
And
they have
definitely
a shot.
can. Yeah, they've got 9 points up for grab this weekend. And, you know, they take on a very hard run with EDG being the first of it. But, you know, lucky for them, they can split one, Atlas. They only need 7 points.
I believe it's EDG, King, and World Elite, though. So, of course, EDG, this match, not going to be the easiest one for UP, but King and WE, a little bit more their level, you could say.
Oh, it certainly are, especially when you look at the standings perspective. But King, their season's over, so they don't really have much to play for right now, apart from seeding going into that LPL promotion tournament. But on the other side of it, WE have everything on the line. They can still make that late charge and see if they can beat out M3 once again to take the 8th spot into playoffs. And EDG are kind of like the gatekeepers of the weekend because they control a lot of the last place. You know, they come up against right now UP, a team that was able to take a 2-0 victory off EDG, by the way, so they can't get too over to confidence. Only team so far to beat the MSI roster. And EDG also play WE, I believe, this weekend, so they have a lot of control over who can make it.
Yeah, very, very true. EDG sort of making sure they decide exactly who's going to be getting through. But we are going to go through the UP
they play
roster.
M3, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so. But look, it's neither here nor there, Spawn. Amy is going to be in the jungle. Definitely another one of these Echo players. Him and MLXG able to pump those stats up for that champion. And Punished is going to be taking over the mid lane slot. Has been playing a lot for UP moving forward. And, you know, his Kassadin's still one to be feared.
Yeah, it certainly is. His Victor's also very good, so not surprising to see him take in that position. Sketch has been playing Ashe again.
Oh, the Ashe.
Man that popularized a couple of weird Ashe builds at the start with some cooldown
God.
reduction coming through and a Muramana, but right now he has been building it quite standard, a lot of crit coming through there, and he teams up with his Korean support, Heart.
Yeah.
A man that does a lot of the shot calling / heavy pinging that we see come out of UP. Because they are a mixed language team, but they are very well coordinated in their late game team fights.
They most certainly are, and it is mostly led from Heart there in the bottom lane. So able to get a lot of these team fights started as he sees fit, and of course picks a lot of these Alices, these Threshers, the champions that can really get things going on towards that mid to late game. We'll see whether he's going to do so here against, look, another team that definitely speaks on coordination. EDG have been playing as a unit all year.
Yeah, they certainly have, and you know, it's only gotten scarier. Since the Gauntlet format has been announced, EDG just look like they want to completely smash the competition. And since we've seen the return of Pawn onto the roster full-time, since we've seen the return of
It is
Poro
EDG
into
Day,
the top
remember,
lane.
Spawn as well. So
It
a
is.
lot of EDG fans out here in the LPL. And look, I don't want to say that this is another negative towards UP, but it's going to be very hard to deal with that crowd as we do have a look at the Edward Gaming lineup.
Yeah, and as I was saying, since they brought Koro back into the top lane, Pawn back into that mid lane, they haven't really dropped many sets in the last couple of weeks, and they're looking really coordinated and cohesive right now, which is not a good sign if you're trying to sneak into the 8th position.
Yeah, so UP probably looking across with fear as we go through the MSI roster. Koro, of course, more than happy to pick up the Shen at any opportunity. Clearlove with so many tricks in his book, and Pawn, that man in the mid lane, played Jace, of course, one of his sort of original comfort picks, and the Ahri as well, just to mix things up. Of course, he just plays everything. Deft there as well, back on the hyper carries in the Kog'Maw and Jinx over the last couple of games, but he's Corki, still waiting in the wings, most definitely a feared champion of his.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we round out the
Lineup.
team roster with Mako, their support player, the rookie coming through here. Annie, of course, being his huge champion. Braum also very good, but the Nami surprised me. I liked it coming out of Mako, and you know, if he is able to diversify his champion pool into the very peel-oriented of the Jannas and the Nami, as well as the heavy initiative supports like the Annie and the Braum, going to just add a further weapon as we check out Deft on your screen. He never looks phased, and Pawn smiling.
Yeah, Spawn? Pawn having a bit of a giggle there. Of course, you're Spawn. You're not exactly having a giggle at the moment.
I can if you want.
Quite stern. But Clearlove, you can see, probably looking over his runes and masteries, making sure everything is sorted out heading into this game. And Coro on your screen right now, he's actually looking a little bit more upbeat than we normally see Coro.
Yeah. Maybe because he's secured first spot and he still has 3 sets
Look,
to play.
they've got a lot to grin about.
They can go to 48 points.
Yeah, and it's looking, honestly, like based on their last performance, where they were still well and truly in first position over the last week, but there were no holes barred. They were just going completely off on the rift, and I have a feeling that it's not going to be any different as we move into this game. We are going to see the most gigantic graph in the history of graphs here for EDG, as there's sort of a wet piece of paper for UP in comparison.
Yeah, but you see UP own the head-to-head. They have got the 2-0 against EDG, one of the 2 2-0s that have come through so far. And that would give them confidence, you know. Amy stacks up very nicely against Clearlove, is a good team-fighting jungler. UP as a whole actually team-fight incredibly well if they can make it to the late game. And EDG have this bad habit at times of winning games off the back of team fights that they necessarily shouldn't have been winning. So we'll have to see whether UP can drag the game out to that point, kind of bring EDG down, then beat them with their game plan, because that's definitely what happened last time. You know, Amazing J played game 1 and we were willing to make every excuse in the world, and then EDG brought out the MSI roster and still failed in the exact same way against this UP lineup.
Yeah, and it was off the back of the team fighting, which we have been talking up on the side of UP, the fact that they're very coordinated in the late game shot calling. It's just not quite there as far as the early game rotational play and the strategic moves that they make around the map.
Yeah, and the other thing I want to point out about UP is they have 2 anti-carries. They don't have 2 carries, so they've got Long in the top lane that plays a truckload of Hecarim. Like, leave it open, he's going to pick it.
Yep.
And then they have a Kassadin/Victor player in the mid lane, and these champions excel at one thing, and that is deleting someone off the map. And Deft has such a heavy burden on his team to bring damage in. He plays a lot of these hyper carries and just gets it through his positioning, that if you have the likes of a Kassadin and the likes of Hecarim diving onto your AD carry time and time again. I mean, we saw QG do this when they brought Swift on Nocturne and just repetitively dove Deft on Jinx to give him his first competitive loss on Jinx. That's what upsets EDG. They don't like to have to all-out peel. They like to have Pawn, Coral, and Clearlove doing their own thing, but some of these teams just are unrelenting in how they attack the AD carry position.
Yeah, and Deft, of course, is known to be able to position very well in a team fight, but what are you going to do against the likes of a Fizz that Lung can definitely play, as well as that Hecarim that can dive onto you? And we just saw the UP lineup. They're having a laugh there on the desks, able to get things really upbeat, go into this game with a lot of momentum, as we do have Champion Select very, very soon.
And, you know, have to be up.
So much love for EDG in this crowd.
Goodness gracious. They were giving out T-shirts. I didn't get one. Sad day.
Yeah, I know. I would have thought that they'd mail one out. But we are going to hop into Champion Select here as UP to take on EDG. They wouldn't. Just wanted to throw it in there. At least we've now got it on air.
Yeah.
As Azir is going to be the first ban away from Pawn. Finally, team's going to be taking that one away from him. Callista is going to be the follow-up. Of course, EDG now with sort of Callista, Rise, Echo as their fairly stock standard bans here. Of course, we are on 5.13. So Ezreal's still most definitely a thing, as Gragas going to hit the hay. Clearlove not going to be able to pick that one up.
Yeah, and Pawn has played the AP Ezreal in the mid lane, so would not be surprised if UP banned that one away. But finally, some respect being given to the Azir. You know, we used to joke a lot. Deft doesn't play Callista, Pawn doesn't play Azir. They're just 2 things that you kind of took for granted. But around playoffs and MSI time, they started to jump on these, I guess, really popular carries. And boy, has Pawn made so many teams pay for leaving it up. And as you said, Echo, Amy, very big fan of that champion, able to pick that one up and take it. So they're going to ban it away in EDG as I regain the ability to speak.
Well, Long is hovering the Rek'Sai here, leaving Clearlove with basically an Evelyn if he wants to stick to one of his...
So that's why he's hovering the Rek'Sai.
Well, actually, that's a very good point, because you can't really pick it against it.
Yeah, because just able to keep a lot of tabs on Evelyn when Evelyn likes to be able to get those early ganks off to be able to impact the map. So wouldn't be surprised if this is something that Amy wanted to do. Also gives them a very good initiation tool in that Flash on Borrow as the game goes on, and not a bad presence in the Vision game.
Yeah, it's very true, and it doesn't leave Clearlove with too many options considering the fact that it does give away that. But needless to say, Maokai is going to be locked in irrespective of all of those things, and Clearlove looking to take away the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, that was actually kind of cute in the end from Long. hovering it for so long because he was like, I do have the ability to play this, so now you cannot blind pick the Evelynn coming through. He really showed him the fact that he could play it. So, you know, not surprised to see that swapped over at the last minute for the power pick of Maokai because he's the last real true tank available in the top lane, unless Koro wants to play something like that Nautilus, which we haven't seen as much coming through in the LPL.
No, not so much from EDG here, as Braum is going to be the lockaway here for Mako. Of course, had a stint where he played it a heck of a lot. Hasn't in the last few games, but we'll see what this opens up for UP. Ezreal probably not on the table so much.
Yeah, I like what you just mentioned. The fact that they didn't want to pick Ezreal, so they take the Braum because it kind of wipes the AP threat off the map right now. Nothing Punish can do in that mid lane because if it ever gets to a mid-game situation, Mako's just going to throw up that Unbreakable, make sure that the rest of his team's safe. Pawn also plays Yasuo for the kind of icing on the cake. Double wall is such a strong composition, and with the amount of unburrows on the team, the threat is just way too real right now for Punish to be able to lock that in.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult. EDG sort of playing them into a hole here just a little bit, but one thing that Amy definitely has up his sleeve is that Nidalee if he wants to pick it up. Hasn't been playing it as much recently, but of course does have it in his back pocket, and Punish considering grabbing Thresh here for Heart.
With Gragas gone, Nidalee kind of the next tier of junglers on the current patch, and jungles incredibly quickly and has such potent gank presence. I liken Nidalee to what Kha'Zix used to be, because on isolated targets, if you land that spear, she just does ridiculous amounts of damage. She's a legitimate assassin for the first half of the game that goes towards a poke champion as the game continues on, and because you go for that Ceres on a little bit more of the damage build, it's great to run something like a Maokai because it means that you have a third threat coming out of the jungle in the form of an AP dealer.
Yeah, exactly. And on hovering Tryndamere.
It's not going to be a Tryndamere.
Most certainly not. One thing that I was just having this complete mind melt over was the fact that EDG could wait until last pick and grab Yasuo for the double wind wall effect with the Unbreakable and the wind wall. Just stop any poke that UP would ever want to throw down. Of course, the option's still there. Haven't seen Pawn play Yasuo over quite a while, though.
No, we certainly haven't, but I'm sure he can play it incredibly well.
I believe he can play everything incredibly well.
Yeah, that seems to be the recurrent trend. And they have picked an AP top laner, so always going to be available as Deft once again goes towards a hyper carry.
Yeah, back on the Kog'Maw as well, so I wanted to pick that one up with the Braum, of course. Extra long range with that Bio-Arcane Barrage. Pretty handy there for making sure that you do get down those stuns with the concussive blows. Sketch, though, no surprise, is going to be hovering the Ashe. We'll see whether he actually decides to lock it in. And if he did, that lane would have a heck of a lot of CC.
Certainly does, and really good gank setup coming through there. This is really cute.
Heart's like, I know what you're thinking, guys.
The whole draft phase out of UP has actually been quite good so far because they have this pick composition on the table right now where Sketch able to fire an arrow at someone. Amy will dish out all this damage from the jungle position. You throw in a Twist of Fate, that's even more pick potential coming.
Oh my goodness.
Out there as they just change everything up. So I'm going to stop talking about pick. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, we've got to just stop discussing the hovers. We do have 3 seconds to go here as UP lock in Twitch and Lulu.
So it's been a while since we've seen a submarine play come through.
Yeah, most certainly has. It looks like a real sort of raise the Twitch comp as well. Gets right into the middle and then Wild Growth comes out and he instantly still dies. I don't know.
No, so the reason Wild Growth is so good because Twitch does this thing once he gets Blade of the Ruined King where you just march up mid lane as, wow, he locked in Yasuo.
Instantly.
Yeah. All right, let's get to that in a second. Back to Twitch. So he marches up mid lane and then you put help picks on him.
Yep.
And then as soon as he walks underneath him, you Wild Growth him. So then the mid laner can't turn around and kill him. And then he gets like this instant stealth gank. It's really quite cute. So that's what they're looking to do in the mid lane. But, you know, throw all that aside. Pawn's locked in one of his more famous champions in the mid lane.
It's just ridiculous as well. No fear. I mean, they knew that UP were ready for this pick. UP hovered it as sort of a little bit of a taunt there towards Pawn. But no time wasted. Mako's like, all right, we got this on lockdown. Locks in the Yasuo. Of course, lots of knockups available. That Glacial Fissure, able to get the AoE knockup. We've got the Unburrow here from Clearlove as well. So many options for Pawn. Plus the fact that they can negate any sort of poke that is going to be coming down with both Wind Wall and Unbreak.
And it's not even the poke, it's a spray and pray, or the rat-a-tat-tat, I don't know what it's called, because you can set up double walls, and all of a sudden Twitch's positioning becomes absolutely crucial to be able to get any damage across in these team fights right now. There's just this huge front line and double wall that he's not necessarily going to be able to penetrate.
Yeah, that being said, we've also got a great matchup here for Koro in the top lane, as Rumble's going to be taking on the Maokai, as Amy trying to put his carry pants on, especially in the early game with that Nidalee into the Rek'Sai. Yeah,
and Punish versus Pawn. It will be the Lulu versus the Yasuo in the mid lane. But this is where it gets interesting. 2 hyper carries, one very popular right now in Kog'Maw, but against Twitch, which we haven't seen on Summoner's Rift in quite some time.
Not a whole lot. And of course, both of these champions really able to excel in that late game stage with massive range, but Twitch having the AoE advantage.
I was going to say different reasons. Twitch, all about the physical damage across everyone. On the other side, you've got the magic damage on a single target to chunk them out.
Well, we'll see if we can get to that point as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, for our 5th match of the evening. Of course, it is our 3rd match. 5th game as UP take on EDG. UP over on our blue side, and EDG wearing the red shorts tonight for our 1st game of this series. We'll see whether Pawn's Yasuo can go off this time, because we haven't seen it this split. We'll see whether it's still as potent as it has been in the past.
And you know, we used to joke that Pawn always gets a sneaky game on a melee assassin. We're waiting for the Talon. Yeah, but he's bought out the Yasuo for his 1 melee assassin game this time around.
Always next game, Spawn. Always next game.
It's not going to happen. But
he's got his own skins.
30秒到达战场。
And Sketch is using it.
Yeah. Deft hanging around on his oven as well. Very exciting. Yep, Sketch, of course. Now I'm going to walk over a ward here. EDG managed to get a deep one down. Lots of pings. You can see Heart at it again.
UP are actually one of my favorite teams to, because they literally ping out the path they want to take to things.
Walk through this brush, then into this brush. Well, they are going to give up on that one. They do manage to get a deep ward down, but not too many. EDG with a lot of defensive vision, but nothing to check any potential lane swaps that are going to be happening. Needless to say, they are not going to find one, as both EDG and UP happy to have standard lanes down here towards the bottom side.
Yeah, and this is a strange decision because there's a lane bully on each side of the bottom lane, Deft a little bit more with his long range, but Heart definitely a much bigger lane bully than the Braum. Braum's not intimidating at all after level 1 until about level 6. So, but Twitch is the same. He's not really going to get much work done in a 2v2, so doesn't really favor either team. Will come down very heavily to execution focus. Who can push someone in, maybe get a quick level 2 advantage.
Yeah, we'll see what this level 2 is going to bring here, as Heart's going to take a couple of stacks of that concussive blows, but it is going to wear off, and EDG with the lane pushing towards them, now trying to clear that one out. Sketch moving forward.
Yeah, they're going to get it first. They get the early shot.
Yeah, so UP with control of the bottom side. I want you to take us through, Spawn, though, this mid lane. We do see a little bit more action, but the mid lane, of course, Pawn up against Punished here on the Lulu, and he picked the Lulu understanding that Yasuo was definitely an option here for EDG.
Yeah, he certainly did, and Lulu's just fantastic against... Nice dodge of the hook there from both Mako and Def. Lulu's just really good against assassins, able to use a polymorph, get the wild growth on yourself and be able to stop any of that high burst damage coming through. So it's not going to really be worried, but in saying that, Punish very much about team fighting this game, and Pawn can probably sit and split push, because looking through the UP lineup, there's not many people that can go with a Yasuo once he gets to that static Shiv, Blade of the Ruined King. So we will see Pawn at a point in this game where he can just run around the map unchecked and see if he can knock down some structures.
And we'll see whether he decides to go for that Trinity Force build that we've been seeing, get a little bit more popular. Of course, he decided to build an Alacrity boost very early on as well, as Koro's going to try and burn down the tree here on the top side. Silencing himself just a little bit. You can see Pawn farming very, very well. Definitely something that a Yasuo is certainly able to do. And Deft happily farming underneath his turret. We haven't touched in so much with the junglers. Clearlove has gone back to base after grabbing his red buff.
All right, let's just talk about what Pawn just did. Pawn grabbed his wave, stopped it before it hit the turret, and windwalled so he didn't take any creep damage to create a freeze on his side of the map. Just ensures that he has a little bit more safety from any jungle ganks going to come through. Deliberately misses a cue to send a message there, Atlas. I'm trying to speak good things of you, sir. And yeah, that's just really good control over the mid lane.
Well, he's going aggressive here onto Punish, who does shield himself up. There's the knock-up from Pawn, able to get a lot of extra damage off, but finally, Polymorph will come in and Pawn will have to back away.
That's a problem when you play against Lulu. Just has the ability to stop you dead in the tracks, make you a fluffy kitten or whatever the heck it is.
Squirrel. But, of course, this is what Lulu is fantastic at. One thing I was going to mention was the fact that I see Lulu as more of a neutralizing laner. It doesn't necessarily stop anyone from getting anything done, but it avoids any snowball.
At times, she's an outright bully lane. If you're able to get anything early going on her, she's pretty obnoxious with her auto attack harass that comes through from picks. If you're able to generate any of the lead. But you're right, at worst, Lulu's always a neutralizing lane. You can't really shut her down at all.
Yeah, so definitely an intelligent
members
blind
up here in
pick
the top
here. Yeah,
lane.
Hart looking for Koro. Does still have his flash. Death Sentence is going to be moved out of the way of.
Afterburner Thunderstruck.
Yeah, flashed out already. So Hart, the decent roam.
Pawn maxing the E. That means he wants to fight Punished.
Yep. And it also means that Spawn is very happy with him. Certainly do. He's been quite vocal. But EDG with a heck of a lot of control here on the bottom side. Sketch still waiting around, but he's only level 3, of course, zoned away from a lot of experience here. Has finally managed to make his way back as Mako takes a little bit more damage, but Clearlove's coming down. They're looking to dive. That being said, some members of UP are hanging around. Tunnel is available to Clearlove, but decides not to go in. EDG just skirting the outskirts of this one. Oh, man, punished.
Disengage coming out in the bottom lane. EDG just looking to see whether they can create any map pressure with Hearts roam into the top lane. Did suffer a big CS discrepancy because of it in the bottom lane, but if you look at how well Long's doing against Koro, definitely was worth the venture north.
Well, of course, we'll see whether it pays off. The trade seems to have gone sort of the same way either side, maybe a little bit further in the top side of the map as Pawn is going to continue pushing this one out. It does mean with all of this focus on the bottom and the mid and the top lane, Pawn has been sort of left on his own. Level 6, level 4 here as Amy's going to have to pounce out of the way.
Pawn looking to get aggressive onto the enemy jungler, just trying to create some pressure around the map as he shoves the mid wave in. And actually, Sheen picked up first here in the bottom lane for Deft. Means he wants to use that W auto attack with the Sheen proc to create as much single target pressure as possible. Looking for the one auto attack trade.
Yeah, Deft doing a pretty decent job clearing out these minions as well as UP. Going to wait in this brush. Spawn looks at me and shakes his head because he's upset at the fact that I love talking about minion farming too much.
That was very good minion farming. I'll give it to him.
He was setting him up for himself. You know, Mako wasn't there. He was just walking over traps in the jungle. Beautiful work. But Amy hanging around here. They know what's going on towards that bottom side. And UP, there's the ambush as Mako's going to get flayed back in, taking a fair bit of damage. There's the death sentence eventually as Amy not even going to throw a spear. Doesn't want to get in there as Deft able to get a lot of damage back down.
Yeah, Creep Wave was in the way, I believe, and Deft able to turn around so much of that damage as Clearlove falls low to red buff. That was an interesting brawl. Of course, he does not have Smite, so not going to be able to get that HP back.
Well, it's difficult, you know. A lot of these players used to the PvP game, PvE, sort of comes second. Clearlove struggling against it, but he will be okay.
Clearlove is definitely used to the PvE game, mate.
I know. I first realized who I was talking about a little bit too late during that one.
Played it for like 3 years.
Yeah, there's Mako as well, using that Unbreakable just to make sure that Deft is going to be well and truly safe as they shove in this bottom wave.
So this is a downside. They've chunked Sketch out, and that turret was already so low. Now double minion wave crashing into it with some pressure of Clearlove coming through. It means that Deft is just going to be able to chip away at this turret, maybe even take it out.
Oh, he could kill Sketch here as well. Nice use of that relic shield from Hart. Deft understanding that the turret is not there. Oh, Winter's Bite was so close.
Oh!
Boy. Thank goodness for that
good chuckle
shield.
as well out of Sketch as he goes back. Sometimes it's just about sending a message.
It certainly is, and he's sent one. But he's also been sent back to base.
And
not a
turret
whole lot
and
of
Dragon
money.
will go down, which means that, as we said, that top lane venture, it was worth it at the time because of the 16 CS advantage currently on long. But then to give up all pressure on the bottom side of the map, lose a turret this early in the game, lose the dragon, you feel that maybe Amy needed to do some more to create some pressure down there, because that's not really a great news story right now for UP.
Most certainly isn't. Pawn happy to let this wave crash into the turret as well. He's just dashing through, picking up all of this farm. Nice work. Look at that Emax making sure that he can clear out all of those creeps perfectly as Amy's going to pass over the blue buff to punish.
Right now, Amy's not even able to get an advantage in farming the jungle because of the early movements. You'd have to think that Clearlove going the Chilling Smite, being the Rek'Sai versus a Nidalee, should have been able to get some form of the advantage, especially with a Trailblazer, but just has not been the case.
Hasn't really been able to find it, of course. Seems to be summoned into a whole lot of lanes as opposed to sort of focusing on making sure he gets all of that farm.
And unless you can get early kills, because you are looking to be a carry on Nidalee, it is just so important to be able to farm up the jungle efficiently. That's why a lot of them still go ranges to keep their mana topped off.
Yeah.
And make sure that they're super healthy flying around the jungle, and just hasn't been the case so far. And wow, Koro's really scared of this lane.
He just doesn't want to give himself the opportunity of getting dived. He's running so far away, he must have... Spidey senses seem to be going completely ballistic.
Yeah, for no reason. They're broken.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're on the fritz.
But in saying that, Dragon was taken. There's not really going to be a fight happening around the map because bottom lane turret was gone so early, so not really much to look for as Scat sneaks onto Deft.
Yeah, Deft actually in a bit of trouble here, trying to turn it around onto Scat actually as the Rat-a-tat-tat has come through. Clearlove's right in amongst this one, but there are 4 members of UP on the bottom side. Koro immediately exhausted, can't get a lot of damage down. Scat, 1 auto attack, no! 1 more, yes! Finally he's going to go down as Deft grabs the kill. Long forced to flash away, 1 more auto attack will stun him up as Mako's very low. There's another kill on the backside as Amy's going to get Wild Growth punished. Makes his presence known on the bottom side of the map at EDG. It's a 2-0 their way.
And double wall, you see that the Nidalee poke just inefficient even on the back end of that fight. And that was without the Rumble Equalizer. Remember, we just said that no team fight was going to happen. UP proves me wrong.
Yeah.
And that was really one-sided for all of the cooldowns that had already been expended. So in the end, EDG able to get the better of the scuffle, and they're already 3,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, the ridiculous part of that is as the dust settles, Pawn has 2 kills on his Cogmore moving away from that team fight. Already had a massive CS lead. And this could only mean disastrous things here for UP as Punish is going to get zapped by that static shiv that's already been completed by Pawn.
Yeah, farming at about that 10 CS a minute mark right now. And Deft, you're right, has gone back, picked up Zerka Greaves and the double components of Trinity Force. He is so happy right now. They can rotate him around the map, try and dodge the wave clear, and see if they can pick up any turrets before the next dragon spawns at about 14 minutes, 15 minutes, I think.
Yeah, Amy and Hart up here on the top side. Koro going to spot them out with that harpoon. Amy just says, how did he know that I was there? And tries to sweep the brush, but definitely a blind one from Koro.
Certainly wasn't punished. Wow. EDG are unrelenting in how they're sieging up this map right now. Twitch was trying to freeze out the bottom lane. Wasn't able to because it was on his side of the lane. Now trying to take Krugs, and not even he's going to get that.
Yeah, he's going to get knocked up here. Chilling Smite's down as Clearlove's going to get Bilgewater Cutlass. Couple more auto attacks as he's trying to burn the rat down. Tanking up the turret forever by the looks of things. That Wild Growth is going to go down onto Punish there in the mid lane. In the meanwhile, is Deft just going to wander out casually.
So I disagree from that choice by EDG. They had Punish so low in the mid lane, probably could have just sent Clearlove there to siege up the turret and see if they can knock it down. Instead, use an awful lot to try and take the rat off the map and won't be able to pick up the important objective in the mid lane.
Is it about half health on that turret, but UP with a couple of members here able to clear that one out. Picking up a lot of that CS as well. Pawn heading into split push mode, does have that Ruby Crystal, so it looks like the Trinity Force might be the go for the EDG mid laner. 128 CS now here at 13 minutes into the game, and that is only going to extend as he kills these creeps over and over again.
And this is a really annoying thing about Yasuo. He's an efficient jungle farmer as well as minion farmer, so he can just disappear off the map whenever he would like, continue to absorb CS, and even without champion kills, he gets a really early 6-item build path because Static Shift, quite efficient. You get to sit on Brawler's Glove, on Avarice Blade as well for a little while, generally, and going to be able to use all of that to just farm up minions.
Nice little answer there from Punish as he nails Def. Down to about half health now. There's Long looking to try and lock down the Void Puppy. But Def, seems like EDG just able to predict exactly when they're going to get aggressed on. I mean, Koro maybe a little bit more than he should. The rest of the team not really leaving themselves open to counter-attack as
UP are looking to cut them off here and know that Koro's teleport still is on cooldown. At least chase 3 members out of the jungle, but Koro in the meanwhile has just been able to catch up all that CS. We said it was 19 earlier in the game. Now he's completely back to equal.
Yep, UP. Oh, Sketch might be in trouble here. There goes Pawn. Knock up. Almost unnecessary as EDG put the rat to bed.
Yeah. Overkill?
I'd say so.
Definitely roadkill now.
Yeah. Oh. Yep. I mean, that was messy, but most definitely correct there, Spawners. We do have a slight pause, and I think it might be Sketch wondering why his screen went all grey. That's because you did.
Certainly is, and you know, he must be getting a little bit frustrated. That's twice that everyone has just burnt so much in the bottom lane to see if they can get on top of him, but it's a good tactic, keeping the AD hyper carry down. We keep mentioning the fact that he's got the Nidalee heal, he's got Lulu behind him to augment all of the damage. If it gets to a late game point, he will be able to dish out what they need to get done in these team fights, but right now with Yasuo running around the map all the time, chasing him off this CS, I think he's already 40 down because of that roam that Hart went on early game, just hasn't turned out to be in their favor.
Yeah, and it's the fact that they're trying to leave him there to gather up all of the farm and the solo experience as well. But UP, they almost need to have him with a few extra members of the team so he doesn't just get repetitively dived.
Well, 100%. They were waiting on the power spike that was the Blade of the Ruined King. They wanted him to be able to get that, then be able to roam around the map and pick up the kills. But in the end, what happened is that they left him alone. He was trying to freeze out waves, and then people just kept chasing him off the farm. EDG not respecting the fact that a deep freeze should mean that the other team gets there first if you try and aggress on it, and instead of concentrating the mid lane turret or rotating to the top lane and allowing Sketch that time, they've just kept going bottom lane. It means that they have so much pressure over the Dragon area because that whole bottom half, the red side of the map, is just lit up with wards.
Yeah, I was going to talk about the wards because that does mean that you talk about the fact that UP should be able to collapse faster. It isn't the case because EDG have been walking around that side of the jungle the whole game.
Yeah, exactly right. And you saw even when they were trying to chase them out right there, EDG just slowly retreat, nothing to alarm. They, even if it had have come to a fight, would have been able to, I guess, go at least decently in a 4v5 at that stage of the game. And as we jump back onto the Rift, Dragon about to respawn, you're right, they just look like they're controlling everything that much better.
Yeah, and it's not sort of outright aggression here from EDG. It's not the fact that they look like they're able to take any fight. It's the fact that they're calculating exactly which fights they can take and then avoiding any situation that they wouldn't like.
Exactly right. Couldn't agree more with you. Once again, timer back. I think that was a respawn, in fact, of Sketch coming back onto the Rift. He's 3. No, that's a level 8. I thought it was a 6. I was going to have a heart attack. But EDG get Dragon number 2.
Yeah, and Sketch now with Hart here on the bottom side of the map. He's going to be able to pick up some much-needed farm. 40 CS down now as Def. He's going to give Clear Love a hand on this buff, and it looks like he's actually going to take it there. So, of course, with the Yasuo on the map, you're not going to be giving him a blue buff. May as well give it to your Twitch.
100%, especially
there is
if
no
you're
other champion on the map that would like it.
Mako wouldn't mind it.
That's a very good point. Need more Winter's Blights. Got to get that 20% cooldown reduction.
And wow, once again, Mako's coming into the bottom side of the map. Sketch isn't having fun.
No. And things aren't looking so good for him moving forward as well. Of course, Pawn is going to go back. Probably has a lot of money in his back pocket as well. Grabs the Phage. See what else he decides to pick up. He just spent a whole bunch of change. No. Just going to be the Phage. Completes that.
Grab himself a pink ward as well. When you're split pushing, always important to do that. Upgrade his trinket.
A lot of extra movement speed as well. Static Shiv for the extra 10% plus the Phage with the Rage passive. Going to be able to move around this Rift pretty quickly despite the fact that he only has the brown bags.
Oh, what a bait coming out of Forest.
Oh, there's the Equalizer. Long does have to try and use some creative twisted advance to get out of this one, but looks like he's not going to be able to as he's just going to get smacked to death by 3 EDG. Make that 4 EDG members. Koro, oh, they were trying to donate it to death. Not going to happen this time, but he grabs an assist.
Yeah, Pawn kills Nidalee in the mid lane. In the meantime, and EDG have complete control over the map. And once again, Koro was just recalling inside. You could see that Long wanted to stop it, didn't want to relent in the pressure that he had put on. And in the end, they make him pay.
Yeah, and Clear Love here just in time as well as Pawn just throws out a Steel Tempest the wrong direction.
It's a bit rusty, all right.
Yeah, there's the flash, the ignite. Glitterlance doesn't find Pawn as Punish thought he might be able to grab that one, but not going to sacrifice himself for it and worth the shot.
Certainly was, especially when the game's going this way. Absorbs a little bit more pressure. UP going to be able to pick up their first turret of the game. It's going to be 1-3. Get the gold lead back to about 6,000 still. Wow, that's not good.
Yeah.
Looking for positives.
Yeah. It's difficult to find them here this game, of course, UP on the back foot, but we were mentioning the fact that both of these teams like to fight in the late game, and a lot will be on the back of Sketch as Amy's going to be able to pick up at least the Raptor. But Sketch trying his very best to get himself to a point where he can be relevant this game. It's not going to be for a while.
It certainly is not. Has gone with the Blade of the Ruined King first. Expecting Youmuu's to come through next just for a little bit more of an efficient build.
Yep.
Gives you the armor penetration and a bit of attack speed to your rat-a-tat-tat at the same time.
And gives you that catch potential as well, which is one thing that UP can still do, is manage to find anyone isolated and then just destroy them. Speaking of which, Hart is going to get exactly that.
Burns ultimate as well as
the exhaust, yeah.
And Baron comes out really quickly from the EDG lineup.
They can't force it to spawn earlier though. We'll need to wait another minute 20 for that one to come up, but you're exactly right. I have a feeling that EDG might have their eye on it pretty quickly.
Yeah, another patented 23-minute Baron looks to be on the cards for EDG this time around as they're now taking over Amy's jungle. This game has just been so impressive. The amount of teamwork that's coming through and just the always on the same page roaming. Wow.
Oh, there's the knock-up. Last Breath comes through as well as Punish has to wild growth himself up at depth. Here at exactly the right time. Long's going to get snared up at the same time. Teleport's coming in still here from Koro. Yeah, you're exactly right. The fact that the Trinity Force has come through, he's doing so much work. EDG have that pick now, and that's a lot of the wave clear.
That was just, once again, a great catch coming out of the support player. Mako able to graze Punish with that ultimate.
Yeah, just the tip.
And Pawn dove at the chance to be able to get in there one more time. Picks up another kill for himself. And EDG, over the last 3 weeks of the LPL, have just looked unstoppable. Going into playoff, you need to get higher on the table. If you're 5th, it's not going to be good enough. You do not want to play these guys until the very last moment.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you are not going anywhere near them. But you can see Sketch still stealthing up, trying to find something. Deft very low on mana as he just has a giggle as he's ovenly self here in the mid lane. Happy to approach the creep wave, but EDG are just so far ahead. 7-0 in the kills. It's approximately 8,000 gold the lead. 3 turrets to 1, EDG. Yeah, I just don't know what you do against this team.
Trinity Force static kill already done for the mid lane. A Pawn 190 CS.
Goodness, EDG to say, nope, the jungle is now ours. Steph grabs himself another blue buff. EDG probably could just walk over to the Baron, and they are pinging it out.
Yep. They just know that they're stronger. They have to come to EDG right now, and because of the double wall, they just don't take any damage.
Yeah, and there's also going to be no chance that UP can get any sort of poke in. Long is going to spot them doing this one. As EDG looking for the knock-up. Pawn doesn't quite find it there as the Baron falls down. That was very quick for 20 minutes as the equalizer's there. Long in so much trouble. The knock-up's there. Last Breath comes down and Pawn locks down yet another kill on the map. Punished walking towards his non-existent turret there in the mid lane, and UP just milling about. They don't know what to do.
This is so impressive right now. We said that UP, oh wow, Clear Love.
Yeah, you got
no,
to
they're standing
from
still.
That
Yeah,
one.
you couldn't see them. So we said the fact that UP, if they can get a late game, they're one of the better team fighting teams. And
yeah.
They've put together a team fighting composition, and EDG recognized that early and just unrelenting with the amount of pressure that they're putting on the map. And that just means it's never going to get to a point where UP can play their brand of League of Legends. EDG, 10,000 gold up at 21 minutes.
So incredibly impressive. Haven't dropped a dragon. They've dropped 1 turret. And that is all that's stopping them from a perfect
And they traded
game.
it for 2 kills and a turret in the top lane as well. So
yeah. Well, Blade of the Wrong King almost completed here for Deft as Sketch is going to stealth up and look for something, but they clear out some wards on the side of UP, all of them wanting to make sure they stay together.
Top side of the jungle for EDG right now.
Yeah. Klilov spotting everyone out. Hart's going to make his way over along with the Twisted Advance, but Klilov makes it all the way back. There's the wind wall to stop any spears from coming down. Wild Growth here onto Long, who's tanking up a lot of damage. Sketch might find himself in a nice position, but Equalizer, great positioning there from Koro as Long continues to go aggressive. Spear onto Deft, but no follow-up is available. And UP have to get out, but they don't lose anyone just yet. But Amy and Sketch are in so much trouble. Burnt to death by Koro. It's going to be Mako and Klilov picking up those kills. The last one goes to Mako as well as Pawn looking for his own. No tornado to land.
But once again, another 3 for 0. Another turret falls. They flashing to the base. That must be the surrender vote coming out 23 minutes in. And EDG steamroll UP.
That was unbelievable. And this is the team. This is the team that the only team in the LPL that's had 100% win rate against EDG this split. And that is not the same game. You can see Koro pretty happy with how that one went. Of course, still playing a little bit.
They didn't get a kill. If they hadn't dropped that turret in the bottom lane, perfect game.
Yeah, precisely. So, Punish, you can see there on your screen, he's like, okay, let's move on to the next game. Let's not think about that at all. Get back on the rift and see whether we can do things
I think he's like us. He's like, what just happened?
And Klilov just looks like it's another day in the office.
Yeah, the expressionless one.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, I wish I had seen those people that were trying to back. Of course, he actually has no idea.
He doesn't know yet. I'm sure someone will tell him.
Yeah, check out the VOD. Klilov, what are you doing? It's underground, man. I'm not supposed to see anyone. You can see Pawn. He's ready to get back into it as well, but my goodness. I just don't know what to talk about now because EDG was just honestly a steamroll.
And it was a proactive play that came out of Hart that set that in motion for EDG.
Yeah.
He went top lane, burnt Koro's flash, tried to get Long ahead, and it worked. But they just couldn't defend the bottom lane turret. Amy didn't get down there soon enough. When he did go there, it was a failed gank. Wasn't able to get the spear because of a missed-timed minion wave coming in to interrupt him. And that just meant, from that time on, Deft had all the control over the lane. They knocked down bottom turret. They knocked down Dragon, translated that into a split pushing Pawn, made sure that he had control of everything.
Yeah.
And then it was just comprehensive, clinical coming through.
Yeah, and there was absolutely, they had no way back in. And Sketch just getting repeatedly dived over and over again. All of the backup vision that EDG had provided for the split pushing Yasuo. And, you know, Mako and Klilov just wandered down this sort of duo of junglers, both of them here. Of course, LPL has multiple junglers per team, if you weren't aware. And they just wandered into the lane, helped him out, gave him some knockups, and it was easy pickings here for Pawn, who just got way too unbelievably fed. And it was all she wrote from there.
And that's Pawn's style of League of Legends. He wants to be isolated. He wants to be strong enough that he can be the distraction, run around the map, cause havoc. That doesn't mean he's not a legitimate carry. We just saw he was outputting so much damage, but he was 1v1ing the jungle and mid lane while everyone else was top, ganking Long, getting rid of that top lane turret.
Yeah.
He's just the guy that wants to be there and just cause zones of pressure that you have to respond to. So everyone else, that 4-man famous MSI unit, can get so much work done around the map.
Yeah, just so incredibly impressive. But, of course, it is a 2-game series. UP will see whether they can completely forget about that last game and move forward and try and give it to EDG because they need a victory in this next game to keep their dreams alive. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're just going to have a short break and we'll be right back with more LPL action. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. And we just witnessed EDG with a complete and utter dismantling of UP. As you can see, the goal pretty one-sided. 11-0, 28 just for the team. And my God, it was just pretty disgusting. And Mako going to pick up the MVP.
Yeah, no problem with that at all. Put a lot of pressure down bottom lane.
Yeah.
Then teamed up with ClearLove, as you mentioned, and just formed this double roaming squad that was able to get around. And let's take a look at a couple of the highlights. Mako able to use his abilities there to just keep that huge shield up between himself and Def, which is obviously his job. And just that beefy front line that Braum has to offer so early in the game, as well as the concussive blows passive, just makes him so fearsome.
He was literally a wall between Deft and UP.
Well, it was
this was the play that really made the whole situation punish. Just getting caught out meant the UP could not do anything at all.
Yeah, and it's this double wall situation that can come through to stop all the damage, which means that you just have to pick a different fight if you are UP, and they didn't have the choice because once they committed, Pawn was that strong, Def was that strong that they were bursted within an instant of it, and they needed like 5 wild growths that time around. There was nothing they could do. And I liked your choice of words, dismantlement, because EDG recognized what UP needed to do to survive. They needed to get the Blade of the Ruin King, needed to create picks, need to free up the Twitch. And what did EDG do? They just shove all the pressure bottom lane and make sure that never comes to fruition.
Yeah, there was absolutely no way that Sketch could get anywhere in that game. We'll see what they do to try and sort of make up for that situation. I mean, the Twitch pick was definitely something out of left field. Haven't seen a lot of Twitch be all that sort of impressive just recently. Definitely a niche pick. And we'll see whether Sketch moving back to something he might be a little bit more comfortable on, such as Ashe, could be a better idea for the UP lineup.
Certainly couldn't. They had the comp at the start to go for all-out pick. I actually would have preferred that. The other reason they tried to snowball long was because he was a primary tank.
Yeah.
And Koro had the situation where he could counterpick and went for something like the Rumble that just puts insane amount of damage pressure on the Maokai. You never really get tanky enough in laning phase to deal with that, which meant that they needed to send resources top to help the Soul Tank, because all of a sudden, if your Soul Tank gets behind and there's all of this frontline damage like a Kog'Maw, like a Rumble, you're just wrecked in teamfight situations anyway. So they had to make that choice early game. That was a forced play, you could tell, to try and snowball the Soul Tank ahead, but it just bit them so hard in the bottom lane that they couldn't recover.
Yeah, and that was probably why we saw Koro playing so defensively at the early stage, because he knew that Long was their way back into this game. So he made sure that he was never available for any of those ganks, despite the fact that Amy was on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, 100%. You know, if he had been able to get to a point to dive on top of Pawn, tie him up, make sure that everyone was fighting him so the Twitch can unload from the side, all the poke can go down, would have been a different game, but it just never happened. And for that, you have to give credit to EDG and how they set up around the map. Yeah. And the double wall comp. As soon as they recognized it as a fact that it was a Twitch on Sketch on Twitch going to unload on the team, they locked in the Yasuo. Like, no hesitation at all.
None. And it was insta-locked. It made it difficult to talk about what was going on there, Spawn, because there was no hover coming in. It was just, Yasuo, that is what we're picking right now. And I just don't know what UP do now moving into Champion Select to make sure that nothing like that happens again. Whether or not it's going to be a different AD carry pick, whether they change up everything on the map to make sure that they've got more tools.
Well, this is something that I like to talk about a lot when you have a strong jungler like Amy that's willing to play the likes of Echo and Nidalee, and that's pick winning lanes. At the end of the day, you have to be able to pick a winning half of the map, so Amy has room to play with, because right now you can see that Amy wanted to get aggressive. He was in the top lane, was looking for even dive plays, really wanted to be able to catapult his teams ahead, but because mid lane was so one-sided with Pawn doing well, and bottom lane was so distorted because of the early heart roam, he could only really go top. And that just wasn't going to cut it this time around because of how safe Koro was playing. So giving him a winning half of the map, maybe sacrifice Long's lane, give him a winning mid and bottom lane, something like a Victor, something like the gank pressure of the Ashe, and then unleash him onto the EDG lineup and see if he can get the rest of the team going.
Well, exactly. We just saw a pan of EDG Day fans with all of the EDG paraphernalia there. We saw Coral, I believe, in some sweet shades as well. Very, very cool stuff, and we'll see whether EDG, once again on their day, are able to pick up another victory, move themselves to 42 points here in LPL Split 2. most definitely out in front in that first position. And one thing that we didn't mention last time around is that UP were actually coming off back-to-back 0-2 losses as well against both Vici Gaming and Snake. UP just really haven't been finding their footing just recently, and EDG are able to most certainly capitalize on that. But it more looked like EDG were just playing so much better, knew exactly what UP wanted to do with their comp, wanted to do around the map, and just made everything happen that was as far away from that as possible.
Exactly right. And UP, as we mentioned, they've got the 3 sets this weekend, one every night.
Yeah.
If they get 7 points, they skip ahead of M3, who of course only have one best of 3. If they get 6 points, which is lose this set and then go 2-0 in the next couple, they still have the potential to be able to tie it up. Of course, they're going up against King and WE. King, not in the playoff race. WE also trying to make their mark. So UP really need a win now. Cannot stress how important is a split.
Yeah, and it does entirely depend on sort of how M3 does as well. I mean, they've got EDG. That is going to be their one matchup for this this end of the LPL. So, of course, not exactly an easy one, especially after what we saw in the last game. So, odds are that M3 aren't going to grab any points either. So, UP able to possibly tie it, but we'll see whether they can actually do it. We are going to get into the second game here, and UP, if they win this, that means that they'll grab that 1 point and put themselves ahead of M3 if they can manage to pick up 2-0 victories against King and WE. Definitely things that they are capable of. EDG currently hovering Syndra, and we've had all the bans come through already. EDG actually decided to ban away the Echo, Twisted Fate there as well as the Braum, and Callista Rise and Shen going to be removed from the Rift here for UP as Koro considering grabbing himself a tree. Or a whole lot of different things.
Yeah, it would surprise me if Maokai came through first. But it does, I was going to say, because already seen that Rumble goes quite well against it. Nah, also doesn't do too badly.
I believe Long's
Maokai.
played a couple of those.
Yeah, so is a different pick, but of course, probably still the best primary tank in the game.
Yeah, there's also the fact that Long plays a lot of Fizz as well, and Fizz does decently in that matchup.
Well, Maokai doesn't really beat anyone in lane. He's that nullifying factor once again. Becomes this huge tank that is very impactful mid-late game. You don't pick him for his laning phase, although it's not bad.
The Vengeful Maelstrom is pretty powerful, nullifying a lot of the AoE damage to come out from any team, as UP, considering that Gnar at the moment towards the top side of the map, is going to be what they lock in,
so
as well as the Victor.
Once again, they picked a winning half of the map, because Victor at the least will shove in every single wave. So all of a sudden, Amy has space now on the top half of the map to be able to look for his brand of League of Legends. The response from EDG will most likely now be a lane swap, because that's what they do against winning halves of maps. They never let it come through, isolate mid lane, see if Pawn can live through all of the attention that people are going to throw at him, and then turn the game around from there. But at least they've started the draft on the very best foot they could have with what they had up.
Yeah, most certainly. Well, Pawn was hovering the Yasuo for a little moment there, but he's going to switch over to the Thresh for Mako. Clearlove once again going to lock in his Rek'Sai. With Gragas still on the table, still deciding to go for that one, is most definitely interesting, but wants to make sure that Amy can't go towards anything like an Evelynn there. Of course, both Clearlove and Amy pretty happy to pick up that champion.
It's also the vision control
that
Rek'Sai gives, as well as the added, I guess, knock up just on the unburrow there. He's able to give the Yasuo, although Gragas has body slam and cast, so maybe not a huge deal.
The other thing is the fact that Azir now open for EDG if they want to pick that one up. Pawn can grab that for the mid lane if he wants to. Of course, EDG looking for some more consistent damage. They've got a decent support staff here in the Maokai, Rek'Sai, and the Thresh, but looking for some damage. Of course, Deft and Pawn most certainly able to provide that. And Gragas going to be the lock-in as well as the Alistair here for Heart. So another engaged support, as it is actually going to be a last-minute switch over to once again the Nidalee.
Yeah, don't mind it this time around, because Heart's going to be the secondary tank. Long will be the huge tanky Gnar once he transforms. And then the ultimate that can come through from Alistair, the Unbreakable, just really hard to get through. It's not happening. And Amy now can try and take over the map and throw spears at people. And Atlas has lost his ability of talk, so I'll just keep going. Deft now hovering Twitch to see whether he can return the favor to Scat.
But the Talon is definitely a legit. Oh, damn it. I was willing to believe.
Cassidy does really well
Well, of course, it is
Against
pretty much
Victor.
the standard pickup here, isn't it?
Yeah.
As I believe the win rate was 7-7 as far as Cassidy into Victor is concerned. But most of the time Cassidy's picked, it is into that Victor matchup. And Pawn going back to another potential comfort pick here in the Fizz, which disappoints me a lot because he could play Talon. It's not going to be the thing. Graves is going to be locked in here for Deft, as well as the Fizz for Pawn.
You're getting too ahead of yourself. They still have M3 and OMG coming up. There's time, Atlas. It's okay.
Yeah, but, you know, there's also playoffs as well. Come on, EDG, I believe. The last pick, though, is up for grabs here for UP, as Sketch looking to grab his AD carry here on the bottom side of the map, looking to pair that one with the Alistair, as Deft has locked in the Graves. Graves and Thresh, definitely a lane that you do not want to be going up against lightly. And we'll see what Sketch does in response to this bottom lane.
A lot of bully potential right now through the entirety of EDG. If Clear Lab's able to snowball Pawn at all, will once again become this single target terror. As well as the fact that Deft and Mako are going to be heading into a Thresh Graves lane, which is so damn tanky.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to be a Twitch again.
Yeah, Sketch believing in his Twitch, wanting to make up for last game. Looking to grab that one more time, so a lot of AoE potential here from this UP lineup, and in fact a lot of damage availability from this team. Depending on what long builds, they're going to be able to do a lot of work in a very short time.
So this time around, I don't like the Twitch pickup because Maokai is available, and that means that he can just dive onto the backline, and Twitch doesn't deal with those gap closers very well. A lot of pressure on Hart to be able to keep his AD carry safe this time around. Still has a steroid coming through from Amy, so should be able to dish out a lot of late game damage. That's never Twitch's problem. It's just how do you keep him safe from the Maokai Fizz Rek'Sai combo that you know is going to fly at him every time. And it's strange because this is what like UP was really good at doing when they were playing Sejuani. Just getting onto that AD carry and making his life hell. And 2 games in a row, EDG have put together a composition that can do just that.
Yeah, it's like EDG are just fighting UP with their own methods here. Of course, Long back on more of a comfort pick. Of course, his debut into the LPL was mostly on the back of that Gnar, so going back to some comfort there. We'll see how this Fizz pans out this time around. It is going to be Koro with the Maokai into Long on that Gnar as well. Bit of a switch around as far as those roles are concerned. Clearlove with the Rek'Sai one more time. Now Amy going to try again on that Nidalee to take this game. But Pawn back on the comfort Fizz is punished back onto the comfort Victor.
Yeah, so a lot of comfort picks across the board right now, you'd have to say, as Deft goes towards a mid-game AD carry in Graves. Up against once again Sketch on Twitch, who didn't have a great last game, and they're going to pair up with a Thresh and an Alistair respectively. Have to think that Hart, you can see he's up to a master plan there.
Yeah.
Is enjoying this pick ban.
He most certainly is, but I want to see how the Twitch does as we hop on to the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, EDG taking on UP for our second time this evening. EDG, I believe, were able to take game 1 relatively convincingly, one could say. We'll see whether UP can turn that momentum around heading into this game and whether Sketch can redeem himself on this Twitch.
Looks like Invade's going to come through from both teams. Actually, EDG don't go on theirs, but might be able to meet up for a 5v5.
A lot of AoE damage. Look at that value coming out of the sapling there. Amy takes 100 damage. Terrifying stuff. From Koro, but UP just going to be able to get some deep vision down.
So some medium vision. They don't really have anything in the lanes, but they have all of the jungle starts warded up. So they will know whether Clear Left starts on the bottom side of the map. But right now, EDG pinging out the blue buff on the side of UP because they know that they've used all their wards.
Yeah, all the wards are down. Of course, EDG not able to see them move towards that mid lane, of course. There's none of those extended wards going to be heading down there. They're not going to be spotted on their blue side of the map either. So we'll see what UP decide to do as EDG move towards the blue side.
There's a 3-man unit as well.
Oh, dear. Sketch and Hart, they might actually be discovered here. Of course, Clearlove does have the tunnel.
So there's a tactic that you generally use, and that is to take a little sentinel away from the big camps, and they can see with the Tremor Sense that he's doing it.
Yeah, oh, there's the flash immediately from Sketch as Hart already down to half health. There's a death sentence onto the Gromp.
Meiko took issue with the Gromp.
Don't you dare get into this fight, Gromp.
This is between us and them, buddy. Stay out of it.
Yeah, well, message received.
He doesn't want no trouble.
Yeah. Gromp deciding that he won't mess with Meiko anytime soon. Just getting his eye in spawn, I believe. Well, there's a playful Trickster onto Punish, already down to half health, as well as Pawn, that he has the flask in his back pocket for some extra sustain in this lane.
Yeah, and I like that you pointed that out, because this is what good Fizz players do. Trade with their health bar at the start of the game as a resource. So dive in, get a couple of cheeky auto attacks. Wow, a level 2 gank onto Koro.
Yeah, Amy.
Long probably wants the farm.
And Koro once again moving very far back. He's just going to back away. Of course, shoved out that lane and looking to try and get that Doran's ring in there and teleport back up. Unless it's just consumables. I don't know whether he even has enough. Does he? Don't know. We'll see. He's just going to be...
Yeah, just consumables, and it looks like he's going to foot it back. No, he teleports.
Well, blue buff is going to be taken, of course. Some vertical jungling by both of these junglers, so no 3 buffs to happen as level 3 has been acquired by Punish. Able to get a lot of harassment down onto Pawn here as well. Of course, Pawn just somehow manages to find farm, even in these sort of melee matchups like the Fizz into Victor, where it can be difficult in the early game. Death Sentence, not going to find it here for EDG on the bottom side of the map. Pawn continues to get harassed out, and we'll see whether UP can sort of ride the fact that EDG with a little bit less power in these lanes.
Both junglers got 2 buffs at the start of this game, so just jungling towards what they think the stronger side is right now. As Long gets chunked out here. He's not having the best game day against Koro so far.
No, Koro able to shove out this wave a little bit faster as well. Death Ray's just coming through thick and fast here on the Pawn, but Clearlove waiting in the wings, the wave pushing nicely here. As Meiko as well going to find his way around. There's the gravity
also
field.
Maokai.
Yeah, manages to get out there as the... Yeah, Punish is so dead.
Sapling grabs the kill. Koro says, my job is done here. Walks back top lane.
I believe that's when you say, it's all me, guys. Locked it down.
And EDG, once again, reading the play a little bit better. Sending, this time it was Meiko with the roam. Oh, Koro has got...
His spidey senses are definitely on overdrive. Maybe we can say that. Of course, maybe operating a little bit too hard sometimes, but that one was definitely on point.
It's like the Minority Report, can see the future. What a
Hated
great
that.
movie. Oh, come on.
Oh, no, I got a knee cramp in the middle of that film in the cinemas. Awful. Whole experience was just not one that I'd ever want to
Play
repeat.
the movie. Meiko.
Oh, yeah, Meiko might be in a little bit. No rupture? No pulverize going to come down. There's the double play though. Scat takes a lot of damage from Def. Does get the pulverize onto Meiko, but into the fight here as Scat's gone so low. Clearlove's here as well, but Def is already going to lock down the kill. Clearlove just overshoots with the tunnel. The knockup's there. So much CC for EDG. Clearlove picks up the kill, but man, Meiko was able to keep everyone busy.
Yeah, fantastic fight coming through as now Koro wants a piece of Long.
Whoa, where'd that sapling come? Oh, Pawn not going to get stunned. Urchin Strike can get him to safety there. This Punish just holding this wave. Oh, Urchin Strike onto him though. Pawn does not want this lane to be frozen.
Certainly doesn't. He still has the consumables, so you can see that he's just willing to burn through them, continue to trade. Now, punished him. Ooh, Koro's in trouble.
Yeah, very low on mana here as the Hyper does take him down to about even health here with Long.
There's
who's
no
building
level
up the
6
raid.
so far. So nice. So, there he goes.
Well, there's the level 6. About to get that. Nah. Nope. Not this time.
Yeah,
3-0 now for EDG.
Went one auto attack too early there, Long. Probably thought that he was going to transform on the hop. Wasn't the case, so he couldn't get the immediate Gnar through, so decides to back away.
Yep, Koro noticing the fact that Mega Gnar no longer available is going to move up towards that lane, but Amy is there. moving towards really unrelenting pressure here towards the top side of the map.
And Koro's lane's pushing heavily against him right now, so he needs to be careful. Long positioning for the gank, so once again, he's just going to back away.
Yep. You just can't gank Koro today. I don't know.
Shut up, shop.
He's going home. Saying, I'm done. Keep trying to gank me, I'm not into this. Catalyst going to be picked up here, going towards that Righteous Glory. Has been nerfed just a little bit on this patch, but still definitely a great buy. Just a casual Chaos Storm there in the mid lane from Punished. Wants to annoy Pawn a little bit. Not going to find the Death Ray there, so Pawn is able to farm up this wave relatively well.
And the Chaos Storm at level 6 is kind of the old Ignite at level 1 strategy, where you just put lane dominance down. You say, you can no longer fight me because I have more health. Problem right now is Punished has no mana, so no longer can he follow up.
And not as many friends by the looks of things as well as... Oh, Long actually
down
taking
here.
some
They've
walls.
lane swap. Got their Joy lane in the top.
Koro's not happy about it either. To go back in, try and get some damage down onto Heart. As Deft is just going to take this turret and say thank you, everyone. We'll have this one. Amy back towards the top side. It is going to be a... Wow! Oh my goodness, Koro going so aggressive. He's going to get knocked up though, headbutted back towards the turret. Koro, not a lot of places for him to go. And Heart is going to take the first kill of the series here for Unlimited Potential.
So in the end, Koro goes a little bit over-aggressive and pays for it with his life. They're going to be able to pick up a blue buff for it, but no turret. Turret falls in the bottom lane and Dragon picked up from EDG. So still at wow.
Yep, there's the Chum the Waters from Pawn as he was... Oh, the max range wallop into the Nara as well, but Playful Trickster gets Pawn over to the side. Spear lands as well. There's the pounce and Amy picks up the kill. Dragon finally goes down. What the heck was that, Koro, as he takes the Dark Passage to safety after an interesting teleport.
EDG just, you know, having a little... That was bad.
Yeah.
So they face check a brush. Pawn goes down. Made to pay with his life burns. Both, no, actually only burns the flash. Summoner spell there. Could not get out. Koro burns the teleport. Nearly joined him. Mako was able to save, though, and 3 members of UP now heading mid.
Yep, there's the playback. Mako picks up some tower aggro there as well as the Boomerang doesn't find the mark. Spear glides towards EDG but doesn't connect as UP do save their mid lane out of turret but don't find any kills.
So the reason that they lane swapped was the fact that Twitch was being held so far behind. So being able to get him away from Deft, who had just picked the BF sword up after the couple of kills, was definitely good news. And from there, it just looked like a little bit of a brain fade coming out of Koro.
Yeah.
Decided that he wanted to try and 3v1. You know, you never know how strong you are until you try and execute on something crazy like that. And then he got the big reality check that he wasn't as strong as 3 members and died.
Yeah. I think it was, this pause might be so that they could restock the EDG fridges with ham, because I believe they just finished all of it during those last couple of plays and are now looking to find some more, because that was a little bit interesting.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, you know, EDG, they're still up. They've got a lot of pressure around the map. They were able to pick up bottom turret and Dragon whilst all that was going on. So, surprisingly, still a net game coming out. It just wasn't a necessarily play to come through as we do jump back onto Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, Clearlove taking an optimistic Krug camp. Going to decide to head away from that one beforehand as long as now continue taking down these one more time. Of course, you did mention the fact that EDG net gain. They are 1,000 gold in the lead with that extra turret and, of course, the Dragon there as well.
They swap their lanes back. Now they're sending, once again, the Twitch into that, the Graves into the top lane to fight that Twitch, and Twitch recalls, does not want anything to do with Death.
Well, at least Sketch has been able to dodge away from a lot of what's been happening here. Almost made it towards that Blade of the Ruined King. UP's hopes not dashed just yet, despite the fact that they are still down in gold. It is, of course, only 10 minutes into the game, so 1,000 gold, a little bit more, actually. Still fairly meaningful, but Pawn waiting in the wings.
Yeah, you want to punish to walk around that corner. You can see the ward position there. See whether he could get any form of gank, but Punish smartly playing towards his side of the lane.
Yep, there's the Urchin strike form trying to close the distance. Playful Trickster around. There's the flash out of the way. The Charm of the Waters. Wow. The spear lands. EDG really looking for this one. Death Sentence lands onto Punish. There is the W from Koro as well, and Pawn is going to lock down the kill.
Very aptly named ability coming out of Mako there, just sealing the fate of the mid laner of UP. That was huge coming through, just meant that all the summoner spells that had been used were worthwhile, and Punished tried to use everything but could not get away.
Mako is so good at this game, Spawn. He's really, really good. He's going to get caught now and possibly killed, just to make me look like an idiot. There it is. Amy's going to pick it up with the pounce. Cool. Oh, God, don't. Stop saying it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, there's collateral damage and Deft! Flashes for the kill. Last auto attack. Predicts the flash from Amy as well. Hart now looking to come through. Does have the ultimate available. Can dive a turret. And there it is. The flash into the pulverized. Sketches here as well. Deft trying to turn it around exactly like you're saying. Oh. Quick draw's not enough. That was one more auto attack and Sketch was dead.
That was so close in the end. Sketch able to live, but Pawn is on his way. Doesn't have... just wants the creeps instead. Got red dot syndrome.
Red dot syndrome. Definitely something that I can get behind. Spawn is going to be able to pick up most of these underneath the turret. Nice. EDG going to try and reset for a moment. Of course, in the end of that, 2,000 gold now the lead for EDG as they managed to pick up another turret. Of course, mid lane outer did fall down. Punish now with a long lane to work with as he shoves that wave right up.
But it's closer than the last game, and right now Blade of the Ruined King has been picked up for the Twitch. He's 1-1 and 2, equal on CS this time around, so they can start making the plays that they were looking for. This time it's all of the burst damage that's coming out of Punish that will help him out if they're ever able to get towards an isolated target like Mako, like maybe Deft. Everyone else is pretty tanky at this point in the game, and it looks like it's going to be a Rod of Ages coming out of Maokai, first one we've seen in a while.
Yeah, I haven't seen it for quite some time. Of course, 5.13, Rod of Ages did get a slight buff. You get a little bit more AP from that one as you move forward. So
get less health though, so it was more of a mid lane buff and less of a top lane buff. That is, of course, unless you
assume that Maokai is a mid lane.
Yeah, as opposed to Maokai being an AP champion. Of course, he has 4 AP ratios in his kit.
He does. Pretty good, that particular statistic.
5 if you count both bounces of the sapling, which is very high, Atlas.
Yeah.
We're talking like only Nautilus has that amount in his kit.
That guy's got a lot of ratios. Well, rest of UP now looking towards the top side of the map.
Just sprints up to Def, completely ignores Mako. Looked like he wanted to go for the fight.
Well, understandable here, but one thing that we want to check in on is the fact that Amy's grabbed some kills, grabbed some assists as well. Now has that Rune Glaive at the same time.
Going towards Aurora as well.
Yeah, farming quite nicely.
A little bit more of a tanky Nidalee build coming through here.
Still very efficient as well. As, ooh, Death Sentence not going to find Sketch there, but this turret is going to fall down. EDG getting into aggressive positioning, but Amy was waiting in the wings. UP.
So Koro, so lots of members in the top lane.
Does seem to be
5
a focus
from EDG right now as Clear Love and Pawn also make their way around.
EDG just looking to play stacks on here as so much AoE damage goes down. There's the Blade of the Ruined King. Sketch trying to get the AoE in there, but my God, EDG putting everything to rest here. Chum the Waters eats Heart for dinner. Oh, Chaos Storm from Punish destroys Mako there. Gets a double kill actually as Death falls down at the same time. Long looking for the Gnar. He's going to have it very soon. Punish is going to fall. Long needs a good Gnar as Clearlove's going to get knocked into the turret. Just tunnels out. Boulder not going to find much at all. And Long just going to eat a tunnel, and that's about it.
And 4 for 2 in the end. They're looking to see whether they can complete the ace. Does not look like it's going to be possible as Long playing a little bit more carefully. But UP thought they had the trap set. They were like, we have 3 members up here. It's a lone Graves. And then 4 other members just fly out of the woodwork right now. EDG using that gank squad and just able to catapult themselves into this 4,000 gold advantage.
Yeah, and it just looks like EDG are in the heads of UP. Sort of playing like you'd make this sort of reference in tennis where someone's sort of completely lost out mentally to the opposition, you know?
It sounds good. I've never watched tennis, really. As we take another look, as you see, Def dives in. They think they have to fight, but then there's just another 2 members, so they saw 3 of them coming. And it was absolutely huge. The collateral damage, all that AoE, what a great Chum of Waters to snap apart. And from there, Punish able to turn it around with a huge Chaos Storm laser combo. But the decisive decision making. Once again, this is a multi-language game. Horo and Pawn do not speak the same language, but when it's on Summoner's Rift, sure looks like they do.
Most certainly. And they've been playing with this lineup for a long time, and communication is something that we've always credited them for. Even in comparison to sort of all Chinese teams that all speak the same language, EDG just seem to have some ability to just think like a unit. Hive mind with EDG seems to be some sort of a thing here, as they are going to start up Dragon number 2. Deft is going to take a dark passage to get himself into the pit.
And they've given away exponentially more kills this time around Atlas, but there's still such a stranglehold on objective on the map.
Infinitely more kills.
3 turrets, 2 dragons, still to nothing. UP for this whole series so far, 38 minutes of gameplay or so, have only taken 1 turret. No dragons, no barons. EDG have owned everything.
Yeah, and it seems to be the same sort of stranglehold happening this game, apart from the fact that EDG have decided to be a bit more trigger happy than otherwise. And you can see this time around, Sketch actually with the CS advantage on this switch. 1, 2, and 4, definitely a better game than last time around. And we'll see whether UP can weather this mid-early game storm that they've never coped with very well and move towards their comfort zone, which is sort of late game and team fighting.
But there's still such terrific scaling coming through from EDG if it does get to late game.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was going to be all that hopeful.
It's an option.
It is. Deathsense going to land on the heart. Does, of course, still have that Unbreakable Will. Pops it now as Mako gets positioned underneath the turret. Puts the box down. Pawn looking for a chunk of the waters. Lands it onto Sketch here as Karu comes through with the teleport. Spear not going to find the mark, and EDG going to turn this into a siege.
They didn't have the teleport there on long. They must have had the timer, but in the end, they don't pull the trigger because Mako was so low. Instead, just pick up a turret for themselves and able to back away. But they have given up the perfect game. Long going to be able to grab that one.
Yeah, of course, they dropped 6 kills as well this one, so it's about objectives. Analyst's mind.
Yeah, objectives only.
Yeah, love it.
If you trade a kill for an objective, worthwhile.
Oh, Clear Love going to try and battle along. Decides instead just to walk away. Gentleman's agreement there as Pawn's going to take down this siege minion. Nailed it. Still done.
It was like fighting someone because they burnt down your house. Even if you win the fight, their house is still burnt down. So he saw the turret wheels going and he was like, well, not doing anything here.
Yeah,
I'm going home.
Just got to accept it.
Yep.
Oh, dear. Well, you can see along, he's going to head back to base. We'll see what he decides to pick up here, as it looks like a Randuin's Omen is going to be his next option. Warden's Mouse sitting there, as well as that Ruby Crystal, looking to try and turn that into a Spectre's Cowl. By the looks of things, just wants some components here, Spawn.
Just wants the resistance coming through, because of course when you get that transformation, you get all of the HP to augment the resistances. So very efficient stats on the likes of the Gnar. That's what he's gone for. The most efficient build he can possibly get. Hex Drinker, incredibly efficient.
Yeah.
Soul Shroud as well as Warden's Mail, all up there on the gold efficiency stats. We're going to be helping him out in that regard.
That is a very intelligent ward there by Heart. They have been burnt by that one before. It's going to make
once
sure
again,
there's no EDG
check out
members.
the vision from EDG as opposed to UP. They have some in the bottom side of their jungle because they were just able to get control of that area, but everything else right now belongs to EDG.
Yeah, Pawn is going to clear out all of these minions as well. He's got the Lich Bane complete, as well as a needlessly large rod. Grabbed himself some Mercury's Treads as well. Doesn't want to get stunned up by any of the CC from UP.
Yeah, and I've been waiting for this for a long time. Merc Treads, because of the amount of magic damage on the top side of the map, as we might have a little bit of a fight, as well as the CC that junglers and top laners bring right now, are just so valuable on everyone. With the rise of blue buff being contested.
Yep, not going to be
got
stolen.
it.
Oh, did he?
Yep.
Well, Clearlove's got one as well.
Was it Clear Love? Clear Love got it.
Red team's turret.
That is just stupid. Well, Clearlove, yeah, Deft was in the mid lane,
Yeah,
so
Clear Love got it.
probably Clearlove, yeah.
You know, sometimes I get my Rek'Sais and my Graves mixed up. They look quite
understand.
similar. Yeah, so what I was saying, with the rise especially of Abyssal Scepter, that gives the penetration that you would normally get from the Sword Boots, just a very good item to pick up in the boot slot. Of course, Tenacity, very hard to come by in League of Legends.
That is true, especially since they removed that Tenacity item. And I can't even remember its name. It's very upsetting. Remember the one, the AP item?
Yeah, the one that looks like a crystal.
Yeah, the silly no one built it. I liked it.
Proves it. Case in point, ladies and gentlemen, pack it up.
Yeah, good point. Okay, well, UP just going to gather together as a unit to clear out the top wave, making sure that they're not leaving themselves open to any funny business from EDG, because, of course, EDG looking pretty black on the map at the moment just because they've managed to clear a lot of wards. As I say that, of course, Clearlove is going to walk over the top of the pink ward and not notice it because his field of view is very small when he's underground. Koro is probably going to find his pink, though. Clear that one out.
And the gold-efficient builds coming out of everywhere for UP now, recognizing that they're starting to fall out of this game. Perfect hex score coming through with CDR boots. Very efficient from Punish, especially if he goes death cap. That's a lot of raw AP that you get out of your core item with utility.
Yeah.
As well as some brute damage with the death cap. Really only going for scaling right now on their jungler. Even Youmuu's coming through for Scatch, not something like a BF sword item into a Phantom Dancer for real late game damage. And as we already mentioned, components build for long. They're just trying to hold on for dear lives and stop the snowball that is EDG. Because right now, 2 items on Graves, getting towards, wow, just components for Pawn. Caught between a Morellonomicon and what would be a Zhonya's Hourglass right now.
He's trying to build a DFG, I think, but just not realizing that it's no longer in the game. It's an homage. I think it's an homage.
I don't think so. I think that he's caught between a Morellonomicon and a
Yeah.
Zhonya's Hourglass.
I just wanted to have a bit of fun with it. Hart is going to clear out a tunnel. Ward is going to be potentially cleared here as well by Sketch.
Sorry, it's just too easy to know. And Dragon going to be up in 15 seconds as Hook lands onto Hart.
Yep, there's the pulverized Mako going to get caught out. Blade of the Rune King immediately used by Sketch there as the Rat-a-tat-tat comes in. Is the Contaminate going to be there in time as Long's about to transform? Wants to try and get something more happening, but the rest of the team not going to follow suit.
So EDG went way too early there. Teleport not yet available, only just coming up for Koro. Mako has to go back to base, you feel, although he's sticking around trying to use that pick potential, and they got the transform out. So maybe they have a window to fight in. They're trying to ping a ward right now that the Maokai can teleport to impact this fight.
Yeah, Long actually backing away as well, so that Mega Nut is going to run out. Of course, takes a set period
and of course,
longer
EDG
as well.
are pinging Baron.
Yeah, standard. Def going to use that red buff to clear out all those minions as well. Looks pretty good. EDG, once again, moving towards the top side of the map. It's not lit up like a Christmas tree anymore. It's making them feel uncomfortable. And they want to be able to get as much vision in there as they possibly can. UP just decide not to take the dragon. Was heavily warded as red buff is going to spawn.
We'll get bottom lane turret though, so one trade in their favor. See whether EDG can pressure the top, whether Long is going to be able to trade for nothing.
He does have the Mega Knight form here as well, as Clearlove is going to once again start up the dragon. I don't know.
Continuing to go in the bottom lane. No, backs away.
Going to head back to base as well, and EDG understand there's no vision available, and they're going to take the 3rd dragon for free.
Yeah, so no, turret was acquired there for UP, so a gold trade. Gold objective for a dragon objective. Not horrible at this stage of the game, although UP going to have to fight for the next dragon. You never want to give EDG the chance to sit on 4 dragons with only 30 minutes into the game.
Very true. But I want to take stock here, Spawn, because we're at 24 minutes. A minute ago last game, UP had surrendered.
Yeah.
So,
and this time around, they're within 4,000.
Exactly.
And they have the Twitch. They have Amy on the Nidalee that, once again, going to be a legitimate damage threat as the game goes on. They've got their 2 super tanks in Alistair as well as Nah. So definitely set up for success. But still need time to continue to scale up. In the mid game, where this Frozen Heart going to be putting out so much work from Koro, where Deft on Graves is going to be super effective. Just means that EDG is still in their stride.
And as well, Koro has now completed the evolutions on that Rod of Ages. All the time now used up. I'm going to steal away the blue buff, sorry, of UP. And yeah, this tree, pretty powerful this stage of the game. Going towards that Spirit Visage is his next option. Long, looking to try and use...
collapse coming through.
A lot of rage available as well as the bottom wave completely pushed into the turret there. Pawn not going to aim for that inhibitor turret. As EDG now trying
King's
to get
coming through.
Yeah, there's the engage from Koro right into the backline. Collateral damage across 3 people as Long's getting battled by Deft. And Mako, Amy's in trouble as well. Punish just getting destroyed here. Koro pops the Ventral Maelstrom. Flash out here from Amy as Pawn's looking to try and finish him off. He's down incredibly low. Sapling possibly going to finish it. No, it's going to be Pawn with that Seastone Trident, and EDG all over that team fight, 4 for nothing.
So 2 things happened in that team fight. A, Mako dropped a pink ward in the middle of it to just light it up, meant that Twitch could never get in a position to get maximum damage onto the back line, and Punish with the entirety of his combo tried to take Pawn out after the fish had landed, but wasn't able to do so. And in the end, that means a huge team fight coming through for EDG. They're going to be able to pick up 4 kills for nothing and the Baron. And what we said was a close game, scrap that. 8,000 gold is now the lead.
Yeah, it's a pretty huge swing in power here, Spawn, as EDG just rocket towards the lead. And Koro, man, like, Rod of Ages Maokai does a heck of a lot of damage. That Vengeful Maelstrom explosion, not to mention just his previous CC combo, did a whole bunch of work. And with that Frozen Heart, he's just so strong.
And the amount of spell rotations that come through in these close-knit team fights just means he gets so much health back.
Yeah.
He's going towards that Spirit Visage, which is just going to help him even further. And you're exactly right. Right now, as we said just moments ago, they didn't have the items completed to go with it. And now they're just in full panic mode. Void Staff picked up for Punish after only the perfect head score. It's just not a good news story.
Oh, Pawn looking to go aggressive here on the long. Does have the Mega Nut very, very soon, but the Wallop is not going to find the mark. Urchin Strike going to get Pawn out of the way of that spear as well, but UP stuck underneath this inner turret. The rest of EDG pushing up the mid lane. Of course, these Baroned up minions making it very easy to do so.
And he doesn't have the AP to be able to clear these out.
No, he's just got the penetration from that Void Staff. Gravity Field is going to pull Mako in, but they can't engage off that one. Pawn just standing up on his troll pole. They are going to be able to take down this inhibitor.
And UP, once again, set the map up relatively well. Bottom lane is shoving incredibly hard. They just didn't have the tools because of how far ahead EDG are, now nearly 10,000 gold, to be able to deal with it all.
That Pawn is going to be able to back in plain sight.
Go grab what is a huge creep wave in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's just going to be able to hop on the pole and pull all of those minions out of existence.
Dragon number 4 up in 2 minutes as well, and EDG just own everything. Maybe they can catch Koro.
Yeah, they are going to at least stop his back here as Sketch is going to pop the Blade of the Ruined King. Koro trying to turn this one around, but there's a lot of damage availability.
He's got a lantern as well. No,
yeah, he's just wandering casually away. Mako just going to try and turn this one into engages. Koro turns himself all the way around into this fight. Death Sentence lands onto Amy as well. He's looking for the Flay, wants it off cooldown, just following the kitty cat. Slowed down by the Flay as well. Death Sentence not going to find it, of course. You move pretty quick as a Nidalee, but we'll see whether he can escape this one. Deft, in the meantime, is going to be pushing very, very hard. Knockoff is going to catch Amy out of that, and it's going to be Clear Love with the kill. Deft may not be able to tower dive.
Already killed Punish.
Yeah, just killed Punish. That'll be enough. He's trying to finish the game.
Pawn trying to break the bottom lane turret to enter the base from a different route. And EDG just look unstoppable, Atlas, in the last couple of weeks, and today is no exception. UP have put up a much better fight in this game too, but they're going to have to be content with maybe
the fadeaway Chum the Waters.
Yeah, they're going to have to be content with maybe equalizing the score with M3 if everything else goes perfect this weekend.
Yeah, well, EDG looking unstoppable, so M3 are going to have a tough task coming up with a victory in their only game this weekend. And it is going to be the surrender. UP tap the mat one more time, and EDG, I just don't know. Any team facing EDG, be it playoffs, be it tomorrow and the next day, are going to be having nightmares heading into that match. This team is looking so strong.
Yeah, M3 OMG not liking what they saw that match. The crowd definitely liking what they saw.
Yeah.
All the EDG t-shirts lighting it up. Deft, as you can see, a little bit nonchalant. UP members not looking as happy.
No, but they still do have 2 more series, arguably easier ones as well.
Not arguably, just straight up easier.
Yeah, I just wanted to, throw out some sort of hint of the fact that I'm just not even going to. So yeah, King and WE are the next up for UP, and we'll see whether they can turn around what was a pretty disappointing series this time around into some victories there to really keep these playoff dreams alive. And of course, M3 Going to be very worried looking at EDG moving into the next match here, of course. OMG have to face them as well. OMG with a 50-50 record against EDG heading into this next match. We'll see whether they can give them any run for their money. But man, EDG just look like they aren't going to be stopped.
And a lot of people questioned what was happening with EDG. The team from MSI looked like they actually regressed a little bit coming back into the LPL season, but they are well and truly above form right now.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's been 3 weeks since anyone's taken a map off them.
No.
And the crowd loves it.
Yeah, it's
they look
EDG week.
fantastic.
Yeah,
man.
Precisely. And it's EDG day today, of course. There is no better day to have back-to-back completely convincing victories. The second one had a few more exciting deaths in there as well. EDG decided to mix it up towards the mid-game, but it was always going to be traded with objectives. They grabbed Dragon and a turret off the back of what was some ridiculous plays from Koro and Pawn. But EDG taking a bow right now, and they well and truly deserve it.
Yeah, they certainly do. And you look at how they're playing assassins in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Pawn always looking threatening right now. A little bit more mid-game flavor coming through from Deft means that he has elevated his game. The man with what was a weak laning phase when he was on Samsung Blue now just bursts throughout the entirety of the game, and Koro playing at his best, and supplemented with what is arguably the best supportive duo in Clearlove and Mako in the bottom lane. They're just able to control so much of the map. Their vision control that game was exceptional.
Yeah, and Mako as well. Some of his flash death sentence, utterly phenomenal. Able to really control the map. That guy has far and away been the most impressive player to watch this season for me.
Yeah, and rookie. You know, this is his first year in competitive play. Showed up huge at MSI, and now this LPL season, he looks fantastic.
Completely ridiculous. But, ladies and gentlemen, there is still more LPL coming up. IG are going to face LGD after this very short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Max Alessandro. This is Jake Spawn Tiberi, and we just witnessed EDG decimating UP.
And eliminating.
Eliminating as well.
So
this just in.
Misinformation, guys. Even though they can technically finish even points of M3, if they don't, if M3 don't win a match this weekend and UP are able to win the remaining 2 sets, they do fall down in the head-to-head. So 3-1 currently M3's favor. So it looks like M3 one step closer through the process of elimination of securing that 8th playoff spot.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for UP, but looking to try and get some better seeding heading into that promotion tournament, making sure they can have the right footing to find their way back into the LPL for next split. But let's move forward, Spawn, because LGD are going to be taking on IG, and it's going to be a massive match.
Yeah, just before we dive into it, I want to move sideways a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Because there's another underlying theme this weekend, and that is WE are the only team remaining that can still knock M3.
Keep your dreams
out of the playoffs. And the reason I bring it up, Atlas, is because last game, M3 had the chance to be able to secure it. It looked like it was going to happen. And in the end, they just tripped, fell over. Huge Gnarults going everywhere. And they were crushed. Dade missed out. The King of Spring no longer there. But as we said, let's leave that one behind for a little bit. Let's move on to IG versus LGD.
Well, let's actually have a look back just for a moment. We have no idea which direction we're going, do we, Spawn? But we are going to have a look at that last match.
Chrono break.
UP, of course, versus EDG. UP falling down and Clearlove picking up the MVP for that game. I would have thought that Mako would have deserved a second one in a row.
I feel like it's just like if
luck
everyone
of
on
the draw.
EDG plays well, they just alternate between Clearlove and Mako, which is kind of a fair way to do it. But take a look at Clearlove setting up his mid laner with a great knock up here.
Took him a little while to finish that one off, but
that was legitimately an unburrow. If that's what you win MVPs for.
Well, he got another one onto Sketch there, but that turned the fight around.
So far, his crawl unburrows have been spot on.
I feel like.
Almost like it's a targeted ability. But that was a flash unburrow. We'll give him that one onto two members. As Pawn and Deft able to clean up the back end of that team fight. Because Punish just wasn't able to get the damage down that he needed. And as you can see, that's a look at where everyone currently is. EDG well and truly on top. 42 points.
Yeah, 42 points. Just ridiculous. Of course, in second position, it is going to be QG. 35 as Snake on the 31. But of course, a lot of games to be played. The likes of Invictus Gaming and LGD with a whole lot more matches coming up. We could see those numbers really expanding as we move forward in Week 11.
Yeah, IG, the only people that can knock QG out of that second place. They have 9 points up for grabs if they're able to 2-0. I believe it is LGD, WE, and Snake, and will mean that they move up into that second place by a point.
Yeah, and there are going to be some difficult games in there. Of course, Snake has been playing very,
LGD
very well.
look like the second best team in the comp right now, even though they're sitting very lonely in 6th place.
But it's a decent segue there, as we are going to head straight into LGD taking on Invictus Gaming. And Invictus Gaming looking to try and continue what you said, their sort of strive for that second position. But LGD have been looking fantastic. And of course, this is a playoffs team, a team that likes to make a run at this stage of the competition.
It certainly is, and they're playing with a different lineup. You know, we've seen a lot of Flame, a lot of TBQ coming back in. A very different look, you know, maybe some more aggressive. They were playing a lot with Acorn and Xiaoxi there.
Yeah.
Acorn currently in China. They prefer... in
Korea, maybe?
Korea. He's currently in Korea. Everyone else is in China. That's why he can't play. So they prefer the Flame TBQ combination coming through there. And I have to agree with him right now. Flame looks so good.
He looks incredibly good and, of course, has been improving, moving more towards a, you know, I guess an Acorn style of play as we move in here. But IG are going to be what we look at first. There's a tie there in the top lane, able to play all sorts of weird things.
Gen's really good right now. It will be an automatic ban when they're on the blue side. Cacao coming across as a jungler. A lot of Gragas, a little bit of Rek'Sai. Also plays Echo very well. Just have to notify you guys that Flame isn't playing this week. Acorn is back from Korea. He'll be heading onto the Rift as we take a look at Rookie in the mid lane. Another Yasuo player.
Yeah. More Yasuo, more Fizz as well available from Rookie. Of course, he plays a lot of things there. But here's Time. So Kid not going to be on the lineup yet again here as Time is going to be stepping in. Of course, a lot of those short-range carries as well. A lot of hyper carry potential there as well in the Vayne and the Lucian. As Kitty's still there on the bottom side of the Rift, just not with Kid this time. Yeah,
and the more you see Lucian pickups, I just automatically look for the Braum pickup on the other side of the AD carry support duo because the synergy between the passives is just ridiculously strong. And LGD haven't released an announcement about Kid because he's not on their team, but IG announced that Kid is being prepared for Worlds. So his visa's being set up, everything like that happening. Time will be playing the rest of the regular split. I believe that's what their official announcement was.
Yeah, he's in a hyperbolic
Speculate whatever you want from that.
What do you think? just sitting there in custom games, just
Meditating. I like the meditating story.
something like that. Some sort of Dragon Ball Z storyline should be included here.
You got to give him your power, preparing the spirit bomb.
Precisely. Everyone, arms in the air. Let's lend him your strength as Kid prepares for his battle in Worlds. Of course, they have to get there first. It is going to be a difficult run here for IG. A lot of power in a lot of the teams here in the LPL, as demonstrated by EDG very, very recently.
That's a really good LGD sign. It said legendary. I'd like that.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I think that would be a sign that you would make. That's why I liked it so much. It made me giggle.
Ah, thanks, Spawn. First time that you've appreciated anything anywhere to do with me. But Flame is actually here in this particular lineup, which is very odd because we can see Acorn sitting in the lobby. So very confusing. TBQ is going to be in the jungle position. What the heck's going on? I'm so confused.
Maybe they had to sub because he's a little bit sick. As Godvi, of course, formerly Whalers, going to be in the mid lane. A lot of Orianna. Victor, that Diana was terrifying whilst teams were letting it through. And Imp telling people to please
be quiet and let him do his thing.
Let him be sneaky.
Yes. Of course, hasn't been playing much Twitch recently, but a lot of Sivir there, definitely making certain journalists pretty happy. PYL being back to the Janna, of course, played a heck of a lot of it. Was known as this sort of Chinese martyr, played a lot of Janna, and has been sort of finding that form yet again. We'll see whether LGD can, utilize that as they move into this next game. Of course, Kitty's another notable Janna player. Might be a contested pick here.
Yeah, the two Chinese Janna players coming through in this lineup. We'll have to see whether it is a contested pick. Time, of course, prefers Lucian, so we'll see whether Imp tries to match that on something like Graves or Misfortune for some mid-game power. Of course, Imp, the only player to bring Misfortune out in the LPL this year.
That is true. She hasn't gone through a change just yet. 5.13.
Oh, he played at the old Misfortune.
I know.
Don't you stress about that, Atlas.
I don't think it's a problem. So he could be, back to strutting his stuff on the Rift with Misfortune. That is not going to happen. Oscar's weak, not here. Acorn is sitting there, so that is not Flame, guys.
That is definitely not Flame.
And I'm
not calling Acorn bad
exactly.
looking. Yeah, that's not where we were going with it. It's just that they look completely different.
And LGD being turned into El God.
El Godo.
El Godo? There's no O at the end.
I added it. It sounded better.
My goodness. Okay, these graphs looking relatively similar, though. One looks like a book that has been opened a little bit too far. The other one hasn't quite fully opened just yet over the side of Invictus Gaming. We'll see whether that is going to be a decent representation of how these teams are going to play.
Yeah, relatively similar. And you have to think that even though the graphs are relatively similar.
That was such a bad graph description.
It was. But we'll let it go. The teams couldn't play anything more different because one team has a superstar AD carry on the side of LGD. Imp is just so good. Whereas TBQ, maybe the jungler that they hide a little bit more often than not. Whereas on the side of IG, top side of the map is so strong and unpredictable. I think that is their strength because they've got Kakao, who sometimes farms, sometimes ganks the heck out of people. You got Rookie, who is just such a good laner. And then Zetai.
Just, you don't even know.
Yeah.
He could be doing anything.
Just Zetai. Still is Zetai. It has been doing great Zetai things around the Rift in the last couple of weeks.
The only player that you can really liken Zetai to is Flandre, but even then, he's just another level.
Yeah, Flandre.
Of weird. And Flandre, by the way, ladies and gentlemen,
is really good.
He's really weird. He's played top lane LeBlanc with a Trinity Force, and he's done that.
Shiv,
And that's worked somehow. So look,
he split pushed all game with it.
He did.
Great LSPL game. It was really good.
Actually, go back and watch it if you haven't actually seen that game. It was very, very entertaining. But we are going to focus more intently on this particular matchup. And I like what you said. It's the fact that sort of the star players are in the jungle here for IG. The fact that Kakao, definitely someone to look out for on the side of IG. Whereas LGD, it's about their carries. It's about Imp and Godvi going off.
Well, I call it their spine because you've got like Acorn, Godvi, Imp.
Yeah.
And then PYL helps TBQ out a lot. So PYL, fantastic player in his own right. He's the guy that they all play around. The reason that Imp wanted to be on the team, their shot caller, their captain, all of those good things. But during the game, the way they play is really solid through their 3 solos. And then because they lane swap so much and leave Imp to a solo farm, PYL helps TBQ out, hides him in the jungle, gets him nice and strong, till when they get to TBQ strength, which is their team fighting, acts as a great ball delivery service. That's why they're so strong with Orianna. They run really intelligent 1-3-1 split push comps and able to use the way they set up lanes to terrific effect, whereas IG are a little bit more of get ahead in lanes, stay ahead, beat people to death.
Well, we are going to move into Champion Select, and I like that you've iterated that. We'll have a look to see what is going to come out of Champion Select in order to sort of capitalize on these strengths, or whether or not the opposition is going to be able to utilize it in their own fashion. But Diana going to be the first ban here for IG. That's a lot of respect to Godvi.
Certainly is, because Diana was doing really nasty things on the Rift a couple of weekends ago when it wasn't being banned. And once again, attack PYL. Get rid of the Alistair, one of those supports that he can get a little bit further behind on while he's helping people. But then, stop the initiation, stop all those good things. As Zatai cops another Shen ban.
Yeah, Shen is going to be removed from Zatai, so no first pick. Of course, Shen has seen a lot of first picks here in the LPL, so make sure that you remove that one.
He had like a 12-0-11 game on it. Ridiculous.
That's another thing. So a lot of reasons to ban away that particular champion. Gragas is going to hit the bench as well, as IG are going to target TBQ on that one. But
they need to get rid of Echo right here.
Yeah, or Kalista.
Oh, they do get rid of... Yeah.
Well, IG, they're taking a long time thinking about whether or not to lock in Echo. They actually are, as they move over a few different other picks. That was facetiousness.
It was,
but
that backfired.
Completely. Right into my face. So that's unfortunate. They are going to lock it in eventually.
So we just wanted to make you sweat, Atlas.
Yeah, I certainly did. My goodness, don't turn the cameras on, because I am feeling very flustered. LGD now looking to pick up their first 2 picks here in this draft. Zatai looks bored.
Well, he picked his champion. He's like...
Yeah, he's bored. He's done. Yeah. That's not his champion, I don't think. Wait, it's Zatai. Could possibly be. As Braum is being considered by PYL and TBQ yet to make up his mind. And I like this pickup. You mentioned the fact that Braum, fantastic synergy with Lucian, and that has been predominantly what Time has been playing. May as well just pick it away.
Yeah, certainly, especially because Kitties plays Braum quite well there in the bottom lane, so it would not be a bad pick away. And it allows Imp to, once again, play an aggressive mid-game AD carry and try and bully the lane with PYL absorbing a lot of that damage.
And what do you think about LGD not looking at a potential Victor pick, as they actually lock in the Vayne here? The bottom lane already secured here for LGD, but IG, they can go for that sort of Venn diagram type team comp with the Victor. You're just head in hand right now, Spawn. You just don't even know what I'm talking about.
Imp released an AMA a while ago, and he had played no Vayne. And one of the questions was directed at Vayne, what she needs to have to get back into competitive play. Okay. And he said, just doesn't do anything better than any other carry, doesn't have enough lane clear, gets picked on in lane, you have to pick Janna to play with it. And since that was released, he has played an absolute truckload of Vayne. Like, so much Vayne. And he's locked it in again.
And he locked it in first round.
Yeah. So,
yeah. Pen's been dropped, ladies and gentlemen. Spawn's out. Just doesn't want to deal with this one.
I really like Vayne in the current meta. I think Vayne is, as long as you can pick the lane that you're going into and you're happy to lane swap if you don't get a good lane, then Vayne can be super effective, because attack speed, shreds through high target health, also is that assassin when she picks up the Blade of the Ruined King to deal with low target health. So Vayne's a really versatile pick if you can protect her in bad matchups, and we've seen that teams can successfully execute that, and LGD, one of the best teams at hiding people.
Well, the Cogmore was locked in over on the side of IG. Janna as well here for the bottom lane, but it is going to be the response from LGD to grab that Hecarim as well as the Rek'Sai. Looks like they're going for some dive buddy tactics here for these team fights, and Godvi is making
spooky.
It's spooky type. I wonder what that gives away as far as his pick is concerned. We'll see what he decides to go for, but on the side of IG, they're still making up their mind for the mid lane and the top lane.
Yeah, so maybe you protect the Cogmore comp coming through here.
Yeah.
Would be very good news for Time. Of course, a new AD carry, getting a little bit more extra protection. We saw that IG were happy to do this with Kid in the roster, but they were playing it primarily with a Vayne at that stage.
Yeah, and at the moment, sort of looking like a Nunu away from a Juggernaut here for IG. Not going to be the case, so it's going to be the backline protection type team comp instead coming through from IG, and they are going to lock away the Lulu. And of course, I love rookies Lulu.
Yeah, and I've of course said LGD, which confused the heck out of you. I meant IG were happy to play a protect the AD carry comp with Kid on the lineup with the Vayne, but this time they're going for time on the Kog'Maw, and Kog'Maw Lulu does so much work, and the reason being is that Kog'Maw gets a lot of attack speed with Trinity Force Bladed the Ruined King, and Help Pix does a heck of a lot of magic damage. Oh yeah. So even though you're arming yourself against a primarily AD threat in the bottom lane, just the amount of magic damage spat out because of that Help Pix means that you have to grab an Aegis, you have to grab the Spirit Visage on your top lane, all those good things that you don't want to have to build against a primary AD threat coming there.
Yeah, but it does remove sort of that very early Frozen Heart, things like that that can really stop all of the attack speed that's going to be coming through onto the Kog'Maw. So I understand what you're talking about. It does put you in a bit of a sticky situation as far as that defensive itemization. But LGD, they have gone with the Orianna in the mid lane, so a lot of wombo potential, and it might have a little bit more protection than we thought here with the opportunity of grabbing that protection from the Command Protect in the mid.
Yeah, it certainly is a little bit more on the side of LGD right now, and Acorn on the Hecarim has Ignite, probably going for Trinity Force first. Will have the opportunity to dive in with that ball, see if he can delete time off the map before he becomes a problem as this game progresses. And once that goes through, you have to think that there's a little bit of a lack on IG's lineup, so need to make sure that Kitty's ultimates and knockups are on point to really protect the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit rough here, but we'll see how things actually turn out, because if IG can control the game, then the late game's looking fine. We are going to go through the lineups, though, as Zatai on that big tanky Maokai against Acorn's Hecarim, definitely a seasoned Hecarim player, as well as Kakao has picked up the Echo into TBQ's Rek'Sai. This is the matchup that could really turn things around in favor of IG.
Yeah, certainly could. Kakao needs to look to get into the lanes early, see if he can affect them, as Rookie has taken Lulu one more time, and Godby back on his famous Orianna. I love seeing what builds he goes.
Oh, yeah. And I think it was the Rod of Ages, actually, that he picked up last time he played it. Still opting for a lot of movement speed as well, as we saw time against Imp there, and Kitty's taking on PYL, the melee against the ranged supports here, but both pretty decent in the disengage front. So we are going to see Rookie fan
nice
in the audience there.
There's always Zatai fans.
Yeah, well, it's true. Zatai. Pretty exciting player to watch. But speaking of which, let's get onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, for our final series of the night. Invictus Gaming taking on LGD. IG on our blue side this time around, as LGD are going to be on the red, and IG looking to be moving in a defensive line, but LGD grouping up, looking to try and get something going on early in this game.
Just to paint the scene, as we see a 5-point defense coming through. These teams, 3 points separate them. LGD currently behind. Both teams have 9 points available this weekend and play each other, and then LGD go on to go against OMG and Vici, as a deep invade coming through from LGD right now.
Yeah, Saplings are going to be tracking the LGD members as they move through. TBQ above ground, actually, so not going to be spotting anyone with the Tremor Sense just yet. See whether he decides to go for that Unburrow, or whether he wants to have a little bit of a faster jungle clear for the first level, which is almost unnecessary.
And IG come up against LGD, WE, and Snake, as they're looking for someone to catch out. Doesn't look like they're going to find anyone. And they haven't seen 2 members come out of the jungle, so they must know right now that the lane swaps come through.
Not a lot of knowledge for either side, yeah. Well, it's going to be wandered over here by PYL.
So trade of blue buffs. Freezer's going to come out for respective laners, and this is what we said. LGD love to hide TBQ. That's why they're happy to take the Vayne a lot of the time, because there's just not a bad lane matchup if there's no one else in the lane.
That is very true. It's pretty hard to lose against minions. But does mean a bit of an island here in the mid lane, but both of these mid laners more than happy just to hang around. Of course, the Command Protect going to be helping Godby very well in these trades we just saw. And Acorn and TBQ just going to take away their respective areas of the enemy jungle.
No shared experience on the buffs for both junglers, so they get level 2. And a little bit quicker of a jungle clear going to come through right now for the Hecarim because of the spammable Q, as opposed to just some percentage health damage coming through for Zatai on the W.
Yeah, of course, Zatai has already taken down 4 of those jungle creeps, I believe, so able to get a lot of the little ones. Might have been just the little raptors as well. I'm not entirely sure what he decided to grab there, but
He did. He grabbed the 3 little raptors.
well, Glittlelands nicely landed there from Rookie as he's shoving in this wave. Decent farm from Godby as, of course, this wave is going to crash forward and he'll be able to pick up some extra ones.
TYL actually leeching some early experience. He very rarely does this versus Kitties, who has just stayed out of lane the entirety of time, so hasn't yet to pick up any experience roaming around the map, which means that Cogmore, who scales really well with levels for a hyper carry, by the way, is going to be accelerated throughout this early game.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to talk to you about, Spawn, was sort of why POL would be doing this. Is it more beneficial on a Braum to have some extra levels here in the support role?
Yeah, maybe just feels like he can't get anything done anywhere else on the map, and just wants to be the person that if Acorn decides to teleport up into that lane, is able, Zatai, able to deal with it. Otherwise, yeah, just maybe looking to get some levels in there to make sure that he's able to impact team fights early on with his ultimate. Of course, that's the most efficient way. That's why people split this way across the Summoner's Rift, because it is the most efficient way to gather resources, keeping that duo lane down there, especially with the talents that you get in the utility tree. So just making the most of his early game. In saying that, the change that we made when you catch up on experience is so huge right now. So that's why we see Janna sometimes exit lanes, make sure that she's just in the vicinity warding up, because if you get behind 2 or 3 levels, you catch up really quickly as a support player when you do grab that farm when everyone's grouping up.
Yeah, and it actually makes experience on the Rift worth that little bit more.
Yeah, if you can delay it.
Yes.
If you don't get caught out at the level 1, level 2 mark.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So a bit of a trade-off there as far as how safe you are going to play. But one thing I did want to talk to you about, Spawn, was when these teams are strong. I'm looking at this Cogmore comp thinking they're aiming for the late game stage, but am I wrong in thinking that?
Well, Cogmore's really weird because he's arguably the best Trinity Force user that is an AD carry in the game, along with Corki. They're the 2, right? So the reason that Cogmore's so good is his ultimate costs no mana, and you can throw auto attacks out with your W on, of course. And W auto attack with Janna Shield is just really good. One auto attack trade, you can get the heck out of dodge. You don't have to extend a trade after that, which catches a lot of people off guard because you max it first, you get a Sheen proc in there, and it's really effective. So Cogmore's kind of that carry that every step along the way, he just gets built up a little bit further, which is why he's always been one of the most popular hyper carries coming through. Jinx has a similar thing when she gets to Infinity Edge and is really good, can snowball games incredibly hard if she gets that one team fight, but then drops off because she needs the 3rd item, Last Whisper, if people grab armor. Whereas this Cogmore doesn't have that problem. We've already spoken about the amount of magic damage on the lineup for IG. Cogmore not going to fall away because everyone's going to have to build the Lockets, the Spirit Visages first up. Just gives him that little bit more window. So you have to think right now that IG, because of all of the magic damage and then the Cogmore threat, will get into this game a little bit earlier on than they maybe should necessary.
On the side of LGD, they do have sort of the Hecarim for hyperscaling as well as this Vayne and the Orianna.
LGD,
so
as the game goes on, go ridiculously well.
Well, we'll see who's going to be able to take it, whether IG can control these fights and keep time alive. Does seem to be a lot on the back of this Cogmore as their ability to get damage down, even if a lot of the damage is going to be coming from Rookie, and the fact that he can get that help fix in there for the extra damage, it's still going to be using this Cogmore as a vessel for that damage.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the other thing that you have to point out, just ever since that Godby started showing us how potent he is last playoffs on Orianna, is that if he ever catches time out, he will pull the trigger and destroy him on Orianna. Godby is the best Orianna player in the LPL right now.
I'm not sure there's anyone that's better.
Faker's a very good Orianna player.
He's also
very good
not of this
player.
world. I like to just think of him on a different plane, to be honest. Spawn.
He's a really good Orianna
That's
player.
true. That is very true. We actually recently saw Toys play, and I believe they lost against AHQ and we played Orianna. So I don't know whether I still believe that.
Yeah, I forget Season 2 words as well sometimes.
Very good point. Very good point. But Rookie is going to be clearing out this mid wave quite easily, of course. Turned into a bit of a farm lane here for both the Lulu and the Orianna.
Both the control mages, this is what you expect to come out of this lane. Godby will have a more offensive impact, and it's strange saying that about an Orianna because we always talk about Victor Orianna where Victor has the offensive impact, but Shockwave a much more offensive ability coming through than the wild growth. But Rookie is just going to keep Kog'Maw alive and augment everything that you need, the movement speed, the attack damage that will come through because of it. So really interested to see how they play this mid-late game, because it's going to get there.
Oh, it most certainly is. Of course, things moving pretty slowly at the moment, and of course the lane swap being accepted by both sides.
So they bounced the wave there.
Back,
yeah, so they bounced the wave there. So Kakao ran up into the lane to make sure that Zatai wasn't going to get zoned off CS. So what they're doing is hard shoving that into turret, then they'll send everyone back and just allow Zatai to CS by himself.
So he can grab that minion wave when it's a little bit more safely close to his turret.
Oh, it's PYL and TBQ. We mentioned that they like to team up.
Yeah, they're looking to try and pick off Time here as well. Devastating charge in from Acorn as Chilling Smite comes down. Time has to use the flash there, but gets knocked up. There's the stun from the concussive blows, and first blood goes to TBQ.
And even worse, Zatai teleported down, and they burnt both summoner spells on their AD carry. He was dead. As soon as he saw two people behind him, probably should have just resigned to his face.
Danced in the middle of the lane.
Well, he's going to be stunned, so yeah, he should have just...
Or danced when he had the opportunity.
Yeah, like it.
You know, that sort of thing. Needs to be doing those. But Acorn and Zatai now going to be facing off in the 1v1.
I just figured out what you were trying to do there.
Really?
Yeah.
It was that bad? Really? That is unfortunate. Acorn, on the other hand, is going to be able to hold this wave quite close to his turret as well.
That'll push.
But for now, it's quite close to his turret. You jerk. Well, Ty is going to make his way forward as well. Doesn't know where TBQ is, of course. LGD with a lot of wards towards the bottom side of the map. Unfortunately, they weren't able to pick up the first dragon, despite all of this extra vision that they now have acquired. I'm going to try and grab that when
I just grabbed that ridiculously early on in the game.
Yeah.
Of course, that's one of the strengths of Echo, being able to secure the early objectives with his huge shield that he grabbed.
Parallel convergence makes it pretty handy, as well as the fact that the longevity of the Maokai and the incredibly high base attack damage spawn.
It is highest in the game. Everyone.
Look at that. Getting time though, we are in sort of the upside down laning phase now, as both the Janna and the Kog'Maw going up against Imp's Vayne.
Imp got the lifesteal before he had to ever face Kog'Maw in lane, which means that he's just a little bit more safe. The persistent trades will go in his favor. There's no lifesteal on the side of the Time Kitty's lane. No real heal that comes through unless you count the Monsoon at level 6. So Imp more than happy to get up in their face and trade. As you can see, try and zone them away from some creeps.
Yep, cheeky auto attack there, uses the tumble in order to pick up the farm as well. You can see Godby's almost picked up every single creep to ever get into this lane.
He's a really good Orianna.
He is. Certainly able to farm quite well as well. Living artillery from Time as he tries to farm.
PYL once again.
Yeah, Kitty's actually going quite aggressively as well, but Unbreakable going to stop anything. And of course, Janna not with a whole lot of damage at level 4, or ever.
Now maybe the dive set up.
Well, Imp looking for a condemn here. There's the final hour popped. He gets the stun. True damage not going to be mitigated with that exhaust. Kitties is getting very close to dead as POL tanking the turret is going to leave. Rookie was up here as well, so they do disengage.
Rotation came into the top lane from Rookie, but in the end not able to get anything. So early in this game,
yeah, Echo actually looking for Godby here. Parallel convergence is down. There's the shockwave as Godby's going to skirt around the side. Not even going to get slowed. There's the wild growth as well. Command Protect is there. He makes it under his turret. Is he going to be able to get there? There's the auto attack. Finishes it, and Chrono breaks out.
And this is why you just don't give Echo to really aggressive junglers. Because of that, he can get in your face with the red buff. You never are going to outrun him because of his passive. Then the ultimate is just this huge reset button. Once he gets what he wants, escapes, it drops turret aggro, it gives you a ridiculous amount of health back.
It's basically Zed.
He's just got a huge, better than Zed, it just gives you everything you want in the turret dive.
Yeah, I forgot to say, but good.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. It's okay, guys, there's hope for Zed players.
Next patch.
Not next patch. From
2 patches from this.
Yeah, 2 patches from this particular game, as we are into 5.13. But devastating charge, there's the ultimate as well from Acorn. Not going to find Zatai, but they will trade that for a flash, which is definitely good news here for LGD.
So, Imp and PYL are rotating back and forth through lanes really quickly right now. And what that means is that they're always shoving out the wave, and they're accruing CS on the Vayne. So 23 CS is the advantage right now for Imp. he's going to be able to shove this wave out again. And there's no real way for the Kog'Maw to be able to respond because they don't want the 2v2 lane. We already saw that it got dove. So right now it just means that Imp's going to get bigger and bigger, pick up that Blade in the Royal King nice and early and control the map for his team. They will trade objectives here, but LGD probably will grab 2 in response. Being Dragon and Bot.
Yeah, and of course LGD with a lot of vision around that Dragon area. TBQ looks like he's just starting it up on his own as well, as he certainly has. They've got exclusive vision of the area and no one's around from IG, so gonna try and trade top turret for that Dragon. And could this be part of IG's plan as well, Spawn? The fact that they took that early Dragon, meaning they don't need to contest around these sort of mid-game teamfights?
Oh, they definitely don't want to fight right now. The problem is that they gave up the 2-for-1 special, which they would not have wanted to do.
Special.
But yeah, with the advantage that Imp already got, he's sitting on a recurve bow. There's not even the Sheen right now. You can see that Rookie hasn't picked up the Athene's Unholy Grail, so he's not where he wants to be on the Lulu. So definitely a good decision to not fight LGD at this particular time.
Well, Imp is going to take away the Krogs here, as that turret hasn't quite fallen down yet, but LGD are going to finish that one off. You can see gold picked up there from Imp as far as local is concerned, and time continuing to shove this one out. Akon going to get slowed by the Zephyr, but Kitty's not going to offer any kill pressure. Akon just looking to try and pick up as much farm as he can. Now has the Ninja Tabi, and of course, that Ruby Crystal.
Drugs off a lot of the auto attack damage at this stage with him coming through. There's one thing about Trinity Force users, Ninja Tabi before the Sheen is just such an effective purchase because of the relatively low base AD that comes into effect. As we see, now back completed for IG, and they're looking much more happy, although LGD, same could probably be said about them.
Yeah, Rod of Ages already completed it. 12 minutes for Godby, that's pretty good.
Yeah, he's at 125 CS as well. Yeah.
Now going to pick up a blue buff as well, as the minions are rushing
right behind him,
each other.
By the way.
Yeah, exactly. Both of these mid laners been farming very well. Spidey senses were tingling here for Godby. Not going to be checking that one, as Cow probably going to be able to steal away this blue buff.
Yeah, but as we say that, TBQ is already on the other side of the map. Well and truly aware of Cow shenanigans.
Not going to be able to clear out this pink ward as well, as they didn't actually check, so LGD is still going to have knowledge of the area.
But that means that Godby didn't get it, and Rookie did. And now they're caught on they're doing the do-si-do. They're on the wrong side of the lane.
Well, Rookie's going to clear that one out. Lots of damage down onto that mid-outer turret. LGD now looking to transition towards the top side as minions have crashed towards that one.
And
Lots
Imp
of
is just so strong that he's zoning people off turrets. He's not even taking them. The creeps are taking them by themselves, and he's getting solo experience still. Like, he's ahead of Acorn, nearly caught up to Godby as well. You can see that he's 3/4 of the way through that level. Imp is going to be a beast.
Almost already is here, 33 CS in the lead. You can see LGD actually having the advantage here globally as far as that gold. BYL might have caught out Rookie. There's the shockwave as well as he ignites down. Is the wild growth going to be enough here, as it seems like they've ran out of CC. Zatai's in here. Kitty's round through the backside as well. Monsoon available. PYL comes in with the stand behind me. There's the parallel convergence. Cacao looking for the stun, finds PYL. He is so low, going to die as the jungler grabs another one. Exhaust onto Godby. Not a lot of mana here as Kitty's Monsoon to keep himself alive. Knock up from TBQ. There's the chrono break out for Cacao to break the aggro at the same time. But Acorn and Imp, they're here as well. Final hours being popped. Zatai might be in trouble, able to at least become untargetable for the next little while. Glitterland's going to save Cacao for now as Zatai's going low. Imp grabs the kill, flashes after Kitties, looking for the last auto. There it is for the double kill.
That was so bad for IG. They overextended, thought they were going to be able to grab Godby, but he was just always out of reach. It meant that they expended so much. The flash on Janna, the Monsoon on Janna. Even Cacao's ultimate was burnt for absolutely nothing under that turret. The flank on the top half of the map from Imp was beautifully timed.
Yeah.
And it just meant that he was able to clean up time before he had any effect in that fight. Jugglemore just wasn't teamed up there, and really good positioning from LGD mean that they took it.
Yeah, it wasn't much of an option, as well as the fact that that was off the back of Rookie getting caught out. And we do have a replay of what just happened, and let's have a look.
Yeah, so they think that they've come up with a jackpot here. PYL has been caught out. They're able to pick up the first kill, and honestly, they should have been happy there because you can see his Godby has no wave clear. They could set up Siege's turret. They have the huge Minion Wave instead, they burn Kakal's ultimate. They've gone so deep, and as you can see, Acorn and Time just arrived, able to grab the kill onto Acorn, zone Kakao and Rookie away, and then Imp just has a field day because there's no other threats left to deal with it.
Yeah, there was also the fact that Wild Growth was already down at the beginning of that fight. Not a lot of the defensive capabilities from IG left there, and that means that there's a 3-0-1 Vayne running around the track.
Yeah, exactly right. As we do jump back into live, guys.
Pretty
after that
quickly,
short
isn't it?
pause. Yeah, it was nice. Smooth transition.
Yeah, the fast Rek'Sai, love it. Rookie locking down Siege as well. Always like to see that, as Godby still hasn't gone back. Just sitting on that Rod of Ages and utilizing that Catalyst to grab some extra mana as he levels up. Now going to go back and pick up some items.
See what he goes for next. Kakao being invaded by PYL.
Not sure whether PYL is going to be able to win that one. Of course, only a level behind.
Oh, he got it.
Oh, he stole it. PYL, the Lord himself. Winter's Bite doing the work. That's maybe
was
that
on
buff
1
was
HP
too
as
much.
well.
Maybe it didn't need to do too much damage. Glitterland's going to find him. Rookie not going to go any further here. TBQ actually going to use the ultimate to get himself towards Rookie. Cinderhawk completed as well as the Kindle Gem and the Sight Stone. So lots of health available for LGD's jungler. But
Kakao not picking up a Sight Stone this game.
yeah. A lot of cooldown reduction already, actually. And that's 30% purely from items. I believe Cinderhawk gives you 10, sorry. Yes. 50% from items already. He'd be getting close depending on what his runes are.
Probably doesn't have any on his runes if this is the build he's going. It'll probably be to lock it into Frozen Heart.
Good
Which
point.
puts him at the 40%
Blue
mark.
team's turret has been destroyed.
He's going to easily take down the turret he prepared earlier. We'll see whether he rotates around. Of course, split pushing Vayne is definitely going to be a threat at the moment, considering his items.
Look, he's overextended. He's baiting here for his team.
Yeah, there's the parallel convergence. It's down. Rookie still has the ultimate. Can use it to get away, but LGD have got the heck out of here. That dissonance did a lot of damage. In comes Imp with a whole lot as well. But the Monsoon's going to get him out of there. He still wants more, of course. Imp able to catch the tie. There's the twisted advance, but he's not going to be out. Oh, actually flashes out of the way. Godby, in the meantime, is going to destroy Kitties as PYL's doing some work as well. Double kill for Godby as he's finally on the scoreboard, and they grab a turret.
Yeah, in the end, LGD with just such good positioning. IG tried to make the Q play, bait Rookie out, send 4 members in behind him, but LGD just had it read. They were able to get away. Now they pick up 2 turrets. Imp is a monster. We said that he was going to be accelerated. By God, he is huge. And Godby now picking up a double kill. As you mentioned, finally on scoreboard, they'll grab the 2nd dragon of the game, 3rd dragon of the game.
Yeah, 2-1-1, so 3rd dragon is going to go to LGD. Of course, IG grabbed the 1st one here this game, so not going to be a 5th dragon threat too much longer here. Actually, too long, if I was going to get my words correct, but that is close to a 7,000 gold lead already for LGD, and somehow they've just screamed out ahead. You have to say it's largely off the back of his Vayne pickup that Imp didn't have a whole lot of faith in earlier on. Has now found something that he likes.
He was just lulling someone else into a false sense of security, I believe.
It's all mind games.
It is. As we do have another pause, guys.
Another brief pause. Phantom Dancer was just completed by Imp's Vayne as well. So 2-item Vayne against just the Trinity Force from the Cogmore.
Luden's Echo also picked up from Godby. So he's gone once again for the movement speed. Of course, a little bit of a damage tap came through for Luden's Echo, supplemented by a huge movement speed boost, 10% now.
Yep.
Get you around the rift nice and quick.
Thanks for the peace sign there, PYL, as well. We'll see what these teams can do. As we get back to this one, Kitty's looking pretty content, or intent.
I was going to say concerned would have been a better way to put it.
Yeah, I was going to go looking intently, but then I said content, and it didn't make any sense at all because that's not what he looked like. PYL looking pretty happy on the other side of the rift. We are back into the game, though. So Kakao maneuvering around the jungle. Spots a ward. Doesn't spot it, of course, because that one's invisible.
Not having any luck right
No,
now.
I'm not. Things aren't going well, Spawn.
You could see that you've done the IG. Started well early, and then things just fell apart in the big game, Atlas.
See, here we are. Everything's a segue. PYL not going to get so lucky with the Winter's Bite this time around.
Oh, you never know. He's got a 2nd.
True.
Not so lucky with the Winter's Bite this time around.
Thank you. Another 2 more minutes. We are going to have that Rod of Ages completely stacked up here for Godby as well, sitting on, I believe that's 6 or 8. 6, I think, because he boarded at about the 12-minute mark. So it's going to be 22 minutes, and that one's going to be completed. Brown Bag's still sitting on him, though, with that Luden's Echo. We'll see whether he goes for early Alacrity Enchantment for the extra movement speed. He does like to run fast on his Orianna, generally. Don't want to make any assumptions, and we'll see what he decides to finally do as he grabs his items.
And you can see that just in every major position, they're slightly ahead. Spirit Visage finished up in the top lane versus just Components, with the Home Guard enchant also done from Acorn. He's 2-0-4, sitting very nicely. Mid lane, even though farm relatively equal, Godby just edging his way ahead because of those kills. And because of the kills and the turret lead that's being picked up, it's just accelerated that little bit further than what you would have normally liked for IG, who has a great scaling comp. They've got the Lulu, they've got the Kog'Maw. They're just not going to be able to get there. We said this is going to go late game. LGD are playing their team like a mid-game comp.
Yeah. And they're just taking the advantages that they gained. And 3-0-4 on this Vayne in comparison to a 0-3-0 Kog'Maw just means that this Vayne is already at the late game stage. Now with a pickaxe in the back pocket as well. It's just so far ahead is Imp that all of these things that we talk about in reference to Vayne don't apply this time around.
Yeah, they certainly don't. And, you know, once again, you have to, as much as I like rookie Lulu, I think it's really good, you have to question when they play this style of League of Legends without a threat on the top side of the map that isn't Cacao. They seem to struggle in these fights as they break out throughout the mid-game until their AD carry really is secure in their gold. Happened with Kid, now it's happening with Time. Sometimes you feel that IG just try and get a little bit too cute with their compositions and should play more to their strength.
Yeah, not really putting the power in the right hands, maybe. Well, see whether they can turn things around. Of course, we've mentioned the fact that IG's comp can work fantastically well, assuming Time can stay alive.
As
and
teleport,
things,
ignite,
so
and ultimate would burn out of Acorn. He can teleport into that brush behind Time. Tried to take him out. Did not succeed.
No, he didn't. Got a flash for it, though. Teleport, ignite, and ultimate in trade for a
Imp
flash.
Might be caught out here a little bit.
Oh, Parallel Convergence is there, but Imp.
Whitey sense.
Yeah. A lot of talk about that. There's the combo. The tie takes a lot of damage. The true damage from those Silver Bolts, man. They are doing some work.
And no one can go with Acorn right now on the top side of the map, so it just looks like they've given up and even trying to do it. They now send Rookie there, but he's the guy that needs to protect Time. So no fight going to go in their favor.
BBQ's just farming out his jungle. He, of course, has that Void Rush if he ever needs to get anywhere. Backing members of LGD. Of course, Godby just wants to be able to move faster, so needs to complete those Alacrity Enchantment boots. And as I say it, going to grab it there and making up for the fact that he doesn't have the Athene's Unholy Grail or the Morellonomicon by getting those Lucidity boots.
Have to check out later on whether he runs scaling CDR blue to make up the difference or whether he just relies on blue buff being given over to him. But you're right, it's just, he's always done this. He just refuses to build standard on Orianna, and for some reason it just looks much better when he does it. Yeah. Than anyone else's. LGD start up a Baron out of sight.
Yeah, all 5 of them here. Of course, Silver Bolt's doing a whole bunch of work as well as Blade of the Wrong King. That is very dead. Baron's
now they're going to engage.
Yeah, they're going to try and turn it here as Acorn's running incredibly fast. Howling Gale going to find POL, possibly stop this engagement, but the damage has been done. LGD, 9,000 is close to the gold leaders. I believe that Gronk was just stolen away by Zatai. But LGD looking to try and siege up this turret, extend that gold lead even further. As in goes Acorn, actually gets a devastating charge damage off the Kitties. He's going to get pushed off.
And it's 10,000 gold right now, yeah. 22 minutes in. LGD have just completely strangled IG off this map. And there's nothing they can do. The primary carriers are just so threatening right now on LGD. They can't clear the minions out.
Parallel Convergence is there. Imp going to tumble out of the way of it. Stun actually goes down. Timewinder in, but not a whole lot of damage available. Looks like LGD going to be able to break the base here as Zatai. He's going to get slowed, and my goodness, the damage out of him. As the combo does get completed on those Silver Bolts. Inhibitor's going to die as well. And Imp's Vayne is just so scary.
Imp is making a very good case for once again being considered premier AD carry in the LPL. He is just looking so threatening at
week
this
after
point.
week.
And he's cornered Zephyr Atlas.
Oh my goodness, he's the best player in the world, in my opinion. The tenacity, the extra movement speed Spawn. Multiplicatively scaling with his boots too, as well as that Phantom Dancer.
As all movement speed items too.
Just be quiet. Okay, it sounds good. I just love Zephyr as an item, it's fantastic. But
I actually really like Zephyr for the attack speed it gives you. Yeah. Especially because Vayne gets so many hidden stats out of her final hour. All the AD that comes into effect when that is popped. Just FLICKR gonna face check Tremendous. Doesn't care.
be too worried about it. Actually goes aggressive there.
Looks like they're surrendering.
Yep, that was going to be the flash there as IG. They do surrender. Monsoon goes down from Kitty, so no one going to die just yet. But 24 minutes into the game, and IG, they tap the mat, see whether they can do it better next time around.
Yeah, Imp came into vision with that Zephyr, and they were just like, we're done,
Yep,
guys.
Yep, sorry. Too much professional itemization.
And you can see, this is the reason that so many people regard LGD above and beyond where they've sat on the standings the whole time through. They did it split one. Yeah, they did it split one, and now with 9 points available, they can move up to 34 points. That's 1 point behind QG, I believe. Xiaogu going to beat them out in that second spot, but they can still grab third if they really take control of this weekend. And when they get rolling, what is him doing? Is he talking? Is he sleeping?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah. When they get rolling, they're just so fun to watch.
Oh, they certainly are. And of course, Godby on the Orianna. There are so many picks in that game that are just, I guess, trademarks of LGD. Acorn's Hecarim, as well as, TBQ on the Rek'Sai, one of the champions that he can definitely make work. It wasn't quite the Lee Sin, but the Orianna coming out of Godby as well. I mean, bit of an unsung hero with him just running around doing so much work, but Godby always able to get such incredibly impressive things done on that champion.
Yeah, it certainly is. And IG, they picked themselves a one-threat comp where everyone had to get behind time.
Yeah.
They had to win the top half of the map because of the augmentation, and then time had to go even or better.
Yeah.
And in the end, they weren't able to do any of that. Top half of the map, because of the lane swap that came through, was always an effective LGD. They are the best lane swapping team in the LPL right now. They just do it so efficiently, and they give up the objectives they have to. The first dragon, they give up so many first dragons and turn it around to win games because they just get farm on people that need it more than anyone else.
Yeah, so ironically, time got the better of IG that game. But we are going to have another one. The last game of the LPL for today is going to be coming up right after this short break and after Spawn dispatches with his completely annoying co-caster.
I swear to God, I will hold you in my
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, joined by Spawn, and we're going to watch for a moment LGD taking down IG in this first match of the best of two. And Imp going completely ballistic.
And this was an overextension from IG. Before this point, game was on very even playing fields, but you can see after that fight, LGD just accrued advantage after advantage. They'd already laned so terrifically. Imp was ahead. Godvi was ahead. The recipe for success was there. And it just meant that IG didn't have any answers.
And IG actually currently 4th at the moment, but if LGD win this next match, it is going to put them on even footing, both on 28 points here on the standings. We mentioned earlier on the fact that this can move around quite a lot. And it looks already like it's moving towards that if LGD can back up their last performance with one similar. And Imp, no surprises, he's going to be picking up the MVP.
The opposite of sneaky that game. Just dove in and beat people to death in melee range.
Yeah, pretty much.
But you know when you've got that many items, when you've got the luxury Zephyr coming through?
He didn't even get to use it, Spawn.
Doesn't matter.
Hopefully he can buy another one.
As you see, that was a team fight we talked about. It was an absolutely beautiful flank after IG had overextended. And he gets the last auto attack as flashing away to pick up another kill on Kitties. Just very smooth moves from the AD carry, formerly of Samsung White.
Well, Zatai as well tries to lock down the Vayne, but I mean, this is the point where Imp is just way too strong. No tank can really do anything about it, and Kakao, despite some pretty decent chrono breaks to try and get himself out of danger and into positions where he can help his team, as Flame meter there, not too bad. Of course, Flame actually going to be subbing in, so very relevant.
So that's Flame, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's
we
not
have
Akon.
Found him.
Yeah,
that is the man that isn't Akon.
That's what they meant when we were doing the lineups before. Maybe it's just the fact that LGD definitely swap out both of these players quite a lot. So they're just going to try putting Flame on first, so we can just talk about it earlier.
Akon plays game 1.
Yeah, but Flame never
plays
gets
game
his
2.
picture in there. You know, Flame wants to be able to get his picture in there, you know, some of the times. You don't go over the lineups every single time. You know, it's game 2. Doesn't get his time in the spotlight. Maybe. I'm just spitballing here.
Maybe.
Spawn,
no, I like
something.
it. No such thing as a bad idea, Atlas. I completely agree with you.
They were just right ones.
Depends what your goals are.
That's a very good point. But we are going to move forward to the next game, and we'll see whether IG can change things up in order to get themselves to a position of power.
And, yeah, let's talk about the change-up that needs to happen in this game. Rookie needs to pick a better laner. Rookie was so good throughout their playoff run at just completely shutting down the opposition mid laner. There were like 4 games in a row with Onazir. He took sub 10-minute turrets in 1v1 lanes, just was able to bully the likes of Dade in lane. Really only ran into the brick wall when he came up against Pawn. And you just feel he has to get on something that can get his team an advantage. Because if you let Godv farm at 10 CS a minute and pick up 12-minute rollers and like 19-minute stupid Luden Echo, he's just going to destroy you because that build, if not bought on par, isn't as good. He just gets it so far ahead of the curve because of how well he farms on Orianna that he makes it look genius 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily the build. I feel like Godv can probably build whatever the heck he wants because he's just so good at the champion. He's always able to eke everything out of the item purchases that he does make, and he uses movement speed so incredibly well.
Yep. I completely agree. Movement speed, best stat in the game if you are a positional player, and that is exactly what Godv and Imp are. So, yeah, hats off to them. When they play good League of Legends, we keep saying it, they're a beautiful team to watch. And with Flame on the lineup, arguably better at the moment, as much as it pains me to say.
Well,
he's just playing so well within the LGD infrastructure. And IG, they wanted the second spot. You have to think they were waiting for that buy. They can still tie with QG, but QG owned the head-to-head, so that dream is sailed. Now just looking to build momentums in a higher steed going into playoffs.
Yeah, and another thing as well, ladies and gentlemen, that we hadn't told you earlier on is the fact that Chris is now the new coach for LGD, formerly of Starhorn Royal Club, which managed to take that team to Worlds 2 years in a row. So definitely a seasoned veteran in the coaching role that definitely knows his stuff. And of course, LGD, we've mentioned it before, said goodbye to their coach a while ago and was sort of sitting
3
with
weeks
not
ago.
many.
They were using Acorn temporarily to fill the void that was left in pick bans and things like that. So having Chris on board, definitely going to help.
Actually copying the outfit as well of Aaron over on EDG as well. So maybe trying to channel a little bit of that.
I couldn't pick a better coach to channel.
That is a very good point. Yeah. Of course, the players on EDG also pretty good, so it probably makes the coaching pretty easy.
Yeah, I can't impersonate Deft, though. He's too adorable.
That's a very good point. I don't think many people can impersonate Deft. I believe most AD carry mains will be trying to at every possible moment. You can see TBQ on your screen right now. He had a decent performance last time around.
He needs to get the hair out of his eyes. How does he even see?
I don't know. It's all part of the handicap. He gets a haircut just before playoffs, and that's why LGD rocket up the standings.
It's like when Goku took off his stupid...
Exactly, yeah. It's like Kaioken 9 or something like that before Super Saiyan, something like that. I don't know. So many Dragon Ball Z references tonight. I don't know what's going on. We are looking to get into Champion Select very, very soon, though, ladies and gentlemen. And as that is getting prepared, I just want to talk about what Flame brings to this lineup that Acorn doesn't.
Yeah, as we get some waves from the EDG T-shirts and about to jump into Champion Select. So Flame actually plays very Acorn-esque now, sets up waves very well. But I honestly think that Flame is and always has been just one of the better laning top laners, which means that he's learnt how to 2v1 really well, and whenever he gets into his laning phase, he just beats out his opponent. And when you have someone that consistently wins every lane that you put him in, it means that he transitions into the mid game well, knows his strengths on the lineup, and is team fighting much better. So going from being someone that wins lane and split pushes a lot to being this win lane, team fight incredibly well, team up with your support, make sure that you're the person diving the backline, and it just gives Godvi and Imp so much room. If you have a threatening top laner with a star AD carry and a star mid laner, it just opens up the map for them to do even more work.
Yeah, you're going to have a good time. But Shen was left open, Flame wastes no time, and he's going to hop straight on that champion as well. Of course,
Akon's a really good Hecarim player, but it is a very, I just like the fact that Akon gets Hecarim and Flame gets Shen.
I feel like this has been the running joke throughout LGD this year.
It has, but
The Rumbles
they continue to impress.
Oh my goodness, yep. But LGD looking at a potential Vayne. We are going to run through what the bans were, of course. We were talking about Acorn and Flame throughout the entire ban phase. Echo, Lulu, and Victor have been removed from the hands of IG, so they do have to try something completely different moving into this set. And Diana once again going to be banned away, as well as the Ryze and Callista on the side of IG. So it is going to be TBQ once again on the Rek'Sai. Imp not going to change too much, grabbing the Vayne as well. Now it's Stand United support in that extra shielding that is going to be available from the top lane. And we'll see what IG do to augment this Braum and Gragas
and
first two picks.
Lulu Echo was giving Godvi a really hard time in the mid lane. So I actually, even though they won out game one convincingly, like the ban there, because you could see they were repetitively diving Godvi, making sure that his life was hell. And if they hadn't have overreached that one time in the mid lane, we would have seen a completely different game, I'm sure, coming out of IG. So LGD recognized that that was a recipe to making Godvi's life hell. Just get rid of it.
Yeah. And of course, if Godvi had have actually died like he was supposed to, then
Why
they would have
won't
just
you
backed
die?
away, you know? Yeah.
As Azir is picked up, so we mentioned that Rookie needs to have a bully lane. Succeeds in grabbing one in Azir.
Imp is currently hovering Gangplank as well. This is 5.13, so no Gangplank changes have come through just yet. But, look, interesting. There's, of course, no surprises if Godvi, was going to lock away this Orianna. 30 seconds on the clock, has got some time to make up his mind. And PWL has decided on the Thresh.
So, going to look to see whether they can take Control Mage into Control Mage once again. Orianna, slightly more combo-based. Azir's got Deadly Poke out of the Q auto attack out of his Sand Soldiers. Pick we didn't talk about was time locking in that Gnar Vizitai.
Yeah.
Vizitai, a very aggressive Gnar player when he gets a 1v1 lane. Known to build
A lot of Black Cleavers.
Cleaver, Frozen Heart, double offensive item.
Frozen Mallet, maybe?
Yep, Frozen Mallet.
That guy.
Yep.
Hammers
The hammer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bringing the hammer and the axe down. You know, dual wielding. Not bad. Time, though, going back to a tried and true pick potentially here as Kitties is hovering the Lucian and locks it away.
Yeah, and as soon as you saw the Braum, you expected him to go back to Lucian, something a little bit more lane
That's true,
bully.
yeah, you mentioned this before.
Don't need to get him to the late game, just let him do work throughout the laning phase. And this is something that, if you're a new AD carry, playing lane swaps on a professional setting is much different from practicing them in scrims and all those things, especially against a team like LGD. So just try and secure him a strong lane and get him the 2v2, as good as Imp and PYL are. Lane swaps unlock a lot of what LGD do well in the mid-early game.
Yeah, mentioning scrims as well. Scrims over in China don't necessarily go as coordinatedly as normal. Things are known to get a little bit crazy.
Especially at this time of year.
Yeah, very, very true. And we're talking about LGD. This is Imp who played Misfortune.
Not in
the
a
last
scrim.
split. Yeah, in the last split, of course. Interesting times were had. But, of course, this is going to be very different coming out of IG, but very similar from LGD. The only switch-ups are going to be Flame as a player, as well as him on Shen, and the Thresh as well. So a lot of disengaged flavor, but a little bit more in the hands of POL to get things started.
Yeah, as well as, I guess, the big Stand United that can come through. But we will take you through the lineups as Flame has Shen in the top lane. Zatai going with Nara, a little bit more of a lane bully. And I like what IG has done. They've said, we don't care about team comp right now. Let's just win lanes.
Yeah, let's create as much power as we possibly can. Kakao, once again on his signature Gragas. Of course, we have mentioned a lot of signature champions for Kakao, but his Gragas has been so impressive as we have a look at the Orianna into Azir. And Imp going to be taking the Vayne one more time, this time into Lucian. And Vayne actually considered a decent matchup into that champion.
Yeah, not
considering
bad.
the
Can
piercing
tumble
light.
out of the Piercing Light. And PYL has Thresh, another one of his champions, as Kitties once again going to hop onto the Braum.
Yeah, Kitties as well being represented by the crowd, but let's get onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for our final game of the night as LGD taking on IG. Look to close out the series with a 2-0, and IG looking to tie this one up and keep their place in 4th. As LGD would be able to tie it off with them if they manage to win this next game.
Both teams have another 4 games to play after this one. I was going to say 5, including this one. You guys can see that they're playing this game already, so let's not talk about it.
And I swear, Godby must be so happy that Chris is now their coach as well, because thinking back to Starhorn Royal Club, what did they play in the mid lane almost every single game when they were in Worlds? It was Orianna like every single time. Korn played so much of that champion.
Yeah, they played a lot of Orianna. I'll give you that one.
So Godby's just like, okay, favorite champion.
Yep.
Nailed it. We're absolutely fine.
They also played a heck of a lot of Vayne when they got to Worlds.
That is very true as well.
Oh, this time. Oh, he didn't make the smiley face.
Oh, sad. Maybe you can't see it in the brush.
No, you can.
Or maybe you just didn't want to deface the river. It's a beautiful part of the map.
Of course, environmentalism, very important on Summoner's Rift.
It's very true. Very environmentally conscious as well over in China. Last time I was there. Definitely a lot alerting you to the fact that you really need to help the environment. As IG might be getting cornered. I don't know who's cornering
saw them
who
enter.
Here.
And now they're going to walk up
like
and
ships
guarantee.
in the night.
They're going to guarantee the 2v2. So by walking upriver.
But does this put IG in a precarious position considering 4 people on the map for LGD on this side?
Well, as long as they ward this brush, not really, as they're going to go in behind the Vayne. They see him. They're not. No, they're not behind him. They're on the wrong side of the map, Jake.
Spawn's brain fading a little bit.
No, and I set it up so well that I was like,
I know, it was
what
beautiful.
are they doing?
And I sort of let you fall under that button as well. I apologize. Probably could have caught you a little bit earlier. I feel like that trust exercise was completely fumbled.
It wasn't a trust exercise. I just whipped it. I punished.
I was trying to take some credit.
Victor combo.
Light
all right.
blow. No fun.
So, standard lanes, just a little bit down under. And
Oh, God.
everyone on the correct side of the map, except for Cacao.
Well, you can see Imp and POL being able to push this one out as they do have that level advantage, given the fact that Imp was able to get to that lane a little bit earlier on. Godby taking some harassment from Rookie. Rookie demonstrating his laning prowess, most definitely here in the mid. We'll see how this one progresses, because I mean, I want to go back to something that Pawn said actually before MSI, was the fact that, you know, he sees himself as the best Korean mid laner and Godby is the best Chinese mid laner. I don't know where that puts Rookie. Like whether, you know, he's going to be second best Korean mid laner, but he's still ahead of Godby, I don't know. Or whether now he's
really
a Chinese, it's just not there. So maybe this can be a game where we can look to see that one happen, because
Game 1 definitely did not go in Rookie's favor.
That's true, but I mean, it's a Lulu, so I understand, don't know whether that necessarily proves anything, given the utility base, whereas, you know, Azir able to make a whole lot of extra plays. Zim's going to take a bit of piercing light damage, able to get some tumble auto attack onto time. TBQ going to be backing in his jungle as well. You can see solo lane towards the bottom side. Shen and Na facing off against one another, and Zatai with a lot of control in this lane. You can see Flame struggling a little bit. Of course, the melee range matchup going to be difficult for Shen, but not going to be too movable from this lane.
Yeah, Shen being able to start the shield just helps him out so much as this lane progresses, and really is a battle of attrition, getting some levels into your Q, being able to last hit once the cooldown, the cooldown reduces a little bit for you. So quite happy where he is in the lane right now. Doesn't want to fall any more than about the 10 CS behind. But Na is that annoying Teemo-esque lane bully at this stage of the game.
Yeah, Teemo-esque that turns massive periodically.
Yeah, he's kind of like a hybrid Teemo slash Orso. As TBQ spotted out by a ward.
Yep, Death Sentence not going to be found here by POL as they push forward here to LGD in this top lane. They're not going to find any kill pressure, just going to be zoning away from some creeps. And this cannon creep, actually no experience going to go to any member of IG, nor can they grab the extra gold. So victory for LGD in a small manner in this.
creeps and no tornado. Come on.
I know. I just didn't want to oversell it because I talk about cannon creeps all the time.
Yeah, so what I was going to say is Nara is kind of the pseudo between like Cannon and Teemo.
Ugh. Does not sound fun.
No, it's really not.
You can see already Flame having to deal with all of these hyper procs. And that feint not shielding him nearly enough at this stage, but able to pick up a fair bit of farm. And you were talking about that 10 CS mark. Is hovering around that point at the moment.
Yeah, within touching distance, still has a lot of consumables to come through, so not going to be too perturbed as, you know, we keep talking about the CS in the bottom lane. We have a 20 CS advantage right now and a 2v2 for Imp.
Yeah.
Who's doing great things. So Zatai might need to get his move on and get a little bit further ahead.
Yeah, and we've spoken before about the fact that LGD likes to lane swap to try and get TBQ into a position where he's not going to get pressured. And at the moment, Rookie in some trouble. POL just roaming around. Zoned away from another cannon creep.
The mind games continue.
It's beautiful. Beautiful to watch. Godby is going to take down a cannon creep of his own. Massive jump on mid lane. Level 6s both been hit by these laners. Godby just picking up creep after creep. Oh, missed that one. What the heck, Godby? Still ahead. Everything's going to be fine. Same amount of creep in this lane as well. You can see bottom lane of IG has gone back, as has LGD, and Imp with a very early Berserker's Greaves pickup.
Yeah, so wanting to get some more attack speed and movement speed. Very cost-efficient boots too. It doesn't really give you, I guess, the outright combat stats. That was very
beautiful.
cute out of Zatai.
Yeah, managing to get the return hit of that boomerang. Thought it was going to miss. Not going to.
Grazed him.
Yeah, Zatai able to bully out in this lane. Cows grab the Barmy Cinder before finishing off that jungle item, just giving himself some extra health and damage around the jungle. Looks like he's on farm mode at the moment. We'll see whether he grabs Chilling Smite or whether he's opting for more of a farming option in that Trailblazer. Or Skirmish to save him, might go for a Poacher's Knife, who knows?
Definitely
Options are still open.
Wow.
Zatai is going to get caught on the bottom side of the map. Nas 3 people into a wall. Not going to stun them up. There's the flash into the Flayed. Triple wallop for Zatai as he might actually get out of here. There's the Shadow Dash, no Flame. Nets himself first blood.
Yeah, able to just get the end of the Shadow Dash there. Flame picks up a kill for himself, so gets a little bit of that gold back that we said he was lacking. Going to be fantastic news. They'll be able to potentially rotate into a dragon right now, although put the brakes on it, just send Flame back.
Yeah, red buff is going to be pinged out here by TBQ. Wants to get into his jungle, clear out that one as quickly as possible. He needs to catch up actually, because Cacao is on full herbivore mode. This guy's going agricultural in the jungle, just farming up a storm.
And all of a sudden, the boots too make a lot of sense because they've swapped the lanes back. They just want to shove down turrets as quickly as possible because you don't get a lot of attack damage out of the Cutlass. Just a little bit more efficient at shredding through the structures.
And that Barmy Cinder helping out Flame there as well as far as the last hitting under turret as he's trying to deal with this 2v2 lane as these ones have switched back. Dragon hasn't been looked at yet by either team as the gold is extraordinarily even. It's just a little bit differently placed on the side of LGD and IG. Flame struggling just a little bit still. Oh, Shadow Dash not going to find anything, but Flame able to use that feint, keeps himself healthy.
It doesn't take damage right now.
No, he doesn't.
All the extra armor and the feint, not going to be able to bully him away, and all of a sudden, the Hex Drinker that was picked up by Zatai to be the pseudo-offensive defensive option, not really doing much against Imp.
Offensive. No, I didn't like that one.
Put it back.
Yeah. Back in the shop, guys.
Can I have a refund on this
they don't
word
offer those.
amalgamation?
Yeah, I've been looking for those for quite some time. Boomerang going to be able to clear out some minions though. Flame grabs stuff. Yeah, nicely done. LGD actually very far ahead as far as cannons.
Very nervous because they can't see the Orianna and the Rek'Sai on the map. So backed away from the turret when they maybe could have taken it that way. We'll get it on the next, you feel, but so will Imp and PYL. No, they won't.
That's a lot of health.
That's a lot of health. I thought they were doing more work than that.
They certainly are not. Imp has been letting minions kill turrets this series. Has been how he's got things done. But LGD were about 200 passive gold ahead. Oh, it's Cacao. Oh, there's the flash from Flame.
What a flash out of Flame. That is a split-second decision. Must have seen him on the ward, so maybe give him a little bit longer. But that was everything out of Cacao.
I think that was an IG ward.
It is?
Yeah. So I don't think he was seen.
No, the pink ward I was talking about.
Oh, did he walk over that way?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Take it all back. Godby found himself a pink here. Rookie going to take down a green ward, but that trade going to go in favor of Godby there. As is the farming once again. Godby just not to be stopped on his Orianna. Flame using that Barmy Cinder to such great effect, moving out of the way, making sure that the minions don't get taken down. PYL's going to get himself a dragon. Not too bad. TBQ was there, of course, as well.
So I was going to talk about Cacao and the Barmy Cinder first. So generally, if you go Barmy Cinder first on a jungler, it means you're not going Trailblazer. And the reason you do it is because you want to get the farming efficiency of AoE, as you might have been caught out a little bit here, but you also want the utility of Chilling Smite.
Yes.
So it gives you an AoE clear earlier on in the game before you have enough to finish out your jungle item that you would normally get from Trailblazer, but you also get the utility of the Chilling Smite. So really like the mentality of being able to pick that item up, and it just means that he farms a little bit more efficiently in the early game.
Well, as we see things right now, 101 CS to Imp in advantage of times 88 that he's managed to pick up, but he's still sitting in a frozen lane, so he'll be able to pick up some more as well. Recurve bow now completed with that Vampiric Scepter, and Flame just going to stand in front of some minions.
And he's up in CS now.
Yeah.
Flame after he's picked up
Burning to
that
death.
Sunfire Cave. Once
well.
again, Cacao.
Yeah, there is going to be the playback, but Death Sentence lands, forcing the flash. Doesn't get slowed by the box, though, as now the Ignite's down onto
Kitties
Cacao.
and
Kitties
Rookies
Rookie.
here.
Yeah, they're coming in, as Stand United was there as well. Nice use of the Emperor's Divide to perturb LGD. 5 members now in this river, but no one on IG is going to get caught.
And they knew that there was no one in the bottom lane, so they had to disengage, get the successful call. Time gets a little bit more of his namesake down in the bottom lane to farm up some creeps.
Loved it. That was so well executed. Time puns, man. That's where it's at. 200 gold the lead for LGD.
It's a gift that keeps on giving. Someone
is.
should send him a card.
Thanks, Time. That's why they put Kid out of the roster, because that's a bit of a dangerous one to use.
Yeah. You won't touch that one.
No, we're just not going to go there. As Imp. Oh my god! Okay, Imp just going to be farming up against the tie here on the top side. Time going aggressive.
No
Flame
damage.
just wanders out of the way of the piercing light and takes nothing.
Like ships in the night, smack it into each
He's
other.
such a good ninja, you know, just standing in plain sight, takes no damage at all, wanders slowly out of the way of aggression.
But they will be able to pick up a second turret, pick themselves up a slight gold advantage, and the wave will look to bounce. There's 3 members now, turret dive in the top lane.
Yeah, Condemn definitely an option
Flamed up
here for
here.
Imp as well. Looks to try and stun the tie into the wall. Ingo's Flame is, of course, as well as TBQ's going to lock down the first kill. Cacao now trapped underneath. Silver Bolt's doing some work as Flame grabs a double kill. He's had all of them almost. No, one of them, of course, went to TBQ.
And Rookie grazes one Sand Soldier, nearly gets a second auto attack through there. Would have traded it 1 for 2, but it wasn't to be. Means that they'll pick up the top lane turret, but maybe Time and Kitties can respond in kind in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Imp trying to get there. Half health now on this turret. One more caster creep, so they're not going to be able to get it right now, but that turret is most definitely prepared.
Has been destroyed.
Imp just going to be able to pick up all of this farm as it crashes into the turret. Rookie going to get himself out of the way with that EQ combo. Of course, this is Azir who can still knock up his targets, so the Azir sec definitely still a thing at the moment on 5.13. So still, I believe the scaling attack speed still based on cooldown reduction on this patch. It's been a couple of patches now, Spawn.
I think it is this one.
But of course, still does have that number. That's the biggest deal.
You see junglers once again hyper farming, seeing whether they can get through as quick as possible. Cacao still holding maybe a 2 or 3 camp advantage. He likes to take Scuttle Crabs, Cacao. That's why his gold is deceptive.
Yeah.
Because they're, of course, only 1 creep, but worth like 86 gold or something. Ridiculous.
Especially when you have your jungle item. That's why you go back and buy that first jungle item before you start taking those Rift Scuttlers. Extra 30 gold on 1 jungle monster. Pretty dang good. As you can see there, 54 plus 30. I believe that's 84 gold. Very close to a turret. Yeah. A lot of gold.
It is. And they don't fight back. That's the best thing about them.
So sadistic.
Well, Jungle Creep's like whoop your backside early in the game at the moment.
That's true. That's true. It's getting your own back, isn't it, really? We can find one that's a little bit more passive.
You go for it.
Exactly.
Like, especially Raptors. If I'm like not Elise in Shyvana.
Yeah.
Actually, Elise does it really well at the moment. That's why I play Elise. But no one else. I do not go near those things.
Sure don't play Elise because she's ridiculously strong on the current patch?
Nah, you know, I just Legacy Elise player and all that stuff.
Oh, okay. All those excuses. I like it.
If they put it in a patch atlas, you're allowed to play it. That's all I'm going to say.
That is a very good point. I'm just going to try and look back on when you've played Elise, Swan. Let's do that.
The start of last patch.
Lucidity boots have been completed by Godby, though, so extra 15% cooldown reduction going to be pretty good. Actually deciding to finish those before the Luden's Echo this time around. Nizlard Rod is there as well, so a little bit different timing on these items. As Flame unable to grab that last bit of farm with the Vorpal Blade, but he's still going to be fine here. 116 to 94 on the top side of the map.
And I mentioned how good Flame is at the game, and you know, he had a lot of help for a good lane swap when they saw that Hex Trigger is being picked up, but he is currently 2 levels and 20 CS up in what is a brutal lane for the first part of the game. So he's been able to use every single bit of his kit to eke out an advantage. And as I said, don't get me wrong, League of Legends is a team game, and they've definitely helped him out by giving him a deep freeze, the lane swap when he needed it, all those good things. But right now, he's just adding so much value because in a 1v1, he can probably take the Gnar because of the kills he's been able to pick up. And he's just so much more efficient around the map in this split push.
Oh, Godby actually might be in trouble here. There's the Azir Sec knocked off, and IG grab an easy kill.
Yeah, really nicely set up actually there.
Position there as well.
Well, that was like a EQ and a flash out of Rookie. That's like
good point. Covered a lot of distance.
So they will be able to pick up the last outer turret. That's good news for IG, pegging the goal back just a little bit.
Yeah, very, very close now. Under 1,000
Even more
here.
important if they can grab their first dragon as well.
Yeah, Flames making his way down, going to be backing here. Does have Stand United to get in if they do want to contest. Godby up in another 8 seconds, but I believe IG with the man advantage are going to be able to get this one done. Ward is in the pit. TBQ looking for a potential steal here, but not going to.
I was going to say they had that Tunnel Lantern combo available if TBQ wanted to see if he could get in there. Instead, decide not to risk it. We saw what happened last game. If you go a little bit too deep, they'll just back away.
We've seen some Baron steals tonight as well, so of course jungle camp. Yeah, jungle stealing is definitely a thing.
Shout out to that guy.
That was one heck of a steal. If you
robbed.
missed that series, go back.
He was robbed, by the way. How he did not get that MVP.
I know.
There are some questionable MVPs in the LPL, but that one was,
that was number one.
Top.
And I just want to remind ladies and gentlemen, of course, we didn't see who managed to pick up the MVP for the second RNG game as they won that one against, I believe it was me. But we're giving it to Left.
Yeah, that Gnar play.
Yeah, so good.
As now, LGD looking to see if they can pick up a turret of their own. Imp also doing work in the bottom lane right now.
And not getting too much down onto this turret just yet, but has the Blade of the Ruined King as well as the dagger, so able to go aggressive under time. Ooh, doesn't get the condemn for the completed damage.
Time just legitimately got...
Oh, Imp turns it around. There's the Blade of the Ruined King onto Kitties. Has to burn the culling, does Time.
So Time, like, cancelled 2 auto attacks, and then Imp got, like, 3 on him, and he got the 1 red buff Infinity Edge crit with 1 auto attack.
Even the trade.
And Imp was like, that sucks. What is this guy running crit yellows?
Oh, silly. It's nuts. The 1 crit glyph. That 1 beautiful crit glyph that everyone has to have. Put it in your room pages no matter what you're playing, because that'll win you a lane. And if it doesn't, it'll tilt your opponent. Beautiful.
It's a Trinity theory. I have 3 auto attacks to win my lane, otherwise I'm farming the whole game.
Yeah, otherwise we're done. See you later, team. You're playing 4v5.
But LGD managed to get their gold lead out back to 1.5.
Yeah.
Doing a very good job of controlling the map. And this is what Shen does to team comps, why it has been such a priority in the LPL and around the world as a top laner. It shuts down so much of this early aggression.
Ooh, Death Sentence not going to find a creep or rookie. See who else throws that one out. I think 40's going to survive as well as TBQ looking to try and steal away this Raptor. Cacao, he's going to be able to lock that one down for himself with the smite. TBQ is going to get the Raptor sent from though. He got the smite down. No, he didn't. He just already had it. Never mind.
So
Flame continuing to farm.
that was, I think, a really cute move out of Kitties. I would love to see it again because it looked like they saw that he had the Raptor sense around him, so they just dropped a ward at his feet
Yeah, pop
to
it.
pop it. Make sure that he can't clear out any other vision. Not that they have much on that side of the map. It's just always a good idea. FLICKR, of course, loves always PYL coming in.
Yeah, looking for Rookie here. There's the Azir Sec as they throw him back underneath
Wow.
the turret. TBQ now with the ball on his head, but he's getting bounced around. There's the
Shockwave.
shockwave onto 3 members of IG. The heal comes in, but Godby still getting
auto-attack
shredded. Has to flash out, but not going to do much at all as IG team fighting like gods. In comes Imp, trying to get something in there. But man, 5v3?
And they can go for Baron right now. They've got a lot of damage with the Hyper, with Lucian at the Infinity Edge. It just spawned. It's only a minute and 10-second old, but they look like they want to do it.
Young Barons die fast. As IG are going to start that one up. Scrying Orb's going to be used, but it's already down to half health. Attack on these Sand Soldiers has been used. Rookie has to get out of there. He's going low, but Imp, he's popped the final hour, gets caught by the wallop. Cacao on top of him as well. So much burst damage as Kitties is going to fall down. Imp flashes forward, but that's too far in as TBQ tries to get the tunnel down. Knocks up 2 members. Time's going to die. TBQ, pretty high health. The Baron is still alive. And that is the biggest thing here. And I have no idea who won that trade. But
5-3 in the end for IG. But LGD did really well to peg it back after a 2-0 at the start.
TBQ really wants a Raptor cam.
Yeah, he does. Poor guy. But they're able to even out the kills after that. And that was all off the back of Rookie. The perfect Emperor's Divide on the angle made sure that TBQ couldn't get back around from there. And then the Braum Lucian passive just did so much work. It's so easy to proc the stun. Not to mention Zatai just flying in right of screen. As I said, when you get that top half of the map on their playmaking champions, we talk about it so much with IG, they just look like a completely different team.
Yeah, Zatai able to lock down Godby. I like the fact that they use, like, normally you talk about a single target Gnar ultimate as something that you don't want to see, but getting Godby off the map is such a high priority.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially after you've already won the team fight. So people who are in retreat, just take what you can get from that point on.
He's 250 CS at 23 minutes.
Yeah, he's a monster.
He's going to have that Luden's Echo when he goes back as well. See whether the Alacrity, there it is. So, lots of movement speed. And it's almost like his build's become predictable.
Which is a crazy thing to say about a roller, Alacrity,
Yeah, exactly.
Luden's Echo. Look how quickly he runs though.
Yeah.
If he dissonance himself, he'll take off.
Them robot legs, definitely working. Of course, doesn't get tired, so that's handy.
Just need to wind up every now and
needs
again.
to go back for a bit of a wind up. That's fine. No Echo on the team, unfortunately. That was too deep.
Yeah, no.
Time's on the other team as well, so it doesn't quite work. Jesus, that was so deep. Okay. IG going to be clearing out some vision around the dragon up in 1 second.
Jen in the top lane, no teleport here, so they have to take it very quickly.
He has Stand United though, can still find his way in. Scrying Orb has been used.
Godly Dragon too, they've got 2 creep waves in position. Looks like they do want to fight. No, they just pull away.
Yeah, I feel like Rookie almost single-handedly zoned LGD away from that area as he finds position in the mid lane as well. IG are playing this mid game so well.
Need to be careful not to get caught out in the rotation.
Whoa, Imp.
Oh, PYL.
There's the death sentence. PYL's going to get caught. 3-man shockwave onto the tanky members, though, as Godby might be caught out after that glacial fissure. He's going to go down. Cacao grabs the kill. Imp now tumbling for his life out of this. As Cacao still looking to try and slow some people down. Barrel not going to find any joy, and Flame unable to get into that fight at all. And Baron, one more time, is going to be attempted.
Yeah, and you know, we've given Flame a lot of credit for how far he's come this season, but that was a huge error. Deciding to ult someone that was on no health. There was no way he was getting in that team fight, but they go in again.
Yeah, Shadow Dash down here as well. Emperor's Divide onto Imp. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage as the true shot. Oh my goodness, Silverbolt's not going to be doing enough here as Flame, the last man standing, picks up 1 kill. And TBQ is going to fall. The rest of LGD just get dismantled, and IG win a team fight and grab a Baron.
Yeah, and you know, we've spoke about how much better IG's team fighting's gotten after that loss that they had in the Demacia Cup against EDG and the subsequent loss in the LPL. Right now, they look like they're team fighting on that level.
Oh, yeah.
And the scary thing is, Rookie hasn't even picked up a kill.
Yeah.
0, 1, and 11. The dude's been involved in 100% of them and just can't buy a last hit.
Yep. Can't do it. Not this time. But he's just trying to get
Kitty's
the rest of his
one.
team ahead. He understands. All right, Spawn, he's the hero that IG needs.
Not the 1v0.
Something like that. Not entirely sure whether the Batman reference really works, but I'm going to go with it anyway.
Doesn't. It's just the most overused reference ever. You just jam it in any
barely
situation.
even know what it means.
Yeah. It's transcended meaning.
Yeah, not even about that.
Wow.
Yeah, but
That's a
Rookie,
meme we need.
yeah, he now has a Rabbidan's death cap, so maybe with some extra AP, going to be able to get himself a kill. But having Rookie on a playmaking champion just seems to be what makes IG look so different.
Certainly is. And
Death
gets
Sentence,
a little bit
yeah,
caught.
see, this is what happens when you talk about a player. They get caught by skill shots. They're now going to set up the siege. Of course, Baron buff is there. Split push is on for Zatai on the bottom side of the map. Also has the teleport in his back pocket. Can use it to get in. Does have Randy Wins and Thornmail.
I really love Zatai's build. I was about to mention the Thornmail as well. Game 1, Imp was tearing people apart, and Zatai's just like, it's not happening this time. I'm sorry, friends.
Nope.
But if you auto-attack me, you do a lot of damage to yourself.
Yeah, done. BBQ looking to try and start something up. Double knock up.
Shockwave.
There's the shockwave onto 2 members. Actually, Kitty's got out of it here as POL puts down the
Zatai's
box.
got transform.
Glacial Fissure is
Wow.
there. There's the 3-man stun. Culling over the wall. Imp is getting torn apart. The heal's there. He's still alive somehow, able to get out of the fight. As Kitty's now too far forward. Flame able to knock up Cacao. In fact, that was TBQ as he's going to get destroyed in the back line. And that would have been a good fight for LGD, but they're far behind now. No Baron. Those minions are doing so much
Look
work.
at the health bars on Zatai and Cacao. If that had have been, give them an extra half an item each, get fight over for LGD. Hook lands on Kitty.
Yeah, but PWL actually pays for it with half of his life here. This Brom's
Flame
pretty
teleported
tanky.
in.
Yeah, doesn't get a Shadow Dash onto anyone, though.
Successful disengage achieved after the bottom lane is smashed.
I don't know whether LGD want to give up just yet, but IG are going to successfully get out. Powered Recall is going to be used by everyone to get them out real fast. Back into some lanes to shove them through, but Inhibitor falls.
And all of a sudden, look at the gold lead that has opened up here. 5,000 means the last Whisper picked up for time. Nash's Tooth being worked towards right now for Invictus Gaming's Rookie in the mid lane.
I believe it was Nash's Tooth that was picked up by Godby on both of his games on Azir.
Yeah, so if it actually comes through, the reasoning behind it is that when the changes came through into AP items, it got buffed a little bit, and you get like 50 AP.
Oh, it might
It's really
actually be
slot
caught out.
efficient is the way to put it.
Yeah, gets a condemn onto Kitties though, takes the land to
Wow.
safety. Cacao with the 3-man knockback. Death Send's not going to find anyone. Silverbolt still doing some work here to this Gragas, but you can see the Sand Soldiers
Just do way more.
so much more.
And they were trying to fight why the Stand United wasn't available and the teleport. There was a slight window there, as you can see Flame about to get it back up, where they thought that they could sneak one if they could collapse quickly enough. Really good ultimate out of Cacao, but Kitties, I don't know whether he had the ultimate or he just didn't want to pull the trigger at that point.
There was also the fact that Imp was sort of caught in the midway up the river, able to turn that into the condemn stun into taking the Lantern to safety. It was looking pretty precarious here for the Vayne. LGD not out of it just yet, still only 4,000 gold, but the momentum has taken a massive swing in favor of IG. IG looking desperately to try and even out this series because it means so much more for them. The fact that they can stop LGD from catching up. A lot of the time it's about denial of the 3 points, but this is about stopping them from being overtaken.
Certainly is, and you know you want to get as far away from LGD as possible if they get into the gauntlet in a good position. So the higher IG you get, the less chance there is of them meeting LGD. So right now, they've got the double incentive.
Yeah, and if LGD get a win here as well, it means that they win the head-to-head. It will be a 3-1 after this game. A little popcorn chicken getting pulled into the barrel. And Cacao actually managed to pick that one up. Interesting stuff. As it is going to be third Dragon being started up here by IG. No response from LGD. They're just licking their wounds in the face.
And they want one more item to come through. You know, that Trinity of carry items is where you're generally happy to fight, even if you're a little bit further behind. Fourth items generally are the expensive ones to pick up. Although because it's Void Staff for Rookie, very cost efficient. I love Void Staff as an item.
Yep. He is going that route as well. But lots of damage goes down onto this inner turret. No response from LGD. As Imp was able to go back, but not going to actually pick up any more items here as he runs towards the bottom side of the map just to help clear out these super minions. Godby with a lot of wave clear, able to stall for quite some time.
And it's very hard to dive things like Shen, Rek'Sai, Orianna that have displacements that muck you up under turret. So definitely do not want to look to a dive as a win condition for Invictus Gaming. Most likely just set up around this Baron that's up in a minute's time. Make sure that they have good vision of the approach. Get 3 Sand Soldiers out, and then it's just going to be so hard to run through if you are LGD.
Well, here's Zatai. Now has that phage completed. See whether he goes towards a Trinity Force or whether it's going to be that Black Cleaver as per usual. Never really know with Zatai. I'm able to crit that wave. 4, 1, and 5 having a much better game this time around as Godby just wishes that that blue buff would die.
And sometimes it's about space. With all the pressure on time, he's very crowded.
Yeah.
He has everyone diving on top of him. As we said, he's the newest member on the team. Fresh out of solo queue. Whereas if you're on Lucian, something that's a little bit more mid-game focus, and you've got the likes of Rookie on Azir, Zatai on a big tank, all of a sudden you have all the space in the world because people aren't trying to dive on you and like kill you. They're trying to take out the really good Azir player or try and get rid of this tank that's on top of them all of the time. So just allowing time to play his style of League of Legends means that he's having a much better game.
Yeah, he's not the one getting all of the focus here as well as IG. They're starting off the Baron. They are just ripping through it. So Zatai going to head over the top. TBQ a little bit late there getting into the pit. Bit of a knock-up, but he's so dead as Rookie locks down the kill. Yeah, there it is. 1, 1, and 11. Wait, is it? Yeah, it's 1, 1, and 12? Well, not sure. It depends whether he's got 100% good participation or not. 1, 1, and 12. There it is. 100% good participation. Still there. Really wishes some more of those were in the first slot. That's fine. He's going to discover Kitty. Lots of damage. Kakao is actually going to cop a little bit there as he gets knocked away from the Latin. As he takes it, Imp in so much trouble. He's going to die. Death sentence onto time, but POL cannot follow up. Godby can move the ball around here just a little bit. Has that shockwave available. Dissonance doing some work. Death sentence onto Kakao. Boxes down as well. LGD kiting him towards the base. Shockwave onto Rookie. Dissonance is there. There's the insect. Oh my god! Rookie is incredible. Turns it all around. That is 3 kills and probably the game for IG.
Rookie does the good old hold my drink. I'm going in, boys. Picks up a huge Azir Sec over the wall. That was beautiful, and IG going to take game 2 in emphatic fashion.
Really beautifully played off the back of their mid laner the whole time as IG just playing with their food now as the Nexus falls down around them. 11,000 gold the lead for this team. And IG even out the series and protect their 4th place.
Yeah, can still tie for that second. They lose out on their head-to-head, but sometimes it's just about running into the gauntlet with all of that momentum. And if they can come 3rd, it means once again that they can dodge that 1st seed that will be EDG till potentially the final if they make it that far.
Yeah, it's true. And IG and LGD both with 2 more matches coming up over this weekend. WE and Snake on the side of Invictus Gaming and OMG and Vici on the side of LGD. So both teams looking to pick up the extra 6 points that they have up for grabs, but it is going to mean that IG, despite whether or not LGD managed to win both of those and what's going on, depending on whether they can actually take the victories at the same rate, they will always be ahead on the side of IG. That was a very roundabout way of describing the fact that IG are currently in the lead.
Yeah, good. As we took a look at Flame there, didn't look too happy. Cow, on the other hand, he had a little bit of a grin on his face. Mischievous heading in to the final part of the year. Of course, this is where Kakao does his best work generally, Atlas.
Oh, yeah. And as far as Gauntlet runs is concerned, that is where Kakao lives, isn't it? We watched that.
No, KTA dropped out of that Gauntlet run incredibly quickly.
All right. I'm just getting my players completely mixed up. Good. Nice work. Nailed it. Absolutely fine. But needless to say, IG definitely looking more powerful in the second game because LGD really made short work of the first one, and IG really turning it around the second time they hit
But
the
they played a similar fashion. They just overreached game 1. And with that turret dive in the mid lane where everything started going wrong and they lost 3-4 kills for absolutely nothing in return, as IG take a bow on your screen for their game 2 performance, But LGD still seem to have some things to figure out. A definite miscommunication when Flame altered PYL in the jungle. That turned what was going to be a 4v5 into an outright 3v5, and from there they just couldn't get back into it.
Yeah, Flame just nowhere else to go, was just sort of milling about in the top lane after that particular scenario. Then tried to get in and wasn't quite landing the shadow dashes that were really making any impact. And I don't know whether that has more to do with the fact that Zatai was playing so well around everything, and how much we can actually attribute to Flame maybe not being up to par this particular game.
Yeah, well, everyone was just so far accelerated by that point because of all of the damage that had come out that wasn't going to really be Flame's game to win.
Well, we do have a replay that we are going to go through before we close out the night, and let's just have a look at IG.
I'm so glad it is this replay.
Incredible play from Rookie.
So the person to watch right now is Godby, because he gets a massive shockwave, chunks him out to half health, but then Rookie goes, yeah, I'm going in, boys. Just serves it up on a silver platter. Once again, doesn't get a kill for it. Instead gives another one over to Cacao. Kitty's picks one. Kitty's finished with more kills than Rookie that game. I'm done. But yeah, that was a really good ultimate from the Azir player.
Yeah, to have... was he still on 1 kill at the end of the game? 100% kill participation, only 1 kill. That is a very support role for a guy that did probably the most damage on the team. So pretty ridiculous stuff here from Rookie. So playing incredibly well. And look, his first game performance was fine. I mean, he laned perfectly. I mean, both of the laners were probably just going to go even anyway.
Really good laning mid laners. Their CS, the way they play the wave control, it was just beautiful to watch. And Godby definitely got ahead game 1, and Rookie was able to peg him back game 2.
Yeah, it's very true. But ladies and gentlemen, that's all the LPL we have for tonight, of course. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. More LPL action entirely covered by the wonderful Sada and FLICKR, and so they definitely have a big night ahead of them tomorrow. So make sure you watch and let them know that, you know, they can do it, and give them all of the thoughts like that. But on behalf of myself, Spawn, of course, Sada and FLICKR, and as well as our whole production team, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.